Are you
really
sure they
weird.
just
Yes,
they
it's
don't
second person.
fuck up on the game mechanics?
So,
No, they did it on purpose.
If the driver turns left, you feel like you accidentally turned right and like makes it.
No.
No. You
Okay.
turn left when you turn left. I know what you're on about.
I'm
now.
saying,
It's like, okay, imagine, okay, I'll just describe it in another way. So let's say you are a robber and you're driving away and there's a police car
That's all
chasing
true.
you. So the perspective that you see is through the eyes of the policeman, even though you're the robber driving away.
Yeah, I get that.
So it's like a Tuesday night for me then.
And if the policeman if he's like steering left or right, it's gonna fuck with how you like your view, basically, like how you're gonna drive.
But it's cool.
Can I ask
They
a
did it
question?
very well.
Is it like when the person's behind you? So when you turn left, you do turn left. It's just that you're seeing it from the perspective of the police car.
Yes, exactly, Crack. And this game is called Driver San Francisco. It's really good. In fact,
oh my god, I played that game.
It's good.
It's so fucking weird.
It's so weird, but it's so cool. You know, Ubisoft took it off sale, and I'm like, why? It's so good.
A game I love was called Paragon, and they got rid of that game in order to make Fortnite.
Yeah, but like Driver San Francisco is so good, especially like the ending, where like the things started like floating, but then it was actually an illusion to your heart rate stopping. It was like so well written.
Yeah, I never finished things.
You guys ever play the Max Payne games? Like the first one?
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah. Oh my god, that was a pretty game.
I did, again, being the completionist, I did every mode, even that New York Minute mode, where you beat the game in 1 minute.
Yeah.
Like, through the bullet time.
I did that. Yeah. You're like reloading, turning around the corner. Oh my god, mate. You have to get so precise in that game.
Yeah, you have to know.
Do the time trials.
Yeah.
Mate, it is literally the title is actually a real thing that is elicited within inside of you as a human being. So yeah, the title of that game is unlike any other title of any other game. This is the only game title that actually invokes the exact title within inside of the person who plays it. Max Payne.
The storyline was good too. Just like, I don't know, like the whole kind of the way that, like, yeah, he what is it called, vigilante killer, like, kind of detective thing. And
I don't remember too much about the story.
Yeah.
Joshua, Matthew, it's because they're all based on Flat Earth, and we all play them on a Flat Earth. Do you have any Flat Earth questions, or do you know of a Glober that's around that may have some questions?
Yeah, we could smash a Glober.
That one, We Live Young, or I Live Young, or whatever.
Yeah, he's already coming in with a fallacy. Forever Young.
Yeah, that one. And I was just being facetious with that comment.
Awesome.
But listen, I'll tell you a little secret. Or no, it's not a secret.
Okay.
It's just like a tip. If you want to play Frogger and you want to get to like high levels, I'm just sitting here reminiscing because I'm really wanting to play it now. But anyway.
Hey, True.
What?
We gotta hook up and go straight video game playing like soon. I mean, we're fucking a rock's throw from each other. We gotta go do some video game playing soon, for sure.
You gonna make it till you gonna make it long enough?
I know, right? Before I die up in this bitch.
No, but if you want to get like in like get as far as you can, it's not just on your skill, right? It's also got to do with the paddle, the controller. I call it a paddle, okay? And I've caught hell from calling it a paddle from everybody, but I'm gonna call it a paddle because that's what I call it. But anyway, you get your Atari paddle, and you get a bunch of them. You find one that's got the loosest controller, and then you find one that's got the stiffest bubbles. and then you put the stiffest bubbles in the loosest controller, and you don't grip the controller. You just tap it with your thumb, but you put your thumb where you can tap it sideways forward, and then you use your fingers to tap it backwards. Never grip it, never hang on to it. But if you get your paddles and put them together like that, and if you control it in that way, you can really, you can kick ass on it, to be honest. I got up to like, I don't know, I wasn't even a teenager yet, and I was making it to like level 40 and shit.
The ultimate cheat code was to pull out the second player's controller from the console.
No. Oh.
You're a hooker.
The Atari controllers were actually like the four corners of the earth, where you have the four corners of your controller. Inside the controller, you've got these four corners with little bubbles, and the little bubbles are shaped like domes.
Holy shit, they were. I remember.
And then you have the control and the power all comes from the stick, which rises up in the center, kind of like in the north. So there you go.
Huh. Yeah.
There was a game that was on PS4 for free. They shut the servers down. It was called The Tomorrow Children. It's really good. I don't know if anyone played it.
That sounds dystopic as hell, but what was it about?
It was dystopic. It was about this dystopic future where it's actually interesting. I don't know if I'm going to be able to explain it well. It's like this future holographic society where you play as this character that's trying to rebuild the society from this like dystopic Russian experiment gone wrong, and the whole field is based on like Russian propaganda. It's like this communist society. It's kind of interesting, and there's these big monsters that come attack the city. You should go look it up on YouTube. It's a beautiful game. Was a beautiful game.
Sure.
But yeah, it's you only shoot the monsters, right? And then the rest of your time is spent reviving the people. You go collect these little like eggs. They're Petrovsky dolls, however you say it.
Yeah. Bambuska.
Right. You revive them, and then they become townspeople, and then you collect minerals, and it's all collecting resources for the towns to rebuild them, and then you go to different towns and rebuild those.
Okay. Yeah,
it was wholesome. It was also very beautiful.
I'm going to say something very controversial. That gas pressure needing a container and saying that, saying that there is a container is presupposing vacuum of space. So if there is no vacuum of space, then there's no need. Like if like all of existence had the same pressure, right? and found its own gradient, like, in whatever area you're at.
I'm with you.
Wouldn't really need to be a container.
If there's no space. Yeah, if there's no low pressure next to high pressure, then just all high pressure.
Right.
I don't think that's controversial.
Well, I still
agree, though.
There's a container, but I'm just saying.
I agree, though. When people say there's a container or a firmament, they absolutely accept that there's a vacuum out there, a low pressure, that if we didn't have a container, all our stuff would be gone in a perfect creation.
It could be the other way, Michael. It could be that there's a higher pressure outside of the container and a need for a container so that we have the lower pressure that we do. It could be higher.
I was trying to speak. I was trying to speak, and I was muted on my own end, so maybe you guys weren't rumpusing me. So what I would say with that
No, we weren't rumpusing you, but I am now.
But no, the issue is this. So we don't need to say that actually. We're not accepting that there's actually a vacuum if we say there's a containment. No, we're not. The containment isn't to protect us from the vacuum. The antecedent relationship with gas pressure is containment. That's it.
Yeah, and speaking in reference to what they claim their model is, right? Yeah, I agree. But to say that there absolutely is, that's presupposing, either a higher or lower.
Oh no, I agree with what you said originally. That makes perfect sense. That's not illogical. That's not controversial. If there isn't anything there in order to create an entropy, you don't need the containment, okay? But in order to have an inward vector of gases, right, we do in fact have to then assert that there is something else that would cause gases to then push either on the outside of the walls of a container, and then also to be able to create an inward vector, because they don't have an inherent inward vector.
Because honestly, I'll tell you what I lean towards, and anyway, we could, I guess, get into why or whatever, but I lean towards the conceptual idea that there's a higher pressure and there is a container, but there's a higher pressure and not a vacuum.
I understand what you're saying. Would that not seek to push into us? But then it could just be a cyclic.
It would. Couldn't that be where thunder comes from and other vibrations, varying pressures outside of the...
But that's what I wanted to say. It's like, that would be volumeric microstates of entropy. So you'd have a higher pressure system above us.
Also have some type of drag and resistance that causes lightning.
Yeah, of course.
The only accounts that we have, if we want to, we can't verify them, right? But the only literary accounts that we have to make any kind of logical conclusion and intellectually based upon these, accounts is that if you open the container, okay, and if it's a lower pressure, like a near vacuum, then our pressure is going to escape out and push outward. However, if it's a higher pressure outside of the container and you open it, it's going to come in. And the only account that we ever have had written is that the outside has actually came in. So I lead to believe, that leads me to think that there's a higher pressure outside of the container. And there is a container.
Let me say this then. The waters above, what would that be?
I was going to say that.
I knew you were.
Have you guys ever watched the Stargate series and seen like Stargate Atlantis, where they go through a Stargate and they're in a world underwater? It has a firmament and LCD screen that projects stars onto the sky, but it contains the waters from coming in and the air from getting out. It's Stargate Atlantis.
Yep.
Not sure. I know the show.
Well, the first episode, when they went to Atlantis, it was underwater.
Yep. They had to reactivate it.
So if we think about, like, if they're... Okay, so just speculating here and thinking about, this, how it's like a battery. There's an electrical nature, an electromagnetic nature of everything, and how water can conduct electricity, and it can create electrical charges as it moves through certain mediums and across certain areas or whatever. But if there is waters of higher pressure outside of the container, then that could very well affect. So anyway, it just like I haven't really finished any thoughts on that, but just thinking about the implications of what effects could come from that, and how it could affect the electrical nature of the Earth.
Yeah, it'd be an input energy from outside source.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think these hadron colliders, I swear to you, listen, I swear to you, I don't care what they say that they're doing with them. I don't believe none of the shit that they say. But I'm telling you, I do believe that they're placing them in certain locations based on their knowledge of the electromagnetic toroidal fields, and I believe that they're trying to manipulate and affect, because that, I believe, is what the nature of the electromagnetic toroidal fields and the waters, I believe, together combined, and probably whatever other energetic forces that are out there that we don't have any knowledge of, because we know that there's some that we can't manipulate, we can't measure, but they're there. They have to be, because it's been detected to be so. But whether you want to call it medium, the background medium, or whatever, but I believe there's placing those things in strategically in specific locations based upon their knowledge of the electromagnetic toroidal fields, and trying to manipulate it to cause it to release the container. And if the waters on the outside have anything to do with it, which it probably does. I mean, if that is indeed how it is, then the electromagnetism and frequencies would affect if they could, pass the energy through without penetrating, just pass the energy through. I'm thinking that the container probably would allow them to pass any energy through, let the energetic fields pass beyond the container. But if they could, I believe they would, try to manipulate the waters to try to, create bubbles or lift the waters to raise the container or move the container. Anyway, see, once we know that the Earth is flat and the world is not how they presented it to us, there is so much still to learn and to consider and to speculate about. It's interesting as hell. It's never ending, really. So why don't we have a speculation room anymore? I mean, we can go into chill chat anytime, but whatever. I understand that. But it's what made them? What made y'all get rid of the speculation room? Out of curiosity.
I don't really know. I think I got bored in that part of the meeting and maybe went to get snacks.
I hear you.
Yeah, I mean,
I was looking for it the other day to post the link in here, and I was like, "Wait, we don't have a speculation room no more."
Yeah, there was so much information in there. Did they just change the name of it?
Yeah, the name's been changed.
Delete it? Because if they just changed the name, then the information is still in the chat.
The information is still there, I believe.
What?
Well, it'd be chill chat then, wouldn't it? I don't know.
The learning curve.
Maybe. Yeah, Flat Earth Speculations. The learning curve. They just changed the name of the lobby. Okay, I see.
Then the information, because there's a ton of information, good info that's down there.
So what about this? This might be a little bit off topic, but there's some people that are saying that the deep underground military bases are lined up with the stars, like certain constellations.
Who knows? I mean, they could be. There's a lot of underground, large enough to be cities, allegedly. I've never been there to see them. And tunnel systems that have been there since the beginning. They've always been there. So they didn't even. So whoever put them there, and if the creator put them there and created the Earth like it, which I don't know if he created it that way, if the creator made it that way, or if some race or entity was able to make them. I don't know.
See, as far as I can tell, there was one of the writers had wrote about it and said that there are hollow places made for the souls of men until the
Sure.
resurrection happens. And what was his name? I can't remember the guy's name, but he claimed that he was part of this construction process and he had some fingers lasered off. He said they broke into a tunnel and it had smooth sides. It was a smooth, hollow place, and the people that were in charge told him, "You will seal that up, and you will not talk about that. That is not ours."
Yeah, I believe that it was created that way. To be quite honest with you, I don't think that. I mean, because it's so elaborate. There's so many of them, and it's all across the earth. Every culture, every nation has,
Yeah, you talking about that guy that said he was fighting aliens while they were digging underground tunnels?
Yeah.
The hell was his name? Bill
Schneider. Phil Schneider.
Yeah.
He said he lost his fingers in that battle. Now, you don't really think they're alien, do you?
Me? I don't believe in aliens.
What do you mean by alien?
The big-headed, weird-looking, reptilian-eyed creatures.
From
Not
outer
of this
space?
land?
From a far-off distant galaxy?
No, I think they're
from extra land?
Demons, the fallen angels, the ones that were chained in Tartarus.
Yeah, the fallen angels left their estate for our estate, so extraterrestrial could just mean extra land.
Yeah, and I also believe that there's races
of different living. Yeah, the Native Americans if you read that Blue Kachina prophecy, you'll see what the Native American believe about the many forms of life. Just a hint.
I'm going to. I haven't had time to yet. But
Hopi were Anishapeg too, or First Nation people. Hopi were said to be the First Nation people.
I happen to live on Hopi ancestral land.
Where do you live?
The Southwest, not too far from Mexico. The Crit Indian Reservation, which is Chimawave, Hopi, Navajo, and Mojave.
Uh-oh. Is my hot mic?
Huh?
Yeah, I got a good idea where you live. I used to elk hunt down by there.
You ever heard of Lake Havasu City, Arizona?
Yeah. Lake Havasu, yeah.
I'm an hour south from
I believe I've pretty much doxed myself already. Probably. I have. I just don't know if anyone's caught it.
I don't care if I dox myself. They can come on up to Michigan.
Hell yeah.
Ass whoopings are free up here. Come on up. Or we can be friends. It's all good.
What are they going to do? Order you pizza?
I'll be handing out prenups with my ass whippings.
Well, they can't do nothing to me. Anybody who works for a company or a high position job, I wouldn't say dox yourself on here because your employer might decide to fire you over this, but I am my employer, so I'm not really worried about it.
See, you should have nothing to fear if you've already been doxxed.
Yeah, try to find Mike Smith.
I'm still waiting for these guys to come down the street, but they won't. There's one way in, one way out.
Yeah, there's a lot of Mike Smiths in my my state.
I'm like spaghetti. What?
Yeah, all those tribes you're talking about, they're the Colorado River tribes.
Yeah.
They followed the river. They migrated. They didn't really call any one place home. They were seasonal homes.
In fact, if you look at all of the ancestral habitations of the Hopi, it follows the constellation of Orion, and they say that a spirit told them move to this location, then move to this location.
From the fourth world to the fifth, yes.
Yeah.
And they seen the destruction of the third.
Yep. Something that'll throw your cookie for a loop is American has nothing to do with Amerigo Vespucci. It has to do with the Peruvian serpent god, the flying serpent.
Americo.
Quetzalcoatl?
Yeah, but they in Peru they called it Amaru. So Amaru Khan is chief
Quetzalcoatl.
leader.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched that YouTube video too.
Well, this is from what is it? Manly P. Hall's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry.
I was gonna say
this is from an hour video also.
Esoteric knowledge
Productions
of the ages, right?
Yeah.
Knowledge of the ages. Yeah.
Secret teachings of the ages.
Yep. If you haven't read that Manly P. Hall, you should read it. You see how a Satanist or Masons go through and think they've decoded all the mysteries of the past.
Yeah, but they don't.
Yeah,
a lot of them don't even know what they're custodians of.
Yeah, it's just their interpretation.
I did the 8-hour audio book twice, and there's a YouTube channel that makes 1-hour little concise videos. And this was one of the topics. It was one of his latest videos. Was the origination of the name America, Lucifer, Ouroboros, serpent. Yeah, buddy.
And we have a stone here that's unique to North America and South America and Hispaniola. It's called serpentine or serpentine.
Well, you're definitely telling people where you live now, bro.
Yeah, Cincinnati. I just got back from looking at the Serpentine Wall here in Cincinnati.
Yeah. And like you tell some people that are not awake and they go, "You've lost your nut." Really? So if Columbus found it, how come it's not Columbia?
Right.
If Amerigo Vespucci discovered it, how come it's not called Vespucciland?
Well, I didn't think Amerigo Vespucci found it. I thought he surveyed it.
The Chinese were here before any Italian.
Yeah.
I'm not Chinese.
Now, see, I am not a Freemason, but my grandfather was, and I have a lot of books and paraphernalia.
Shriner?
There was a lot of...
Yeah, he was a Shriner.
In Kentucky.
Yeah, one of my granddads, my great granddads used to like hunt and execute actually Freemasons.
This cufflink, if you look at it, has rays coming out from the big G inside of the compass and the square.
Yep.
That right there represents the eye of Baal. The burning eye, whose eyelashes are like the rays of the sun.
Like Baal from the boat.
Baal.
Baal.
Oh no, I'm joking.
Baal.
I know.
It's
I know.
pronounced ball. Baller. Come on. I mean, yeah, I agree. If you have the resource, you can find it on the CIA website, a free PDF, the Encyclopedia of the Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall. And I urge everybody that has the time to research that book. Then you can identify who the liars in wait are.
Mm-hmm.
I burned his Shriner's hat.
I had a load of Freemason, gear and outfits and stuff like that I got from an auction accidentally, and we literally had to burn it because people in my house started to honestly act like they've never acted before in their lives. Yep. And that was the only correlation that we could see. So, we were just like, we weren't being actually fully paranoid or suspicious. It was something that someone, what's this? And then there was like, well, it was something we got at an auction and looked into it and was like, oh, this is a bit weird. And
I got something from it, the state sale once. I just took it down to their local charter and gave it all back to them. Didn't want nothing to do with it.
Me either. Yeah.
Who wants to play Monopoly?
I want to flip the table and end the game.
Oh,
say nobody owns the railroad.
Nice bit of Monopoly money there, dude. I like it.
Oh, bet.
Good shit, bro.
If you can zoom in on it, you can see underneath the signature, it says wayofthemaster.com. And then on the left side above that signature, it says this is not legal tender.
Way of the Master, that is Ray Comfort, right?
This note is not legal tender for all debts, private or public. Department of Eternal Affairs, Cleveland.
Yeah.
Can I get confirmation on whether that's Ray Comfort's site?
Ray Comfort, yeah. Way of the Master.
Look at the what do you call
it? www.wayofthemaster.com. Yeah.
Oh, wayofthemasterradio.com. My bad. Or you can go to www.livingwaters.com and get your own $1 million bill.
Like Living Waters.
It's $1 million question. Where's it at? Oh, yeah. The $1 million question. Will you go to heaven? Here's a quick test. Have you ever told a lie?
Oh my god, yeah, that's so good when he goes around doing that. I've seen people swing punches at him. No, I liked it when he started learning a little bit of self-defense, actually.
But if you look at the serial number, it's John 3:16 777.
Wow. I would not.
Okay, John 3:16, but what's the 777? And is the AZ Arizona? Is that like going to be? Is that like a location, like a coordinate or some shit in Arizona?
No, 777. 7's the number of God because 7 days.
How many times should I allow a person? How many times should I forgive a person? It also fits into that. 7 times 77.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. 7-fold 77.
Yep. How many times should you forgive someone? Yeah.
Infinite forgiveness.
33 times.
How can you be forgiven if you can't forgive yourself? That's the hardest one.
Yep.
Forgiveness can also be a selfish venture, right? Because
it can
always, because you don't just forgive people for their own good, right? We teach people things and we forgive them. It's a lot of the time it's for us, right? For ourselves.
Yeah, my grandmother told me that at a young age, you don't forgive. Forgiveness is for you, so you don't have to carry hate with you as baggage.
Amen to that, brother.
So you're not tied to a moment in time your entire life. Life is to be lived, not held on to. You don't hold a moment for a lifetime.
But isn't there some context there that leads it to be circumstantial? Like the person would need to.
No. In fact,
I forgive you.
Stand in
the rest,
conviction.
You get right with God.
I stand in rest conviction. You have to forgive even those that would harm children.
Yep.
It's not your soul; it's their soul. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll have to meet their maker and make amends for everything they did. That's you don't have to spend your lifetime. Life is a gift. What you do with it is up to you.
There's a line there though between forgiveness and I don't know what you would call it.
Oh no! The Bible says forgive, but do not forget. Yeah.
Yeah, allowing them to continue in there, like you don't allow them to keep offending you,
walking over you. Yeah.
Hell no.
You never forget. You forgive. You love the sinner, but hate the sin, which means you don't forget what they did. Which means you don't allow them an opportunity to do it again.
It's pretty strict too about calling. You're not supposed to call someone a fool.
Yes, that's one of my biggest ones. Like these foolish ballers. I mean,
well, saying that they're foolish or their ways are foolish is not it's a little different than I think maybe.
Well, yeah.
From calling him a fool.
Well, we got an example.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was just saying an example. Like only a fool brings a tree into brings a tree and decorates it in his house and adorns it in ornaments and stuff like this, right?
Yep. It's in there too.
Something about
Jeremiah.
Only fools rush in.
Oh, I love that song.
I thought you said the only fool is Russian. I was like, what?
Only fools fall in love?
No, they only fools rush in.
Wise man.
Why do birds?
Only fools rush in, but I can't help
having a stroke.
Falling in love with you. Never heard that song, Truth?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's what I was referring to.
I've never heard it. Remember that?
Oh shit! There's wind.
Shit, the wind.
Don't shit in the wind; it'll blow back at you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
think it's supposed to spit in the wind.
Computers
like that here too.
Only fool piss in wind.
And only
don't eat that yellow snow.
I can play some spades too, Truth. That'd be a good choice. I'm a spades playing motherfucker.
Yeah, and I believe that you and I would be good partners. Whether or not we would be good partners in anything else, who knows? But I do believe that we would be good partners in spades.
Spades burns down. So, ultimately, spades just burns down to the teams agreeing on numbers, getting to the next team.
Being able to read each other, being able to know each other. Yeah,
I like to play cards with my kids. We play hearts, spades. Your
partner leads out with something, it will tell you if you know them and know how they play. It will tell you how many they've got of that suit, or how many they don't have of that suit.
If you're trying to avoid it.
Last time we played that game, we set the other team in 4 hands.
Hearts is fun.
Yeah, I like hearts. I like to shoot the moon.
Yeah.
I like poker, man.
I'm pretty unbeatable in spades. It's like
Pretty unbeatable in poker.
Yeah, I pay
Spades,
a lot of attention when it comes to cards.
I never really. I've played a ton of poker. It's like growing up. That was like every Friday night, Saturday night, and all the way up to Sunday. Halfway through the day and Sunday, it was the family got together and played poker. However, it was different. It's not like going to a poker house. It's not like going to a casino. I mean, because it's fun, but still, I mean, we'd get pretty wild playing, and we were pretty hard on one another. But it was different because it was like quarter ante and a 75 cent limit raise or whatever. And
in the service, we used to play 2 cents a point for pinochle. I used to make a killing. You get guys in the hole, and then they want to play a nickel a point. Now they're in their next 2 paychecks.
But when you get games like Jacks or Better Trips to win, your pot would get pretty freaking high.
Blind baseball, 7 stud.
I still bet every card.
Loho Royon, 7-card Loho Royon.
Damn, truth knows.
7-card bag, that is, isn't it? 7-card blag. Is it the same thing?
I don't know what black means. Is that a UK thing?
It's probably the same game. No, it's a UK thing. No, it's a UK thing. A blag artist, right? A blagger, It's like a scam artist, but like not a scammer, but maybe like
hustler.
Someone who's got a way with the words.
You ever play Indian Sweat?
No, I don't personally know any Indians.
Battle.
All right.
Have I what?
Well, I mean, I'm asking you too. You said you didn't know. So I was, but Michael, have you ever played Indian Sweat poker? Like in
no.
Poker, as a poker game? It's just a fun.
You know where you put a card on your forehead?
Yeah, that's it.
When I go to Firekeepers, I play blackjack. That's a native casino. That's my
high stakes blackjack.
Look, Crack, do you even know what Loho Roll Your Own is? It's 7-card stud. Your lowest card in your whole card is your wild card.
3 down, 4 up, and you roll your own wild card.
Yeah, I think that's the same as 7-card blag, mate.
Well, it could be, except for black kind of implies that your lowest black card is your...
No, 7-card... No, 7-card blag. B-L-A-G. Oh. Sorry. I can't, my mic's so low that I have to shout. No wonder people think I sound aggressive all the time and I'm like being nasty. It's because my microphones are really shit.
No, I can hear you good. I just couldn't figure out what you were saying for sure. But does blag mean like a wild card or something? What does blag mean? What is a blag?
I think that is what it means, yeah. I guess a wild card. Like if you type in 7-card blag and then compare it and tell me if it's the same game or not.
Okay, well here's the one. Do you know this one? 3s, 5s, 9s, 1-eyed Jack and King with the axe.
Like, I didn't understand a word of what you just said.
It's a lot of freaking wild cards, but when you've got a lot of people play, it's pretty fun.
It sounds like blind baseball.
Yeah.
You ever played blind baseball?
No.
You ever played crab football?
You deal 9 cards out, 3s and 9s are wild jacks, 2, 3s, 9s, and jacks. You get an extra card with a deuce. So you just keep flipping them. You bet every card, and the highest hand wins 5 highest cards.
Let's see, there was 7-card no pick. I'm trying to remember all the different.
What about Village?
Woo! What about my Village?
No, have you ever played the game Village, the card game? You start off with 3 cards face down, 3 cards face up, and 3 cards as your hand.
Well, this sounds
and you always have to have a minimum of 3 cards.
I know. I'm glad someone else got that.
Sounds like a weekend for a weekend from the '90s for me.
Yeah.
It's a jailhouse game.
Bro. Oh my god! I hope it isn't.
Remember 359? It's a big jailhouse game.
Yeah, that's a jailhouse game. That's some gay shit.
No, that's
I once watched a guy get his damn head sawed off with a can lid for a 99-cent candy bar in the dam at Sterling, Colorado.
Because he stole it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I've seen a guy get his head smashed like a grape.
He went to the store guy. The store guy was doing, life without parole. This guy was getting ready to go home in 6 months.
People get jealous of that shit.
So dude was, finally going to ask for the debt to be paid. You're going home. Can you pay what you owe me? And ultimately, dude told him to fuck himself. So about a week later, he come back out to the day room with a can lid and cut the boy's head damn near off his neck. Looked like a Mexican YouTube video.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a fun place to be.
It was Sterling, Colorado. That's where they dude got out of prison and went and killed the director of prisons back in 2013. That was it, Sterling, Colorado. Right there where the Aurora shooter was. All that crazy shit. Denver's weird.
Man, I miss the good old days, man. It's just like, I think it's kind of killing me, really, because I think that's what's wrong with me. I'm just getting I'm not getting grumpy. It's just I don't have a reason to have patience anymore. It's just like, I just say whatever's on my mind. I don't. It's like, if you don't like it, it's whatever. And when people act dumb and stupid, it's like I don't have patience for it.
Fuck them.
Willful.
Like manipulative people, I don't have patience for. I don't know. It's like used to. I could, and
willfully ignorant people.
I felt like I had a reason to, because I'm so used to having such a large family and so many people that are like close knit and close to me in my life, and it's a little strange, a little odd, for the past, I don't know, I guess 6-7 years, just it's just me, man, and it's just me. When you're left to yourself, I mean, I'll tell you one thing though, the past 6 or 7, I have learned so much about myself. It's like I realized that I didn't even know myself.
Listen, I learned to know myself at a very young age because I had to deal with my own company massively. From the age of 7 years old, I was in a single parent household, and my mum became paralyzed from the waist down when I was 7. So you pretty much grow up pretty quickly. That's why a lot of people don't believe that I'm like 27. They're like, "What? You're 27?" Oh, yeah, just turned 27. In fact,
I would believe it. I don't know why that, because that's. I mean,
I act childish sometimes on purpose, right? But if you met me in real life and in a setting that wouldn't allow me to.
And you still got a little bit of that young. I know I just interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. I've got a bit of lag going on. I feel like, so I don't know. I feel like I'm talking over people a lot. So
I totally talked over you.
Well, no, I'm just saying that like you said, I do have that young sort of playfulness side about me, but I don't know. I feel like Battlemod sort of still has that as well. It's just that his jokes aren't as current and relevant as mine.
You call me a boomer, punk? Hey, I'm with truth, man.
Listen, if you're a boomer, dude,
when I started this journey, there were so many of us. I'd go to a family reunion on the side of a mountain. There'd be thousands of militants.
Yeah, man. We don't even. Yeah, we had those. I was like, go to the lake.
And as we get older, it thins out. And the people we're left to deal with, we really have nothing in common with.
Yeah.
And they're so liberalized, politically correct.
Yeah,
I don't have no filter.
And you have those family reunions, and all your folk family comes. That's the best shit ever, man.
Yeah, see, I have no filter, and I refuse to filter it. They try to filter me with political correctness and liberalism, and that doesn't work. So they bring along COVID and filter me with a fucking mask. Then they get pissed off when I don't wear it.
Why would you wear a mask?
I don't.
Let me tell you something. When I get around someone who's wearing a mask and they're breathing, you see that mask like blowing in and out and in and out, and they've been breathing on it all day. I don't even want to get close to them because I don't know what kind of shit they have growing inside that mask. I feel like they're threatening me because they're wearing that damn
psilocybins.
Under mine is a good beard.
They got psilocybins mushrooms growing in their mask and shit.
I wish. I'll be going around rolling.
Well, some people got shit for breath, so mushrooms grow in their cow turds. Why not?
Shit, they call me Robin Mask, not Robin Hood.
Same thing with vaccines. I don't want to be near people who get vaccines because I don't know what the fuck. Half these vaccines have dead viruses in them. I don't know how dead those viruses are or whatever they use.
Yeah, they said the genetic codes that are sequenced to knock. Sorry. I knew I was talking over here.
They can spread the flu through the flu shot. Easy.
Well, this thing that they're calling this thing that they're releasing, this vaccine they're releasing for everyone to take, it's not even one. It's just
not, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't even it just totally. It has the replicase gene. It's just to reprogram your DNA. It's not even. Even if vaccines were even if they were effective, and they're not, we know they're not, right? But
this wouldn't be one of them.
They were not one.
Yeah.
Oh, did you hear what happened to Zuckerberg?
No.
He was recorded in a meeting, and basically he says, "Yeah, none of my employees will take the vaccine because we're not sure what will happen when we modify people's DNA." And then he goes and he makes a policy to where they're going to ban anybody that says vaccines modify DNA. So technically he would have to ban himself.
Well, not if he doesn't say it on his platform.
Are you saying he's a hypocrite?
Yeah.
Almost like a fascist. Do as I say, not as I do.
Damn straight. That's kind of like what parents are, right? Parents are fascists.
Yeah.
They always say that.
Thankfully,
I got a question for anybody. You've got a sec. I've been debating this guy on this other channel, and I'm trying to look for the best example of the Aristophanes sticks and shadows experiment working on a flat Earth just as well as it does on a globe.
I can literally give you citations from the scientific bodies that they actually appeal to themselves that show that it will work. Either it might just show that it's a presupposed. Yeah, wait there. Live stream voice text 1 second. Let me get my citations.
Appreciate it. I'll post an argument actually that I just had with this guy like 2 nights ago. It's kind of entertaining. I mean, it's one thing just not to know or not to want to know, but then when you're, I don't know. I wish it's weird because he seemed to be more objective before. Like my first argument with him was him trying to convince me that we must be in a VR. All evidence points to us being in a virtual reality. And I, argued with him about that, and now he's like defending the ball as if he's, more knowledgeable of the conversation than we are. And we've been hanging out with this guy for a year, and it's like, where have you been?
Dude, what's your name? What's your name?
Sorry?
Dave. What's your name,
by the way? New Perspective.
Okay, that's the only one I've got on Aristosthenes. And that other one is a good one, too.
Here you go.
I have the one with Carl Sagan, and I couldn't find the others right away, so I knew I can't place.
There you go.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. I want to send it to him. Yeah, I'm looking for the video.
There's a picture. There's a video that Truth sent, and then there's a picture. Then there's a Jennifer Elisha Mitchell Scientific Society observation data and scientific verification. And it's from the Department of Psychology, University of North Carolina. It talks about the abstract, and then if you carry on going down, it even goes into different people from different places as well. And then also this month in physics history as well. And then here is an excerpt from this month in physics history. The Earth is known to measure about 24,900 miles around the equator, slightly less around the poles. Aristophanes had made the assumption that the sun was so far away that its rays were essentially parallel, that Alexandria is due north of Syene, and that Syene is exactly on the Tropic of Cancer. So if you look into it enough, you know that.
Oh, I know, I know it. I just couldn't find.
No, I know you know it. I know you know it. You just need something that backs it up from an authority that they might fucking listen to, right?
He's not even aware that there is that option. Experiment. It's been done by all these college kids all the time.
I like that one, the animation on Aries failure. That's a good one. I like that one. It's a good one.
Yeah.
To save and hang on to.
Yeah, I have a whole folder saved for this guy because he thinks that flat earthers don't know physics, and it's just, I can't believe I'm starting at ground zero. He thinks everything's a psyop, so he even thinks flat Earth is a psyop still. But I think it's a little deeper than that for people at some point. They decide they don't want to know.
If you're talking about the shape of the Earth or the way the Earth measures, it's like, for one, it's not even a physics question, measurement question.
No, you're just saying this guy thinks that flat earthers don't understand physics at all.
Yeah. I'm posting the argument I had with him 2 nights ago. It gets pretty funny.
I mean,
starts calling me a faggot.
Yeah, I know, but if he's talking about the way the Earth measures, and then the guy says that, like, that's his response to the way the Earth measures.
It's just so silly. The sticks in the ground, that's good enough for you, really? The sticks in the ground. And we're saying that it works on both possibilities. So
we'll just say to him as well, how far away? Say to him, how far away did Aristophanes also state that the sun was? Because he was actually wrong on his estimation.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then not only that,
wasn't it?
Yeah, well, or further away, I can't remember. Neither here nor there. And then also just say, well, if I can just show you one instance where light rays are not parallel as they enter the Earth, then that would also falsify the idea that parallel rays are essentially the cause, because we could just assert then, okay, well, crepuscular rays occur maybe once or twice, and even if they only occur once, then that's enough to simply state that actually parallel rays could be actually the, not the rule, but actually the, not what we see all the time, but actually they could be the anomaly, right?
Right. Yeah.
Just by showing one anomaly.
The thing is that in that video I just posted, we were talking about the speed of the rotation, and of course he was going with right off the bat, that it must be that one rotation is relatively slow, and then I explained to him if you're going around a racetrack, and you're going to try to make it around in 5 minutes, you're going 100 miles an hour. And then if you wanted to stay at 100 miles an hour, then the racetrack would have to get a lot bigger for it to make it a half hour or an hour or 24 hours. But you're still going 500 miles an hour. Now, if it's 1,000 miles an hour, you're going around the circumference of the Earth once in a day, yes, but that doesn't make it any slower. And he couldn't get off of that. And he's like, all the vectors, they spiral. They go into a spiral. You take the sum of the vectors, and they
well, then say to him, wait there. So what he's trying to assert there is that somehow we are on the outside of a gyroscopic anti-G-force dispensation. So what he's trying to say is basically we exist in the inside of a gyro, when actually we clearly exist on the exact outside of something that isn't even anywhere near analogous to a gyroscope at all. So if you say, dude, if you were trying to assert that we have a gyroscopic nature of the Earth with these different vectors, you are an idiot, because we're on the outside of said gyro, as it were, anyways, which would actually make this exponentially worse, right? And then another part of that is talk about the vestibular system and the canal systems of the ear, right?
Yep.
And how they detect angular motion.
You'll hear me say the vestibular mechanism. It's just fun because we're usually talking about all kinds of stuff, and he's been around for quite a while now, and he didn't even know who Nathan Oakley was a minute ago. So I sent him the Mick West episode, which was a big turning point in the whole conversation, when he had to admit that the radius was an assumed value and then changed his metabunk calculator based on that debate.
May I ask who you're talking to in this video?
Sorry. His name's Nick. He goes by Nick Research, but I think he just changed Nick back to.
Well, I just meant, like, is he anybody that's like a prominent glober? What's his profession?
No. He just wants to. He really thinks that he just wants to know the truth. He doesn't think that he's trying to be a show or anything like that. He just assumed that flat Earth was a psyop, but I think that he wants it to be, so that he doesn't have to go deeper with the whole idea that it might be something deeper that we're in. I don't know. Okay. But he's also open enough to take. He likes to argue, not just to win the argument, the way it seems in this video. At other times, he's a lot more reasonable, which I couldn't understand. He's very skeptical of a lot of things. The thing that makes the least sense, he's not skeptical at all about. At least these days, I don't know. Anyway, thanks for the info. I appreciate it. Yeah, there's some funny bits in that. Somebody was playing.
Can you send that to my DMs? Can you send it to my DMs?
That hangout? Sure.
To Crack Villain. That would be good.
Yeah, I appreciate listening to you. I've been tuning in for sure, bro. You're kind of actually, you kind of picked up on this quickly, right? Didn't I hear you were only a year in or something, maybe? Or is that somebody else? How long have you been?
FE.
FE.
I'm probably one of the oldest FE guys in here.
I'm 27. Really? Okay. I'm confused.
I'm 27, but I've always been a geocentricist. Always, my whole life.
Oh, really? Wow. Were you taught that by your family?
Well, yeah, I was told, I was raised sort of with my parents saying that the idea that we live on a system where, we revolve around the sun and not the opposite, is retarded at best.
Right. Awesome. That's great.
Yeah.
Were they privy to that through some kind of researcher, or just on their own common sense?
I would say some of it comes from Samuel Rowbotham.
Okay.
Yeah, I was brought up reading those sort of books and stuff like that.
Did they have faith? Did they have a certain faith, or were you?
No, not always actually. In fact, no. So, my father definitely not so much. Definitely before he died, yes. Not that it was related to him dying, his faith, him gaining faith or anything like that. Actually, but yeah. So, my mum definitely has a very, very strong faith. But before she even had a faith, I remember her telling me, look, when they talk to you about gravity in school, you don't have to accept this as a truth. There is no validation of science. They cannot establish a cause and effect relationship. So you don't have to accept this as a truth. There are many, many, many potential causes for the effect that we see of this agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second.
Did you used to go by a different name?
I have been on this. To be honest, I have been on Discord before, yes. And I did used to go by a different name at one point.
I just don't remember seeing you around, and I watched probably the first 1,000 episodes of Nathan Oakley. Maybe I just thought you had a different name in there. Or I don't know.
I'm not. This isn't Nathan Oakley's room, but I've been on.
No, I know that. Oh, I know that.
But I've
I'm
been
just
in
saying from like
few,
back in the day.
Oh no, right, yeah, no. So Nathan Oakley's. I know a few of the people involved in that through Facebook and stuff like that.
But you knew it was flat your whole life. I bet this was like a dream come true.
Not flat. Listen, not flat my whole life, right? So I'm not saying I never looked at it as potentially a globe. I saw so many issues with inside of the heliocentric model. I was taught it was a geocentric, stationary Earth. Okay?
Like a ball, just like a ball that's stationary.
Not necessarily taught it was a ball. I was never really taught about the shape. Right, this is the point. It was like it was neither here nor there, right? It is what it appears to be, right? But there were no exact specific claims of the surface or anything like that.
Which could only be level stationary because that's what
there you go.
It just wasn't. It just the thought process wasn't completed for it.
Yeah. It never, and then I got to like 2012, 2013, 2012, 2013, and that was it. Then to me, I was fully, I was FE.
Right. Yeah, it's a realization. That's why it's never going to die, because it's not like a choice. Like they try to make it seem, believing one thing or another. It's not that, and that's the only thing that I can hope to get through to people if I have an input that makes a difference. Is that one is a belief, and the other is just your observation of reality. Which if you're sitting on a chair, you don't need to believe you're sitting on a chair.
Exactly. One's objective reality, and the other is contrary. Actually, is a claim contrary to what we objectively, experience it with our senses.
Right. It's the default experience that is your reality, and there's no reason to assume anything other than that. Now that we know that the whole spinning ball Earth thing is totally fucking stupid, but brilliant. It's so brilliant. In fact,
it's very well done. It's one of the best trolls ever.
It's amazing. It's unbelievable because they make the lie so big, of course, that people would just never question whether it would be. But then they're doing a poor job of it on purpose just to gaslight everybody with their harnesses on the ISS, and it's just like that's how much power they have.
Well, the occult never gain any enjoyment out of tricking people fully. You have to give someone at least a chance,
exactly.
Right?
It's duper's delight. They have to have that. It's part of their wicked witchery.
Yeah, sure. Buddy. Yeah, nice talking to you.
And it's the way they justify it.
I don't think I've spoken to you before.
I think I might have been on a couple times when you were on, but maybe you were muted or something. But I'm old school. I used to hang out with Issa a lot at Flat Earth Court.
ISA? Issa?
Yeah, Issa.
He's dope. Oh, I love him.
Yeah, he's cool. His shit is, his music's really good, actually.
Yeah, I like his music. It's my style, man. I love reggae music.
Welcome to the Show is like the theme song for a long time, I think.
Bro.
Flat Earth, It's so perfect, because we don't know if we're part of the show or not, especially back in the day, it's like people were talking about something that basically is calling out one of the biggest, branches of military as fraudulent, which is scary when you're like, only one of a handful of people that are doing it. A little bit more, especially if there seems to be kind of like a threat going on. They try to scare people off, it seems at one point. And then, it's just strange that it even happened and why it's happening, and whether they're a part of it or whether we're playing into their hands. I don't know. Like they could use this truth to sell us more lies, is what I'm thinking.
I'm telling you, beware of the ones wearing a mask. They'll make you sick.
Yeah, there you go.
Straight. Truth prevails, knows.
But my gut tells me, man. It's like when I get around them, it's even if I don't think about it, it's like my intuition. I intuitively know not to stand close to them.
Don't come close to me. Thy glove is mine.
Don't stand
so close to me. Don't stand. Message in a bottle.
Are you on some of the rapping too? Do you participate in some of the mixes?
I'm currently, I am currently making a song at the moment, but Kimo wants to do one with me as well. The area where I live flooded really badly, my whole house was flooded. Like my PC got completely, all my PC and my equipment got broken. So I was away for like 2 months, mate. Yeah. But yeah, no, I'll definitely be jumping on that as soon as I can. I've got my friend who lives up the road from me. He's got a studio, and I'm really at the minute because we're on a lockdown. It's a bit difficult, but I'm really trying to figure out a way for us to do that.
Have you done some of that before?
Yeah. I've made tracks before. So yeah.
Cool. Do you have a channel that you post shit on at all?
I've got one. I actually have a music video and a cover of a cover. But it would completely dox the fuck out of me, and I'm not willing to do it.
Oh, that's fine.
Because I'm in the music video as well. So I made the music video in I'd say about 20 minutes. It was for a competition for quite a famous band, in fact, and we actually won the competition in the end.
Oh, now you're just teasing us. Jesus, everyone's going to be so curious.
It was actually terrible, the music video. Everyone else was just so much shitter.
You know what's funny? I was looking into that guy that was on last night, Harry Key. You know that walking eggshells dude?
Yes.
I tuned into his live stream I think you were debating him or asking to debate him with evolution and stuff. And I couldn't stand him when I was hearing him just on the thing, but then I looked at his channel. Yeah, of course he does. But I'm wondering who he is, and he's done commercials, he's been an actor, he's actually
he's somebody, he's an elitist, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
No, he is. I know who his father is.
The party line. Oh, you do?
His father's a very in the world of flight. I'm not going to give his dad's name away because I don't actually want to box him.
You're not going to tell us your band video. You're not going to tell us.
Well, because I've got honor. I've got honor. So
no, I understand. That's good. That's cool. Yeah.
He asked it to not be revealed.
How did you find that out? Did he tell you?
I already knew who his dad was. I was already subscribed to. Listen, when he came in here, day dot, he came in. I was the first person to talk to him, right? A couple of months back, and I was like riding on eggshells. I was like, I'm subscribed to your YouTube channel. I said, you go around with your wife, don't you? Riding motorbikes. And he's like, oh my god, dude, bloody hell, mate. He's like, nice to meet you,
right?
And then a little while later, he mentioned some record flights, basically, at a pilot, and I was like, and he said, yeah, it's my father who did these flights, and I said, yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about, because if you've ever gone to air shows and stuff like that before, certain people are heralded as sort of heroes and shit, right? And his dad is one of those guys, right? So he's invested in this, put it that way, and it being true. Because for some reason, I feel like he feels like his father's profession is somehow sullied.
Right.
Which
the M. Scott Beach of the acting world, right?
Yeah. The M. Scott Beach of the acting world. M. Scott Beach is like, the guy writing the story.
Right.
Well, no, that's funny because he acts and he does adverts, and Beach writes screenplays, right?
Yeah, he produces stuff too. Yeah.
Maybe they're the same guy. An American one.
They're both actually really likable people, except for their
indeed
and their weirdness.
Yeah, I feel like he darts around. That's why I try and question him a bit about it, because I feel like it's harder for him to dart around questions that I ask him over the Americans, because he can play more word games than the Americans because the language difference. That's all it is. Not that I have some superior intellect over him.
Well, I don't like. I'm not going to say I don't like the person M. Scott Beach, right? Because I don't want to say that I don't like anyone, But his ways, I don't trust him, and I wouldn't I don't. And I'll tell you why. I guess I'm just going to say that I don't like the man, because it was over a year ago. I watched him in a video. He was on a video. I don't know if it's he was having a conversation with somebody, and they were talking about flat earthers, and they were talking about how they didn't understand why this and didn't whatever, how they do. Well, as he was doing that, he went into this conversation. He said, yeah, he goes, it's like a mental illness. Flat earthers, they have a mental illness, and it's like when he started referring to flat earthers as having a mental illness, it's like that's one of the the ways that the mainstream will like say that we're dangerous, or it's just like it's some of those mainstream tactics, right? When they start using them, when I hear I'm very leery of the person after that. But when he, referred to flat earthers as having a mental illness, and then they went on to talking about mental illnesses and how they, mental illnesses were dangerous and shit. It's like I've not trusted him ever since, and I've not liked him ever since. So,
yeah,
that's my opinion. For what it's worth.
Listen, they're not very good psychologists, aren't they? Because one of the most prominent members in there, right, in fact, who's apparently a glober, is actually a flat earther, and none of them know that. Because none of them have been able to tell. Why? Because it's so easy to represent the arguments of the globe. Because all you have to do is misrepresent arguments of the globe and reality. You just speak from bullshit, and then you pass the test of a glober. You are a glober, right? So, and none of them, obviously, I'm like, someone in there is 100% FE, right? And it pretends not to be. I know this for a fact. In my opinion, obviously, that's my opinion. But
who did you say is FE and is?
I'm saying in that channel, there is somebody who's a globe earther who is quite prominent, I believe, right? I believe to be FE. Okay.
Used to be.
No, I believe that they are FE. I believe they have been FE the whole time, and they're pulling the wool over their eyes, and it's quite funny.
Oh, I think
there's
most of the prominent globers need to be, they have common sense, right? So they know the answer. They're just there to argue the other side.
Yeah, and they feel like they're too deep to switch, right? They're too deep to switch.
Either that, or they're.
I feel like co-shows.
Like they've got an
maybe
invested interest the same way Veach and this guy do.
I feel like right. So I think Kosho and Zanuck are probably both of them are probably FE.
Oh yeah, when they're in total denial mode, and they're just like, when you can tell when they're obfuscating the conversation to win the argument rather than to actually decide what makes sense. When they go off the track and decide that they're not going to try to make sense, they're only going to try to win the argument by ad hom or whatever it is, then you know that there's something else going on, whether it be total cog dis or, some ulterior motive. It doesn't matter. It's hilarious. It's just so funny because most everybody in the world still thinks this.
You mean when they're being dishonest? When they start being dishonest?
Yeah, when they're being strategic about their argument rather than trying to figure it out with you.
How bad do I sound on this mic?
You just sound a little bit more like echoey than before, but it's not like an issue whatsoever, Drew. Right, listen. If it was an issue, I'll tell you straight away. I'm not afraid of you.
Sometimes when I'm like, I don't have my headset on and I'm doing something, but I want to make it whatever, it's just easier just unmute and speak through my laptop. So this is what.
Yeah. Crack on.
Truth Prevails is like the coolest chick ever. I can tell that already. You're just like a homie. You're like hanging, Like you remind me of a lot of my friends that I've had over the years. Cool chicks. You were mentioning somebody that
I think the first time I spoke to Truth Prevails, like the first time, I believe we spoke for literally 19 hours straight or some stupid shit.
Well, we sat, me and Battlemod, and I think there may have been a couple of, we sat in chill chat about a year ago, I think, or almost a year ago for, I don't know how many hours, but yeah, here not too long ago we did. I don't know about 19 hours, though. It's a good, it could have been, but I think it was more like maybe 12, 14. Could have been.
You mentioned the Marlena effect, right?
Marlena?
Yeah. You kind of remind me of her, too. Yeah, I used to talk to her back in the day. She's from an Indian tribe, right?
Yeah, chick's got some knowledge, and
yeah, she does.
Trying to extort it. I've been trying to extort it from her, but I can't. I've never, well, I wouldn't say extort it, but I've been trying to
extract maybe.
I haven't really been trying, but I've had intentions to, and I've talked to her about it a while ago, but I've never gotten up with her, and I never followed through with it. I have an issue of following through with shit, to be honest with
you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's like I think it's just laziness, just to be
well,
quite frank.
It's a preoccupation with procrastination.
Yeah. Yeah, I procrastinate. Procrastination, man. So
I remember her talking about how her tribe always talks that the whole idea of the turtle's shell being the representative of the Earth was never that the Earth was on the back of a turtle shell, literally, but that the pattern of the turtle shells, is like the different ponds. Like that's kind of like an outer ponder thing, yeah. We're one pond, and there's all these other ones, like a cell Earth almost.
As well, like the idea of the toroidal field as well, I feel like is something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That not that it. Go ahead.
No. I was finished. Truth. Carry on.
I was just agreeing with you, man. I was agreeing with you about the, not that it was like the outer little ponds, but it was, representative of like the toroidal fields within the, the one big pond or whatever.
I know you're saying.
Toroidal fields from where and why?
The electromagnetic toroidal fields.
Okay.
We can measure.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is great. Yeah, man.
And
that's what's so cool about
that pretty much like is probably one of the biggest secrets that they don't want us to know about because it could be manipulated or used to our advantage.
Exactly. And what better way to hide it from us than to tell us the Earth is a
Yeah.
That is why Einstein is such a prick, right?
Well, when you think about it, it could have gone with just telling us it was flat and that we're inside a dome and there's no way to get out and God is real and he's going to fuck you up if you don't do exactly what he says. We could have lived that life. So I guess there's a little trade-off.
Well, no. I mean, just doing away with the ether. I mean, like this idea, Michelson, Morley, and Sagnac, going back to that. So what I'm trying to get at here is that the issue is how many people just sort of, when you do away with this idea of the ether, maybe the ether is a misnomer and is a miscategorization of a potential phenomena observed, right? But what I would say is that even if it was, then how do we get to the correct categorization of said phenomena? We don't if we do away with the phenomena in and of itself and then inculcate it into a different observable thing that is actually nothing to do with the original observable fucking thing. Therefore, it gets hidden, and therefore the secrets therein that lie within it get hidden. And it's like, you motherfuckers.
It almost seems like. Go ahead.
I was just gonna, comment on the ether thing. I look at it like this: like there's kind of like a paradoxical view of it because, in my mind, anyway, because it's like the ether is, if you think of it like the background medium, it exists it exists to intertwine and to connect all the other energetic fields and to keep them stable and keep them emotional or whatever, but it's also because of the way it is, because we can't manipulate it and we can't it can't be affected. It's there. It can't be affected. So that makes it kind of like, well, we can't affect the ether. It's been detected, but it's never been manipulated as far to my knowledge anyway. But
I would say that we don't, maybe that, listen, so this is why half is a big issue, right?
Well, let me just finish this out because it's like with the because if it gets broken up,
I know
the idea gets lost. But with the ether not being able, like it's there, it's like the weakest force because it actually does it's not a force that causes anything or does anything. However, or not that we know of, or if it does, it's minuscule compared to the other energetic forces. But at the same, so it makes it like the weakest, but at the same time, because it's the one that we can't manipulate, the one that we can't harness, the one that we can't like manipulate and identify and say here it is or whatever. We can't quantify it. Let's put it that way. We can't quantify, the ether. So that makes it also the untouchable one, which in turn makes it the most powerful one, right? It overpowers us because we can't control it, and the other ones we can gain control, we can manipulate, even though there's they can have some strength to them. So in that sense, but anyway, it's like I went into too much trying to explain that. I have a very hard time.
No, that's good. I get what you're trying to do. I see what you're saying. It's like it's kind of like one of those ominous force or mediums that it's hard to define and quantify, for sure. I think it could be connected to the stars directly. In fact, there might be something to that as far as their effect on the energetic forces here.
Well, it's like, okay, so think about within all these energies and within our realm of, I mean, you can take, say you take, how they'll take two cells and they can like divide them, or they can, hit them with an electrical charge, but they can't like put the information into them. They can't like create life, right? So to me, it's like the information, the code, and it's like all of it would be, in my view, it would be within the ether. Like without the ether, there would be no life.
Yeah. Okay. So what I would add to that is like, so there are factors that can affect, let's say, like migration of nucleic acids, right? So, but this is to do with DNA being phosphoresced, I think it is, or phosphoresced. I can't remember anyway, it's to do with like voltage. It also states about like ionic strength of the buffer and the concentration of the intercalculating dyes, such as ethidium bromide, if used during electrophoresis. So like synthesis. But anyway, there are factors that affect electrophoresis. So factors affecting electrophoresis include characteristics of the ion or molecule itself, the environment, which is the buffer in which the molecule or ions are being studied, and these applied and the applied electrical field. These factors specifically affect migration rates of molecules in the sample during electrophoresis, or whatever you want to call it, right? So,
could you post whatever you're reading or whatever you're referencing?
Yeah, I can.
I'm going to have to write down all these words, go back and listen to it again.
Yeah. So then there's where you have like among the macro factors, right? So the inadequate human and economic development of an origin or country, demographic increase in urbanization, wars, dictatorships, social factors, and environmental changes are the major contributors to migration itself. Okay, so those were factors that would cause an issue again with that. Well, there are factors the same with the idea of the migration of, let's say, nucleic acids, right? And then again, let's say, what are the factors that potentially affect actual migration patterns themselves based on the toroidal field and the electromagnetic field itself? Well, again, it could basically be things like heat. It could be that there's a cyclic, another cyclic clock that goes around, right? Obviously, what I'm talking about here a minute ago are macro and then bigger sort of things that have factors that affect the same sort of cyclic motions. But what you're talking about with like manipulating it, right? Well, this is the other thing, is that the toroidal field itself, and then us as individuals, and talking, let's say, about we talk about how illnesses are created inside of us. We have harmonic resonance frequencies. The Earth has a natural frequency, which I believe is between like, I believe it's between, is it 14 to 20 hertz?
7 point.
The Schumann resonance, yeah.
4 something.
Whatever. Yeah, it's something like that, to up to 20, and it buffers right between. This is why people have a big issue with 5G, because it's like 33 to like 50, right, or some shit. So when we look at this and we go, right, there's a book that came out that's about the electric universe. Maybe not the electric universe, might be the electric world. I can't remember the name. But when I was talking about, obviously, when we're talking about the acids, this is like how electric is affecting these things on a smaller scale and a chemical reactions and stuff like this, right? And all of this. But what about on a bigger scale, when we start to then add into the whole of the biology of a society, right? And the culture in and of itself, and how that culture is affected by technologies, and how these technologies in and of themselves now actually start to create extra fields of electromagnetism that in essence go along with the Schumann resonance and actually buffer it to be higher. So the Schumann resonance in, I believe, in London is like 33 at all time, right? Which is a weird number, right? But what does that say if
Where?
Wait, in London, yeah.
Only London?
In London, that's I'm saying. That's an example. It's supposed to be anywhere between a number lower than 20 and 20. Okay, for the whole world. But the resonance of that area is actually always at 33 or above. But what I'm trying to get is, so with Great British Rail, right? They released a segment of it in a small area. This book goes into great detail about this. I'll have to find the book. There's a great detail about this, and it was an 8 miles squared radius, right? A radius of 8 miles squared around. Okay, where illnesses exponentially went up by, I believe by like 400 or 500%. It may even be 5,000%. We're talking about extreme increases in illness. We don't know whether or not this has anything to even that goes towards some of the very old illnesses that really fucked our country up in England, right? So, but the issue is that they stopped doing this, and that was why it became Great National British Rail. Because they said, we can't do this segment by segment. We can't have this electronic field unleashed around the country segment by segment, because there would be a clear derivable path. Almost like a train, crashing into every person's face as it goes along England. You would be able to go, well, there's the squashed heads. They started here, and there's the squashed heads at the end. That's where it ended. But if you release it as a Great National British Railway Corporation, then guess what? No one's going to be able to denote the cause of the effects we're seeing within illness. But the very first small sample size definitely points towards it being a problem. Well, is that affecting the Schumann resonance of the whole Earth? Well, I would say it wouldn't matter, because we experience in real time, us as human beings, the Schumann resonance. Well, if that's been affected locally, meaning we are also experiencing other resonances and frequencies, therefore that harmonic frequency, it doesn't matter, it's neither here nor there. It is now being coagulated. It is being mixed.
Well, check this out. So if, there was there's a lot there. One, about the, yeah,
Sorry.
I'm just gonna try to keep on track to where I can hit on all of it and still go back and finish up the thing that I was saying about the ether as well. So this is like a lot. And so with the 5G, they're rolling it out, and they've got it on steroids trying to roll it out. And yeah, it's gonna. We already know they've already done experiments, and yes, they've manipulated the variables and all that shit, right? It was true experiments, and they know that the 5G is like detrimental to life, to us, right? Anything that needs oxygen, because it just it prevents your body from being able to absorb the oxygen at certain strengths. And then if you increase the strength, then it'll actually boil your skin. It will burn you. It will cause you so much pain that no one can withstand it. It's like that's why they use it in the military, active denial system, the ADS, and the same frequency. They just and if you've looked at the power lines, how much power they're supplying these towers that are going to be emitting this 5G with. So they may not be using that much strength at this time. But once they get a tower every 500 feet like they want, And even on my street, this is like in the most, conservative town. I mean, they've already cut all the tall trees down on my street. They did this.
Same.
They did this
Same.
during this shutdown. So
Same.
and you see these, and you see them rolling out the trucks and they're working all hours of the night everywhere. So once they get this how they want it, it's like while they're doing this, then they've got everybody focused on something that could make you sick and it could make people start dropping dead and could mutate and this and that and other. So when they roll it out and it starts killing people, it's like, well, COVID's doing it, not 5G. And then nobody thinks anything about it because why? Because only conspiracy theorists talk about 5G as if it's something bad. And only conspiracy theorists don't believe that COVID is dangerous. Well, they're going to say, see, COVID is killing people. They're dropping dead. And you're like, no, it's the 5G. You're just effing conspiracy theorists, So that's how it's going to go down. And that's why they've done it this way. So as far as the 5G and shit, okay, so anyway, and then when you come to like the Schumann resonance, the Schumann resonance, it's like.
Can I say one thing? Just to be clear to everyone listening, what are the actual the medical symptoms of radiation poisoning? Just to be clear, and what is it you die from when you get the flu? Is it pneumonia and is it myocarditis? I'm pretty sure when you get radiation poisoning, you get something called pneumonia notice and myocarditis.
Pneumonia is a form of coronavirus.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
The symptoms of radiation sickness are the exact same symptoms. And I mean pneumonia notice and myocarditis.
Yeah, there's even like studies that show every pandemic. Every pandemic's kind of come around the same time as a
I'm just saying,
shift.
I'm just saying, hey, it's so easy to hide it within their truth because obviously, right? 5G or not this 5G. I'm saying radiation sickness and flu symptoms and pneumonia or myocarditis. Pneumonia notice and myocarditis again. They're the same thing. You get the same things from both things.
Well, yeah, we know that, but try convincing.
Right, let's carry on. Sorry.
And then once they make anyone who does speak out as the enemy and as dangerous people, it's like to try to convince them. It's not even it won't even be worth it at that point because we're doing it now when we're not considered so much as the enemy and they don't even listen. Okay, so but back to the Schumann resonance thing. So it's not okay. If you think of like the heavens and the stars and the sun and the moon, right? This system that is creating the electrical charges and bringing and the controlling, and because I do believe that the stars also play a role in it because each one of them have their own frequency, and when they line up, in certain ways together, they create a different frequency, and it's like as they turn, I think it's like that they kind of like sort of govern things as well as frequencies that affect us, as far as our emotions and things like that, which is why you have the different zodiac signs if you're born
interpretations,
and so forth. But so you've got everything coming down from above, and it's creating like this pressure in the ether, and all of this stuff. And that's another thing about the ether. All this stuff couldn't. Well, I'll finish that up in the end because I don't want to get off this. But okay, so you got everything up above turning and creating these different energetic fields, whether it's electrical, whether it's electrostatic, whether it's electromagnetic, whether it's just sound frequency, light frequency, just the different vibrational frequencies. And like it's coming down, it's creating a pressure downward and a current that is flowing towards the earth. So it's like a current, and it's like, think of a current like as in water current. If you throw something into water current, it's going to follow the water current at the speed that the water is flowing. It's kind of like that's kind of like the speed at which things go
9.8 meters per second.
Yeah, and so you got these. It's like the current, and then you also have pressure. So and then other things add to that, and then we get the the inward, sideways, inward pressures, that can be created with things like, water vapor and stuff like that. So, and the heat, the thermodynamics. But then you've got the pressure also created going downward, okay, which is pushing against the pressure that the earth creates with the Schumann frequency and the, electromagnetic energies that are coming up from the earth, right? And so it comes up, and there's there's a certain like boundary at which there's a certain like threshold at which the Schumann resonance will extend to.
Yes.
Right. So that's the amount of pressure that it can like push upwards. And so you have this area where they both meet, and it makes this, it's like this, I don't know, call it a freaking sweet spot. I don't know what you would call it, but it's like if that changes, then many different things are going to change. And I think the Earth, in my opinion, the creator, created all of these different systems to where if something, it's like whatever the Earth puts forth into the heavens, like the heavens like detect it and receive it, and it affects how the heavens give to the Earth, like the energies that are flowing towards the Earth. And there is, I mean, in my opinion, in my viewpoint, I believe that there is like a barometer, a type of like sensor, like the Earth has its own. It will create it. It will balance itself. If it's thrown out of balance, it will balance itself. And then so when they do this stuff, it's going to affect it. So all these frequencies and shit that they're manipulating and everything is going to affect where that threshold is and the amount, of energy that the Earth is receiving and the amount of energy that the Earth is putting forth and creating that pressure up against that. So.
Okay. Can I say something? Have you heard of the gap in the toroidal field? So, like, it would either suggest that there are greater areas of landmass that are undiscovered, or it would suggest that actually the threshold has been surpassed, and therefore things like HAARP, in fact, may be, in fact, a way in order that they can control or slow or create a gap in the field itself in order that it doesn't collapse because they've already fucked it all up too much. And then as well, you have the
toroidal fields. You talking the electromagnetic toroidal fields?
I'm on about the electromagnetic field that rotates around us and obviously permeates around us. But and what you a lot of what you say I agree with some of, and some of which I would say is more speculatory, obviously. But obviously,
it's all speculatory, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because
I mean, some of it is they claim they've proven, like the Schumann resonance and how far it will extend, and we do know that there is an electrical nature to the sun and the moon, and we do know that the stars are like it resembles, right, it's indicative of frequency, like hitting water with frequency and or whatever, or having a light frequency in water. I mean, it's kind of like what it looks like, but that's all we know, right? But if you think of like electromagnetic fields, isn't it considered like, okay, so if you've got a north polarity going towards, if you've got, say, smaller ones, you got different magnets, and you've got the polarities where you can actually see the magnetic field, and you're viewing it, and it's the stream of magnetism is coming up, and then it comes back in on itself, right? And then you have another one next to it, and it's coming up. And where they separate in between the two fields, is that not called and considered the flux zone?
I believe so, but at the same time, I this idea of like a northern and southern pole.
Well, I'm just talking about like the different polarities.
Yeah, I know.
Actually, could I say something about the northern and southern star trails?
Yes, please do.
It seems to be one of those things that I find I don't know why it's not been addressed or been. It seems to be so misinterpreted, or there's various interpretations of whether there is a southern star trail and all that by a lot of flat earthers. And I think that the evidence shows that there seems to be two sets of stars, but they're actually adjacent in the sky. And they're working like thermodynamics next to each other, feeding off of each other. And there's a celestial equator that actually does have like electromagnetic storms going on all up and down that area a lot. And it is kind of like this toroidal field caused by these two disks of the sky. And if you could get out far enough to Easter Island or to Tonga on the other side, you could actually maybe observe the stars separating from each other, going 360 degrees the opposite direction, and then meeting up again on the other side at the celestial equator. And yeah, they go east to west consistently, but they also go in circles on both sides, not up and down other side of a ball. It seems. I have a friend that is really good at figuring all this out. He used to be a part of this conversation way back, and he actually left the flat Earth conversation for a while because he was frustrated with that. It seemed like they were trying to just make it one set of stars and call the other stars reflections, and maybe even Antarctica is its own continent, even though it's still flat. And it seemed like there may be some red herrings out there, or things that people weren't addressing that should be addressed, because we look stupid if we deny that there's southern star trails. There's obviously two sets of trails, but they don't have to be up and down on a ball. That's a misconception. And if you could actually show them separating, which would be difficult, it's almost like the land is set up for us not to see the separation of the stars.
Oh, have you looked at the stuff that I've recently been looking into Flat Earth Solar. Has also looked into this Flat Earth Solar might be in here. And again, this is quite cool in fact that you brought this up, because I don't know if Flat Earth Solar's there, at all, but maybe DM him and ask to have a chat with him.
Yeah, Solo.
I'm here.
No, he's here. He's bloody here.
Who is this? Who is it? What's your name again?
Hey, Craig.
Yes.
Craig. Okay. Flat Earth Solo. Is that what you said?
Solar.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'll post the video. His name is E1. I don't know if anyone here remembers him. But he goes by E1, like equal to everyone. Idea behind it, but he kind of took his stuff down recently on his channel. But I'm going to post the presentation he did on the Sun and Moon group, and it's pretty. It seems like he's might be on target with the way things are moving.
So new cool perspective. Sorry to interrupt.
Dave. Craig.
Dave, how's it? I don't know if you've seen the videos from DITRH, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, where he puts that glass lens and then he does experiments with the light. And if you move the light in a straight line, it appears to make an arc on the lens. Right. So what is really fascinating is that a lot of what we're seeing above us is optical phenomenon. And one of the I'm not sure if I can find the picture quickly now, but if you simply place a domed lens over circular lines, it creates two counter-rotating circles with that same singular lens. So what's truly blows my mind is that we know the stars are moving east to west consistently, but yet through these optical phenomena like bending of light and atmospheric lensing and all these other things, we're starting to get circular rotations on the equator. Then we get the lines that sort of run straight down to the Earth. There's no circular line on them in the middle. That is celestial equator. And as you shift that dome lens around those circular lines, you can get all kinds of different phenomena. Now, I stay in South Africa, so I've been trying to see Sigma Octantis, the South Celestial Pole. And there is no singular point, like a light point, like the North Pole, like Polaris, where everything else rotates around it. In the South, there's kind of like a dark zone, and everything moves not perfectly symmetrical around that zone. It moves like an oblong or like an oval.
I posted in the live stream. I think what you're talking about.
She's posted it. So, she has, yes.
So it's a fascinating thing. For me, that was also one of the big things when I was trying to debunk flat Earth 6 years ago. Looking at the counter rotation of the South Celestial Poles was a big one for me. And as you started to look deeper and deeper, you see that it's more optical issues, which is why the globers who lack the creative thinking to actually model these things out in their brains, they can never understand that this could simply be an optical phenomenon.
Yeah, it could be the same stars, just from a different perspective with a different optical effect, and they just appear to be different as they move across.
Could be. But the planets also, there's planets that seem like my friend that I was talking about, it seems to have worked out that there's planets that are in the southern star rotation and move.
You mean
their
wandering
patterns.
stars?
Well, yeah.
The
Well, the
wandering
point
stars
is,
go
what they're
through
trying to
that
say is that
one or the other.
what he's trying to say is though is that when we view these, right, is that the counter, you know, obviously counterclockwise and clockwise aren't actually directions, but right, okay, from our viewing perspective, is that when you're looking at them, actually you're just looking at them potentially through almost like a lens, and that lens is distorting them in order to show it that way, and you can actually show this quite simply.
I know. I've seen that the glass paper paper.
Okay, sweet. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, I know exactly what it is. That's totally, you know, possibility that it's just an optical effect. The zooming in on them though, and the difference in all the frequencies and stuff, and the direction of their rotations being so consistent and only being 1 degree faster than the sun consistently. It's like so clockwork-like. It's unbelievable.
That's amazing.
And you know, it could be that they're actual things. Like I think that E1 kind of surmised that they are an optical effect caused by like what could be mercury, you know, that's being charged, and maybe the stars aren't even there when the sun's not when the sun's out. Stars actually literally go away.
Yeah, and as well, like there are certain, like when I went up in a hot air balloon before, I remember there was a certain point where you literally like how do I put it, like stars disappear at certain points. Like they literally disappear, and that's quite strange. But and as well, anyway, so also like,
the whole idea that it could be like an electromagnetic thing going on, like when you have the shavings.
Well, this could be what creates the electromagnetic field in of itself, right? If you have these stars which literally look like electrical diodes, right? And you know, we have these and they're orbiting around. Like who are we to say that these things aren't casting out you know, these fragments of forms of waves that you know, permeate,
or at least governing them, right? Like governing the pattern or whatever of the electromagnetic, which goes back to what I was saying about the flux zones. Like if it's in between them. So if you have these smaller so to finish up what I was saying about that before it goes off too much, so if you have these flux zones, right, and you have this current flowing down of energy flowing down, and you have this pressure also going up, and you have these flux zones that, like the zones in, you know, well, I just explained it, so you know what I mean by that, right? So anyway, so you have those areas. It's like that would explain so if you have this one larger one that is with all of these smaller, let's say like the turtle shell's back, let's say there's 13 of them, maybe that is the toroidal fields, but the flux zones in between each one of those, right? That would explain the gravitational, what they call gravitational anomalies that we have. You know, like in between, it's not, you don't have the current, like actually, it's like you don't have that current at that one spot that's flowing down, because you have this area where the fields are going in opposite directions, and like in between there's actually no field at all. So, but all you have is like the pressure of, you know, the Schumann resonance, and then you have these gravitational anomalies. Is what they call them, gravitational anomalies. But anyway.
Couple more interesting things, if you don't mind. I was going to say about my friend's research that as far as the celestial equator goes, not being aligned with the equator that they show us for the Earth's equator, and that
I'll show you your hot mic.
He seems to think that there's 3 stars, the Orion, 3 stars of Orion, seem to go through the celestial equator and then almost like a Pac-Man style disappear and don't go off in the opposite one or the other directions, whereas all the other stars break away. Like the Milky Way actually breaks apart and then reforms on the other side to where we can see it. And those stars break apart from each other, circle around, come back together, and then keep circling around, just like thermodynamics do, you know. and that's crazy, you know, because there's a lot of myths that fit that idea of the monster in the sky being torn apart. And but the idea that the three Orion stars are aligned with the pyramids, and then there's many other monuments that are also aligned with that same spacing that could actually seem to, in fact, line up with where the Orion stars are above them at, you know, in a pattern that would actually straighten out the map that we've been shown. And he uses the placement of these different monuments that seem to align with Orion as a way of showing that this is why those monuments were built, so that you can look up at the stars, and in relation to Orion, you would actually know where you are on the Earth. So, you know, it's funny that flat earthers always say the sky can't tell you anything about what you're standing on. But if that's true, and the Orion stars actually do align with all of these different places that were built, then you would be able to, in relation to the stars, know where you are in relation to any of these monuments. Which is kind of like mapping out the Earth to match the sky. There's some really good videos on that concept, actually. It's pretty legit. And the idea that Antarctica might be its own continent doesn't mean that there's not an ice wall necessarily, or we're surrounded by land. But to think that Antarctica is completely surrounding us 360 degrees might be a red herring, that at some point they'll somehow show that there's a way to get around what quote unquote Antarctica is. And it's, you know, a way of going, oh, flat Earth is dead because they said Antarctica surrounds us on all sides. You know, it may be part of that ice surrounding, but it doesn't need to be, you know, 360 degrees around, because that makes Antarctica gigantic.
Cool. Well, it's also another thing that I find interesting. I don't know if you guys will remember this or not, but it's written in some of the biblical texts and other. Well, I don't really know if it's in any other texts, and I'm not really sure. I don't think it's even in what we consider, you know, the canon. I believe it might be in Enoch, or it could be in a different. But I know
Enoch
it's in one of them.
Enoch is non-canonical. Yeah, sure, right.
Well, I mean, it used to be part of it. Anyway.
Well, no, canon is established in a different form of manner. I'm not saying it's not part of the Bible. I'm saying canon. Yeah. I'm not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it isn't part of Scripture. I'm saying that it isn't part of the canon in terms of what was. Right.
But it was written that there were like it said in the south, and see, I'm trying to figure out, and it mentions corners, so I'm not so convinced that it's round. I think everything that we observe is like may move in like our sky. It may observe to us as if it's like moving in the round fashion. That's how we see it. That's how we observe it. But as far, I mean, if everything else, man, about what's written seems to be checking out, and if there's four corners. I mean, it says there's 4 mountains to the south, or no, 3 mountains to the south, 3 mountains to the east. And if I'm not mistaken, I think there's 3 to the west. It doesn't say anything about north, but it says 3 to the east, 3 to the west, and 3 to the south. And the mountains were like, one was made of gold, one was made of tin, one was made of, I mean, it's got like all different elements it's made of, right? I don't know which. I can't even remember all of them. It's like 4 a.m. for me, so I'm kind of getting,
loopy, a little loopy.
Well, no, I'm just. It's like it doesn't matter. It doesn't even have to be late. It's like I have a hard time remembering. It's like I can't even remember like silver. Okay, so you have silver, you have tin, you have gold, you have whatever the other ones are. I think there's 3 to the east, 3 to the south, and 3 to the west, or maybe there's not even any to the west. But okay, so if it's round, where would the east be and where would west be? If west and east is only directional, because south is every direction out from the north, right? So they would almost have to be like, and it says the breadth and the width also. So, but that would be, you know, if they're telling us that, you know, these resources are scarce, but then they have these mountains that are full of them,
Yeah.
I mean, they've already got all of it that they need, if that's true.
No. Why would they lie?
Right.
Why would they lie?
Yeah, I'm just saying if the text is written about it, if that's true. But.
About what? What text? What's true?
The scriptural text where it's written.
Oh, okay.
And where it says that, But when he's talking to Job, it also said, it's measured by width and breadth. You don't measure a circle.
No. And every measuring tool that that we use shows that it's not. It couldn't be involved.
Now the sky appears to be circular.
Yeah, it seems to be that there's whatever it is going on,
Yeah,
we were trying to figure out how it might be that the stars actually literally could affect our energies.
Well, I think they're kind of like
being kind of like a
governing, maybe. Like if you take a frequency, like a vibrational frequency, then you have these different electrical because I don't know. So if you've got different electrical charges or whatever. Are they different vibrations? They're different vibrational frequencies, right? So I mean, if you've got different ones of those, and you have electromagnetic fields, and then you've got the stars that we know they're vibrational, and that they vibrate at different frequencies, each one a different one, and just by looking at them. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they don't. Maybe we don't know that, but it's like every indication that we have says that they are. So wouldn't that govern? Wouldn't that be a way to govern it? If it doesn't create it, wouldn't that be a way to govern it? As if so if you've got these energetic fields that are different energies that are flowing down from the heavens towards the earth, it's like, to me, I see the stars as if like pathways, like it aligns the pathway, right? So instead of it just going chaotically and just flowing towards the earth, it flows like through the stars, like the stars guide their pathway. It's like anyway, I don't know.
Seems to be a study. That seems to be a lot to it. I think it's obfuscated and exaggerated.
Well, this is the issue.
Misguided.
This was the issue with what Einstein did, guys, when he did away with the ether. He made sure to pigeonhole this whole part. This whole thing has been pigeonholed because of this. I don't even know if it was him that did away with the ether.
No, he was just the stool pigeon.
There you go.
The voice they gave.
Scapegoat.
It's so funny. He's sticking his tongue out at us for a reason.
He's a scapegoat. He didn't know it.
Vibrational frequencies would need something to flow through. And that's the only thing that they can flow through freely without being affected and flow as they are, would be this background medium of the ether. Otherwise, all the different energies would just like collapse in on one another.
Yeah, yep. Everything's connected for sure. Whatever that is, energetically, electrically, whatever it is. Ether.
Yeah, truth. We hear you. We definitely hear you on this one. We hear you. Good point.
You and I are connected. So, it depends whether we're connected. If we resonate on the same frequency, then we're connected. But if you resonate on a different frequency, like if you say, okay, so if one's walking in hate and tells lies and just like is like a cancer to creation or whatever, and perverts and molests creation, they're going to vibrate on a different frequency than someone who walks in love and truth. So
I agree.
And respect creation. So if
there's another cool thing that my friend found out that I'll tell you about. Someone else could try to repeat this experiment or this trick that he did. Not trick, but he was filming the North Star, the time elapse, and he waited 6 months in between filming it and got the movement of the North Star, which does move, he believes, in a small circle, but it's not a circle. It's actually like the Eye of Ra. It has like the top part looks just like that, with the bottom part having like another, the bottom of the eye with a little divot, the same way that the Eye of Ra is drawn. And it's interesting that that came out that way. North Star kind of represents that. Maybe they already knew that when they drew the Eye of Ra or the Eye of Horus, whatever it is. You all see that. The pattern of the North Star moves in a small elliptical back and forth movement, making the top and the bottom of the eye with a little strange divot. He's going to put a video together at some point showing both of his time elapses, but someone else can try it themselves.
So I could go a little bit deeper into like some of my conceptual ideas of the stars and what else they may govern, but I'm not sure that.
Sure.
I'm not sure that it. I don't know if I've told you this yet or not, Craig. I don't know if I have or not. I don't think I did. I think I.
You may have told me little bits about it.
Talked to Vlad about it. I think I told Vlad about it about a year ago.
Told me. Listen, you may have told me a little bit about it, but I don't know. We can sort of put an asterisk.
Speculation. Maybe when we were in speculation. Okay.
Listen. We can put an asterisk next to this and say this is merely speculation, guys. I believe we have. I'm going to allow you to say it. I'm not going to shut you up.
If anybody ever tries to allude us trying to claim that it's fact, it would be insane because there's no way to ever test any of this. Anyway, anyone who says that they know how the spiritual world works is lying. So, but anyway,
no, I know.
Okay, so if you have, we know how. Well, this has been kind of, from what I can tell, from what I'm aware of, it's been kind of proven, at least let me kind of proven. See, I'm apprehensive about saying that something is
yeah, just say it. Don't fucking worry about that shit.
Water having memory. So we know that. Okay, so with water having memory, and then if having waters above, and then you have the creator on the his throne, because we're supposed to be the footstool, right? And which I think that his spirit is. I think he's here as well. It's just certain attributes of him are anyway. So we were created.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Who we got? Haze Days just checked in. Haze Days, you in the house?
I was asking that, right? And yeah, that's what I was saying in live stream voice text. I didn't know the person's name.
Oh, we got a VC check-in guy here.
I've DM'd a couple of the VC check-in people that are here with us as well, to see if they would want to ask questions. So please feel free to interject, obviously. Anyone that has any questions that are pertinent to the topic at hand, or obviously the actual proclaimed title of said server that we are existing on in this ethereal field.
Yeah, we've got Jojo in the house. What's up, Jojo? You with us, Jojo? No? Haze Days? Jojo? Either of you guys in the house? Golden Lemur? He's muted. Golden Lemur, you here? Oh, he's showing away.
Scaredy cats. It's a no-brainer.
New perspective, you might want to mute when you're not speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm making noise. Sorry. I got my sensitive headphones up.
You will be. You will be.
Okay, so since no one's speaking, I'll try to make it as quick as I can. Okay, so we know that, or they have told us that when the brain fires electrical, like when it fires in a spiral fashion, and our heart, when the way it fires off, even though there's 4 chambers, it's wrapped in a toroidal field, and the muscles are wrapped in a toroidal field, and when it fires, the electrical impulses fire, it's in a spiral fashion. And all these hieroglyphs depict spirals as being some kind of portals or whatever. So if you, the brain and the heart are the two first things that are formed within the body when you're conceived. So you've got two different portals. So one for what? Your consciousness, and one for your spirit or your soul. I don't know, maybe, perhaps, but you have so each person in your heart and your brain each has a different vibrational frequency, and each individual vibrates at a different unique frequency, the same as the stars. And then if you get two frequencies of the stars to line up, if you get two frequencies together, then it's going to create its own unique frequency. So if you think, and then you have the waters above, which thinking, knowing that water has memory. Now, if you put all this stuff together, right, and our spirit is created according to the scriptural text, it is our spirits are
the waters above
and created in heaven. And the water has memories, so it's like whatever, like bear's record, when it passes through the water, it's gonna. So we may have like a ton
and every tear will be counted.
we may have like a ton of knowledge when with us, like all the knowledge or whatever that's given to us when our spirits are formed. But when we pass into this realm, we pass through the waters, so all of that information is deposited there, and we don't bring it with us. And some of it, may have some residue of some knowledge still that comes with you. I don't know if that's a thing or not. It's alleged to be a thing. Like some people can retain some of the knowledge, but so if you take, this is my idea. You can, it's okay if no one agrees with me. But so our spirits, when there's like that during conception, there's like an alignment. It's like our spirit, even if so if your mother conceived you at a different time, then a different spirit would have to come because it vibrates a different frequency. Because all of the alignments of,
this is my idea of the zodiac. Yeah,
all of the alignments of the conception and the alignments of the stars that create, in my opinion, in my viewpoint, that create the pathway that allows that spirit that resonates with that particular frequency to be able to travel through that frequency and come, enter into this realm from the heavenly realm. So it's like that to me is, and it's also that to me is how our spirits, our consciousness, our souls enter into this realm from the heavenly realm, passes through the waters, and it passes through, the pathway that the stars form when they line, and then it enters through the spiral, right, that is created in like our brain and our heart at conception, when it starts forming like the electrical pathway, the firing off of the electrical firing or whatever, the electrical path within the conception is more than likely going to be spiral, since our heart and our brain does, fire off in a spiral fashion, which creates the portal for our spirits to enter. And then when we die, our spirits, exit the same way. It's like, anyway, so there you have it. Probably didn't articulate it very well, but
no, you explained yourself just fine. Your position was explained fine, I believe. It made sense. Just have more confidence when you say it. That's all. Don't worry about what other people think. You're prefacing it with, these are my opinions. But they probably fall directly in line with a lot of other people's opinions anyway. It's just obviously, like I said, we can't verify these things, but I believe actually we could probably verify a lot more than what people believe we could if we really actually had the opportunity and chance to go further into these fucking things. And that's why I actually hate Einstein.
Yeah, my insecurities is more of, I don't know if it's the insecurity, it's just my doubting myself or whatever is more in like whether or not I'm explaining it in, properly explaining it
in concise terms
for people to understand what I'm trying to convey.
Yeah, and concise and all that sort of stuff. No, it's fine. I feel it's efficient enough to understand the point. Yeah, definitely. Obviously, it could be more concise, but we could all of us could always be more concise. End of. That's just simple.
Hey, you guys ever heard this? If you're into talk about like reincarnation, they say also that you pick like the moment you come in because it's going to affect your personality, and the personality that you choose to accomplish whatever mission that you set out in this particular life to accomplish, it'll help you if you have a certain type of personality. So you choose when you come in, and that's why the zodiac is important, because that's the kind of personality you would need for that particular mission. So that's why the moment that you're born is important. And supposedly you choose that too, and you choose the family, like all that, to accomplish whatever karma you have to go through, whatever things you have to do in that particular life. So it's all like that's why they say you pre-choose it.
Karma is like bullshit though.
Well, karma, the definition of karma means the path that you're on. So it just means like whatever your karma is what path you're on. It doesn't mean like reward and punishment. No, it just means if you're on a certain karmic path, that's the kind of karma you'll be attracted.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I was generally referring to the most understood definition of karma, which would be the latter that you spoke on.
Yeah, that's like the Western. That's what they think. They think it means punishment, reward, but it doesn't. It actually means the path you're on. So whatever karma is on is a particular trajectory that your soul is on. You could be on a negative or a positive, whatever, and then you will have things that you accrue. So you can accrue positive karma, you'll be on a positive path, or negative karmas, you'll be on a negative path. But anyway, I was just saying that you choose it. So when they say it's a contract, it's not like a contract that you sign. It's just like your soul deciding when to come in and who to come in through to live the life that you and God decided you're going to live. That type of thing. That's what they say, how that works.
Yeah, I've heard that described as soul contract.
Yeah, but I don't like that. Like contract, like you write it down. No, it's more like it's a soul thing. It's bigger than a contractual contract,
I kind of do believe that you get back what you put out, because what you put out is going to cause you to resonate on a certain frequency, and according to what frequency you resonate on is going to determine what you get.
Attraction or repulsion. Yeah.
Listen, I could go into karma further, and what you put in is what you get back. I could unequivocally, in my opinion, say that's complete bullshit. That's just me.
Karma's interesting because you can also,
and I've literally debated yogis on this and fully dismantled them as well.
But have you heard of the law of attraction, Crack?
What about
have you heard of the law of attraction in terms of how you're manifesting the reality? Basically, there's this concept about your thoughts create the biology around
you. Of course, bro. That's completely true. That's completely true.
There has to be a link. Then there has to be a link in terms of
that is what disproves karma. That's what disproves karma.
You can also get negative karma too by doing positive things and expecting to get positive back.
No, that's just a way of flip-flopping and explaining why karma isn't always consistent.
Well, let me throw this out there. Let me throw this out there for you, Greg. What if, one situation could be a bad situation, right? And it could be, your path that you're supposed to be on, or whatever. You could be off your path, off the beaten path, and you could be out of it. Whatever, it doesn't matter, regardless of whether or not it's your path or not. But it could be a bad situation.
Listen, I'll be honest with you. I don't believe in fate. Fate's bullshit. Okay.
That's why I said it didn't really matter whether or not you were on a path or not. But the situation's what I'm talking about, what I'm focusing on. It could be a bad situation, but it's like whether or not you come out of that bad situation with the best possible outcome, even though it may still be a bad outcome, versus the worst possible outcome, which would, be even 100 times detrimental. But both would be bad. I mean, it's a bad situation, but it's like how you come out the other side, I think does depend on the karmic.
It depends how it depends how you define that word or whatever. Personally, I don't want to go into it right now because I'll end up being on an hour rant about this, and I'll just be honest, the idea of karma in and of itself is one that's quite easily disproven, and that's just my opinion. I'm sorry.
Well, if you're talking about like the Western version where it's like your karma.
Well, no, even what you were talking about a minute ago. Listen, even what you were talking about a minute ago.
Well,
that's bullshit.
That's just the path you're on. There's nothing to disprove. You're on a certain trajectory in your life.
I'm on a trajectory, of course, but I can choose to change my trajectory. Listen,
karma.
It doesn't matter how good your intent is. Listen, dude, it doesn't matter how good your intent is. I don't give a fuck how good your intent is. Okay. Nobody cares how good your intent is. No one cares about what you want to do with the world or any of that, right? The man that tries to stab you in the throat from behind for being a good person because you foster someone into your family who's black, right? That guy who stabs you in the throat, the people that try and kill you for being a good person, right? Again, you get what you put in, right? All right, you're doing something great for society, so therefore people try and persecute you for it. Sorry, life isn't fair, and this is proven time and time again.
So you're talking about like when things happen that are crazy and unexpected, and you can't explain it, right? Like, yeah, that's very mysterious. But
this is my point. It's like karma gets bent and warped, like what you said. You said, well, sometimes it's
right,
what you intend to receive back out of it. But then that's just for me. That's just for me. It's just like that's just for me, like saying, well, okay, at this point, the original idea of karma of what you get what you put in is no longer working, right? So,
that's when
my intent was wrong.
That's when it gets deeper. It gets bigger than that. So like
no, that's just that's just no. That's just something to explain all different outcomes. That's called life, buddy.
What I'm saying is when things happen like that, when paths cross like that seem like that should not have happened. It still is within God's plan. So it'll be something that happened karmically for a reason that you can't see it, but
no. Listen. You're completely in God's plan. In what terms, right? So God can have a plan for your life, but the first for God's plan for your life to be enacted, right? What we have to do is we have to marry the idea of fate and free will together. And in order to do this, there's actually only one way in order to do this, which is that you yourself, through your own free will, must first choose to walk on said path. The path isn't preset or predestined, in my opinion. Okay? You must first choose in order to walk on said path, and at that point, you're on the path, and this doesn't. This bifurcates the idea of free will because at this point, you are still within your free will to walk the path. Yeah, the path may be laid out ahead of you and chosen for you, or in some way sculpted, but you chose to walk it, and at any point you can choose to walk away. That's how we marry those two ideas together, theologically speaking. But I'm just saying, man, like this idea of
I agree with the way that you've put it there. The only thing I would contend with is that, say, for example, the fact that we can't scientifically prove that karma does exist. I would therefore say that you can't scientifically prove that it doesn't exist. But what is fascinating is the placebo. The placebo effect does generally get a 60 to 70% response, which is considered a significant probability.
Wait there, dude. Sorry,
so the placebo, if your mind is believing it, you can actually have outcomes, and the placebo has shown that. So I'm just saying from a scientific perspective, can your thoughts impact you? Yes. But can we disprove karma? No. And in the same way, we can't scientifically.
John MK Ultravolta, can you stop over talking people? Because listen, I put myself on mute when I was finished, but you're talking over Flat Earth Solar, and you're talking over me, right? You're not going to continue to do so, or you will be muted. I've muted you now. Listen, I don't care if you're just trying to say something. Let him finish. And once he's finished, if everyone keeps rolling over you and not allowing you to talk, I will make space for you. But just allow it to come to its end point. And people are struggling to get their words out when people are talking over one another, okay? So, no, you can say what you want to say.
I was waiting for you to finish.
I just wanted to know if you're a Hindu.
I was saying, what I was going to say, that not everyone has the same amount of free will either. So free will comes with consciousness. When you become real conscious, when you become conscious, more conscious, you get more free will. Some people aren't that conscious of their path, so they're more control. They can be controlled, and they're not in control of their free will because they're asleep. You understand? So free will comes with awareness.
I wouldn't. It's a nice thought, but I wouldn't say that you are given more free will. I would just say that you hand that free will over to someone else to make the decisions for you.
Or
and then gaining the consciousness is the regathering of your own sense of control of that free will.
I would agree with that, and I just want to say that saying when you get what you get back what you put in is too broad and too vague, and it gives a different, like a bad, poor connotation of the way. So it's unfair to say that, and I agree with you that you don't really get back what you put in, but you do create like a karmic outcome, right? Of like a bad situation, whether how you come out of it, what you get out of it, how it affects you, and how you're able to deal with it. Is all I say, and everybody's going to have a different viewpoint, but for me to say you get back what you put in is too broad and vague, and it's like gives the
it's not a reward. It's definitely not reward and punishment for deeds. It's not that simple. It's way more complicated than that. But that's the Western version of it. But if you look at like the Eastern version of it and how deep it goes, then you'll know that there's a lot more. It's very it goes into something that goes beyond just one lifetime. So, but you'd have to read about it and learn about it.
So you're a Hindu then?
But I agree with Craig Villain.
Being a Hindu would mean that it's like being a Jew, that you could be born a Hindu or you could be a practicing Jew.
We say no. We're saying that, do you believe in the principles? Not are you born this way or are you this way?
Well,
He's
that's
asking.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult. It's more like the yogic practices, the spiritual science of yoga. I studied that, but I wouldn't say I'm a Hindu.
Spiritual science of yoga.
So you're a Jainist then?
That's the dogmatic viewpoints of the cultural control systems of the labels and so forth. It's like it's written in all different cultures, like pretty much describing the same thing. In Christianity, well, I don't know how many it is, but there's a lot of them. But I know in Christianity it's referred to as you reap what you sow, and in Hindu it's referred to as karma. It's like, so whatever label you want to give it, it's like it. That's why I like to just describe it and what it is.
I'm gonna have to be honest.
It's like the same thing.
One second, John. It's completely different. So what you reap, what you sow, is nowhere near the same as karma. So if it isn't the same at all theologically speaking. And that's just my opinion. But I would say that most scholars of both would tell you the difference. It would easily denote the difference if you look into it.
Sorry there, Crack. I would disagree because you can plant good seeds. No, listen, let me explain why.
I'm telling you that I'm saying that most scholars on this and myself and will disagree with you and truth on this, because you reap what you sow, and karma philosophically, theologically speaking, are two completely different ideas or doctrines.
Sure, I understand you have a strong opinion on it, but what I'm saying is you can have good seeds or bad seeds. I walk around kicking people all day, I'm bound to catch a smack back.
Yeah,
so if I'm going and reaping, if I'm planting good things can come. If I'm planting bad things can come.
But you can plant bad things and get good things.
True. That is true. And that was the point I wanted to say.
You can inherit the whole world, right?
There's lucky people who've done nothing to deserve what they've received.
And this is my point. That's why karma is bullshit.
But hold on. I want to add something to that. So these people who reap, they sow bad, and it looks to us from the outside that they're getting something good. But how is that affecting them, and how are they dealing with it, and how are they going to come out of it at the other end? It may be the thing that destroys them, and it may be.
I agree with that.
So it's kind of like, that's what I mean by it.
Yeah, because that's how you're. That's what type of
mysterious.
person you've been given over to. A reprobate mindset, or have you been given over to a righteous nature? A righteous nature would see success in actual persecution for the namesake of the Lord, but a unrighteous person given over to a reprobate mind would see success in the very things that would be maybe gained by actually going around and stabbing everybody in the face and taking over countries and conquering. Because two people have two different ideas of success, so it's actually subjective
That's
to
why
the
you gotta.
individual, and this is why karma again is bullshit.
That's why you have to be very careful because you never know what in the next life what could happen. It might be tables turn the next life.
Next life, no. Next life, no. No. Come on, mate.
But look at the word karma. Car means
You only
like
have
motion.
one life to live,
So,
dude.
Listen.
Karma. Car means motion. That tells you right there.
That's cars did not exist. Cars did not. Listen, John.
No,
John,
they take the.
I can't have you chatting shit like this. Cars didn't fucking exist. Then, yes, cars move in motion. Okay, you could say that cars were named after karma. Okay, but not the other way around, please. At least just be very careful the way you're saying this. You're talking about. This is why I don't even want to get into this topic. I could go deeply into exactly how the types of. I could go deeply into the neurological reactions that we on a daily basis have, the chip on our shoulder that we show, not only just for our body language, right? How it's exponential, but at the same time, how none of that also can. Sometimes you have one person who has an ideology of their own, right? Who will pick you out of a crowd, even though you are the most hateful bastard ever. And they will come into your life and show you love like you should never have deserved it. All of this stuff lies in the face of karma. All of it.
Yeah, guys, can I just suggest we go back to Flat Earth?
Yeah.
In some
that's what I said. I didn't want to get into it, but
Craig, what you said there at the end, what you said there at the end about the religious perspective of suffering, and that you should actually be persecuted if you are doing things in the name of the Lord. That is a perception. So the guy who believes in karma thinks he's getting bad karma, but the guy who believes in God is thinking he's getting blessed in heavenly riches. So it is like you said.
All right, guys. Let me just say. So truth prevails. I think you were wanting to get something in, and then we'll move it back. I haven't heard someone tracking the globe in like 10 minutes.
I was just wanting to make sure that they knew that even though we all have different opinions, I still respect your opinion, and we can disagree and still respect one another, just so that you know.
Yeah, for sure.
I agree. You should.
So is Jojo back yet? Jojo, you in the house? I see you're unmuted, Jojo.
Oh yeah, I love all of you guys. Like, trust me, you're all some of the most intelligent people. I know. No, I've got nothing but love for you. It's just that's a touchy subject for me. Trust me, that's all it is.
Yeah, we can move it back to Earth. I don't know what's going on with Joe's mic here. Joe, we can see your mic lighting up, but we're not hearing anything. Fair enough. Well, if you do want to ask a question, Joe, feel free. You've got VC verified. What else we got here? Prince of Darkness. You're on the fence. You hear Prince of Darkness? Oh, he's showing away. Okay. All right. Flat Earth guys. Who's got one?
I'm a flat earther.
There's Jojo.
Who said that? Is that you, Jojo?
Yes.
Welcome to the server.
I'm a flat earther.
Oh, you're a flat earther.
Thanks. Yes.
That's controversial. What makes you believe that the Earth is flat?
No measurable and no observable curvature.
Mm-hmm. Good start. What else?
There are many proofs that they are faking the space ISS and the moon landing is fake.
So you think that are misleading the public?
Yes.
Okay, sweet. So when did you start looking into flat Earth?
5 years ago.
5 years ago.
Yes.
Nice.
I started first as a Hollow Earther. I first saw Hollow Earth on YouTube. Then I saw in the comment sections, people are saying the Earth is flat. Then I started to research flat Earth.
Nice. So what would you say to an average person on the street if you wanted to get them to start looking into flat Earth? What points would you bring up for them to look at?
I will start first on the curvature. I will show them how, like, as in space, how they fake the curvature using fisheye lens. Yes, I will start with curvature.
Yeah, it's a good place to start.
Then Black Swan, yeah, I like that.
You've seen the Black Swan?
Yes.
Oh, nice. So, what did you understand from the Black Swan? What was the argument as you heard it?
There are objects that should have been covered by if the curvature exists. Should be down. There should be a curvature drop.
Yeah, nice.
But you can see the objects when you zoom at them.
I mean, the Black Swan is technically more about the horizon, Jojo, but you are right. There should still be obstruction of some of the rigs. So yeah, no, that's cool. Well, Jojo, have you got any questions? Any kind of parts of it that you're not sure about, but you've still got questions on?
Not for now. I just want to listen to the conversation.
No worries. Well, if you do have any questions, feel free to unmute and just let us know.
Yes, thank you.
No problem. You're welcome. And welcome to the server. More flat earthers every day, guys. It's going to be a tsunami.
Right. Oh, yeah. A tsunami on a flat earth.
Yeah, that's a good one perspective.
That's a good one perspective. Oh, it's because it was posted. Alright, so I was like, what? That made no sense, like audibly. I was like, what is going on here? Don't know why I went South African then.
Yeah, no, truth. I was just talking about the karma piece. I get that you were.
Oh no, I know. I was just being like putting humor into it. Like we weren't too far off the beaten path. I mean, at least those things that led up to it was only possible on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, you're never far off the path because everything we talk about is taking place on a flat Earth. But obviously, some topics are a little bit more.
Yeah, I got you. I agree. I totally agree.
Like, I should have steered it away from it myself, really. But I did try and do that by saying, "Look, can we not talk? I don't want to go into this because I'm passionate about this particular topic, and I could go on about it for hours." And I know that I will give in to my temptation to do so. So yeah, when I act like that, guys, you got to help me out.
It's good. It's all cool.
Somebody shut the fuck up.
Alright, I'm going to try and do some scouting around, see if we've got any other Globers hanging out in the server that we can get into the live stream. But if anyone's got a flat Earth topic, feel free, throw it out.
Yeah, someone needs to, because it's no telling what we'll
talk about next.
Hey, it's all relevant.
What about rainbows then?
Hey, I've got some ideas about those too. So. I've got to start getting ready myself. I'll be listening.
No, to be fair though, sorry if I was a bit harsh on anyone a moment ago. Not that we have to go back into the topic. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make it clear to everybody, that I still respect it. Doesn't matter if we disagree on that or not. It's like it's a conversation that we can have at a later time in a different chat or whatever.
Exactly.
Glad to go deeper into it.
I think it's because for myself, for that to be true, right? For that to be true, it would necessitate certain things happening in my life, that would be.
Well, we can go
yeah, you know what I mean, like that's why I'm obviously passionate, right?
There's Bash. He just popped in here. He's serving me. Does he have a role? No, he doesn't have a role.
Who is it?
M7 Bash.
M7 Bash. M7 Bash. If you would like to speak in the live stream at all, please DM me. If you DM me, then I will. I'll probably unmute you in here. Or we can take you up to the VC check-in. Right, so M7 Bash. No, thank you. All right, no worries. You're banned. No, I'm joking, mate. You can. You're free to sit there and listen to our conversation, dude. No worries.
Well, M7, if you are listening and there's any questions you've got and you don't want to speak about it in voice, just message Crack again a question or a topic about the Earth, and the guys can speak about it.
Yeah, that would be brilliant. You know, we are not flat Earth regurgitation factual machines. Or should I say flat Earth fact regurgitation machines? I don't know. It does help to have some sort of direction in order to, create some form of a show that would actually, display some of the, some of the things we're trying to falsify about the globe, and some of the things that we're also trying to show you that are quite easily verifiable for yourself.
Yeah, M7, just throw out some topics that you think prove the globe, like NASA pictures or whatever you think, and then we can talk about them if you want. No pressure. Only if you want the globe destroyed.
Yeah, it's not like we're hungry or anything, man. We've eaten plenty. Oh my god, the Mars stuff was so terrible. It's just like, yeah, everyone believes it once. They're like, yeah, well, look at these are in color. It's like, oh, come on, man.
Yeah, I still can't get over how insane that animation was. And I know they like to be like, oh, yeah, it's not supposed to be real, it's an animation. But I'm like, right, for $60 million a day, though. I mean, some random guy could come up with much better CGI than that in a day. You're taking 10 years to come up with PS1 level animation.
Well,
and you're like, what do you think of that? Oh, I don't need to see it.
It's like that. Like that. I pride myself on the fact that took me 4 minutes. But again, everyone at Gem Panda's server seemed to think it was real because they were clapping. They're like, yes, we've landed. And then, you had like Demuc and those guys being like, yeah, you do know this is just the
Were they clapping on Gem Panda's server?
Yeah, they thought that was the actual landing.
Did you see the actual landing? The surface landing they put?
Yeah.
Wait, no. I didn't see that. Wait, did they say that they?
Yeah, I think Monday they put that out. Yeah.
Oh, someone posted that for me.
About 15 days after.
It's right when the dust shows up. It looks like there should be another mile of descent. Like there's just this huge ridge line that gets covered, swarmed in dust. It looks so fake.
The more fake it looks, the more they believe it. It's insane. I don't know how they've achieved this. NASA have somehow got themselves into the position where the worse they make things look, and the less believable things are, the more people are believing them. It's really quite a scam. But yeah, someone's got that. Someone's got that. Let me post it in the live stream. Let me see. Who have we got? All Win Brian 777. All Win Brian 777. You've been unmuted if you want to say hello.
I posted it, but it's just the YouTube link.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll check it out. Alwyn, Brian, your mic's lighting up. You want to say hello?
Hello, guys. What are you doing?
We're talking about NASA's Mars landing animation.
Everyone is talking about that. Do you guys believe that?
No.
Whoa. Let's just say, did you see NASA's Mars landing thing that they did?
Yeah, I just saw the Twitter page. That's all.
You're a little bit quiet on the mic, Brian. Are you able to get a little bit closer to the mic? Try now.
I think he's got too close. I heard the approach just as NASA proclaimed the rover approach.
You need an animation of Alwyn Brian approaching his mic to know that it's true. Alwyn Brian, did you approach your mic? No worries, Alwyn Brian. Honestly, well, if you do want to join in, just let us know.
Does anyone else see Wolfgang as that image in his thumbnail, like a wolf sat behind a PC, like with a mouth moving, like because there's programs in the UK, like the Mighty Boosh and other ones as well, where there are people with like canine heads and they're talking, and I genuinely imagine if I ever meet Wolfgang that he will approach me with a wolf's head in a suit.
I won't be in a suit. This was just for my passport photo.
Oh, all right. You better
don't be expecting that.
Some like tracksuit or something.
Yeah, I'll have a full trackies on. Don't worry about that. I like to be comfortable.
A shell suit.
Alwyn Brian, is that you back?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me now?
Damn, it's like you've got a big room over there, and you're on one side of it, and the mic's on the other. I mean, I can hear you, but it's quite quiet.
It's very quiet. It's as if you're stood in the middle of the plane itself.
I'll be back.
No worries.
Okay, well, no worries, Arnold.
I have a question.
Tough. Got NASA sending little robots to Mars, but can't get working mics down here.
Is it?
All right, I'm gonna watch this.
You have a question? Who is that who said they have a question?
Me. How can I get a flat earth rule?
You'll get one soon, Jojo. It's just about the time that you spend on the server getting to know people and hearing how you discuss the flat earth topic. But you're on your way. I've already asked you a few questions. You seem legit. So give it a few days. Keep hanging around. You'll get it. Now I'm about to go and watch this Mars landing, guys. So I might come back at Glober. I'll let you know.
Okay, thanks.
I'm preparing to be convinced.
When I watched their stream the other day, I could see a light, and I'm trying to find it. There was a spot. There was like a spotlight on it. Yeah, there it is. Okay, It's like 2 minutes and 2 minutes and 5 seconds in. There's some weird light. Looks like a studio light.
God damn it. I need a Glober. Glober's head is what I need.
Damn, I couldn't even make out their celebratory whoops because they've got all those masks on. Yeah, we're rocking up boys. The rover is all boys, boys.
I don't know if I can say this on live. It's live stream actually. It's okay. I don't know anyone that's passed away from the Holocaust. The vaccine, or should I say, like the polio vaccine. You heard of that, guys? Right. So there's a new one out or something. I don't know, right? So yeah, Wolf. I know nobody who has died of the flu this year, right? But you know the new thing that's just come out. I already know somebody who's in hospital and within my immediate circles from the damage. Isn't that a bit weird? Or they're on their deathbed.
From not flu.
From not flu, from damage, from thing that saved from flu.
No.
Yeah, the inoculation. Right.
Shit. That's someone you know?
Yes, directly. Yes.
Shit. I hope they're all right.
Well, no, but the point that I'm illustrating is this, right? It's a shame because, I'm probably going to go to speak about this actually. In fact, somewhere soon. I might try and get out of Eddie Bravo or somebody like that. I probably will be able to actually get hold of him quite easily and maybe do something with him on this. I hope so, anyway. Because I think that is actually quite a. I know it's an anecdote, but it's quite a powerful thing to say, isn't it? It's like, well, all of this time, and I know nobody quite in this level of calamity, but just a few weeks in, right?
Yeah, that's wild.
That statistically, that seems impossible, right?
Well, the whole no flu thing alone seems impossible.
Of course,
I mean that's it's crazy. But yeah, I mean that's wild.
What a disgusting picture to illustrate already. This lady probably would have been fine. She's been absolutely fine this whole time, and she probably will pass. Unfortunately, yeah.
You think?
No, yeah, probably most definitely. In fact, Wolf, yeah.
Jeez Louise, what she like intensive care or something?
Yes, mate. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
that's insane.
And my uncle died as well last week, and I'm yet to find out how was I allowed to go to the funeral.
Oh my god! I'm sorry to hear that crap.
I know, mate. I know. Listen. It's fine. Literally, mate. This is nothing to me. These are just, uncles, aunties, and stuff like that. Yeah, that seems terrible. Whatever. I'm not of this world, mate. But I'll live through it, mate.
Hey, I noticed something on that video. The sky was blue. I thought the Martian sky was not blue, but red.
Ooh.
But Devon Island has lovely blue skies.
Yeah, see, I'm from Devon, but it's not an island.
Hey, Craig, don't, listen, don't forget that you've got somewhere that you want to talk to people about that or post stuff. Because I created that server, like knowing that it's going to probably get deleted, so I don't really care what posting it, so that people can have those conversations over there. So just feel free to take whoever over there or whatever, talk and post about whatever.
I appreciate it. I really do. I appreciate it. Yeah. So, and in fact, actually, in the last month, I've had 2 uncles die. Yeah. So, and what I would say is that we are seeing the ill effects of this stuff. And the first death, I know what that was about. Unrelated, but to this, but definitely a stress factor is what made this happen, right? Due to the current society we're living in. Yeah, and I just think that it's quite telling, right? It's quite telling that it's actually on the rear end of all of this. It's all of the things that it's not that's causing the things that it's apparently supposed to cause. A bit silly, really. Oh, thank you, Ariel, for that. I'll definitely check that out.
She knows what she's talking about.
That's sweet, bro. Yeah, thanks, Breaking None of All the Lies. Thanks, buddy. She knows what she's talking about, right? Okay, sweet. I'll check that out. Sweet. No, I'm not saying that for a pity party. It's just to illustrate a point, right? That's all it is. Okay. It really is. But it is quite that illustrates quite a heavy point. And we can't talk about it too much, but it is frustrating that we're not allowed to, and we really have been silenced, a lot of us. And I don't mean because of this place. I mean because of everywhere. It's everywhere. People at work, everywhere. Mm-hmm.
I found it interesting that NASA, most of those people in there were wearing N95 masks.
I wonder. Well, listen, this is the thing. I wonder. The huge contracts, in fact, that are involved in this stuff, right?
This desync is outrageous. But I blame it on the wind.
Don't blame it on the sunshine, on the good times. Blame it on the wind.
Yeah, I've never heard that song.
So why did they say they weren't showing any of that landing footage at the time, and all they were showing was the?
Oh, because of the dust covers, maybe. I think they said, right. Damaging lenses.
At the time there were high winds at the site that they were going to fake the landing. Because it's
but I mean, if they're saying it's dust covers, so we couldn't show it live, then we couldn't open up the cameras. Then how did they open up the cameras that we're seeing there for the landing? I mean, if they've got that footage, why wasn't that footage being shown as they were doing it? I don't understand.
Listen, what about this? What about what the horizon was in those black and white photos, Wolf?
The horizon on the black and white Mars images?
Yeah. 20,000 kilometer radius. 20,000 kilometer. 20,000 kilometer circumference. Wonder what the spherical trig is on that. It's obviously not going to be half 1.22. Yeah, it's not going to have to be
Black
half
Swan
a
on Mars.
Yeah, well, let's do a Black Swan on Mars, right?
I'm trying to see if I've got one of the images. I don't know if I've actually got it. The black and white one that they took when they claimed to land.
Yeah, that would piss the Glovers off, wouldn't it?
I think I've only got this one. I think I only saw
I have got the other one on my actual phone right now. I've got the original.
I guess I didn't bother saving the original.
I've got it. Wait, I'll turn my other phone on.
It's difficult. Still, the Rick Roll's my favourite.
What would you say?
the Rick roll right at the end of the stream.
Oh
They put
yeah,
up that
man,
Rick
that's
Astley tweet.
brilliant. I can't believe they did that as well.
Still no one explaining it. I've Googled it. Why did NASA post a Rick Astley tweet at the end of the stream? No one discussing it. But it's not like they were posting loads of celebrities' tweets throughout the stream, was it? Like, I only saw one tweet posted the whole night, and it was Rick Astley.
They showed quite a lot of SJWs, didn't they? Like, young social justice warrior types, I noticed.
Did they? Yeah, maybe. I mean, I only saw that one tweet, but they maybe did show other ones. But I mean, I guess it would be slightly more excusable if they could show they were just picking loads of celebrities to show, but that's the only one I saw. It's pretty telling. Rick Astley.
Rick Astley, mate. I know, because I was like, wait, Rick Astley? I was like, never gonna give
Hey, Breakin' just posted another one. What is this? I think Rick Astley, NASA just reaching out to Rick Astley, like, hey, we're a big fan, Rick. You want to come down to Mission Control and hang out? And he's like, wow, NASA really love my stuff, just not putting it together.
Like, dude, they're getting you to rickroll the whole world. Like, it's NASA and Rick Astley. Like, Rick Astley's a fucking British. Isn't he British?
Right? Yeah, he's British. He's only known for being associated with an internet troll.
Yeah.
Wait, how the hell did he get on the space station?
He's not. That's just that's his hallway.
That's how he's done up his flat.
Yeah. Remember when we went around there last week? It was weird.
That is funny though. So I guess they've given him some kind of tour and said, "Here you go, Rick. Go through our little mock-up ISS.
Yeah.
We'll get some pics of you.
Put yourself in weird positions and pretend you're in space, right? Yeah.
You just be that guy that everyone knows as a troll.
Imagine that, though, that someone convinced you that, that you could float and stuff, right? And then they were like, well, look, we've got this place where you can pretend that you can float. And what we're going to do is we're going to send you in there and you're going to pretend to be in poses where you're pretending that you can float based on the pretend place where you could float if you could pretend get there. Want to go at that?
Hey, have you ever seen the
I think I cut out there.
Videos?
Sorry.
Where they're like explaining like zero gravity and shit, and they're like demonstrating it. You can hear engines. What engines are running? If they're in space, you shouldn't be able to hear anything because there's no air in space.
They've got air compressors and stuff. And so I would say they've got generators and air compressors on there that are converting gases and scrubbing them and all that stuff. Like, it's self-contained that's already put on board beforehand, right? But I'll let them off on
but
maybe
it sounds like a
little
jet
bit,
engine.
It may sound like a jet engine, I'll be honest. That sort of system. Like a submarine oxygen scrub system sounds pretty nutty. But I get your point, though.
But why do they need this massive pool with all these installations underwater if the only objective is to train the astronauts how, no gravity is going to feel?
Well, everyone likes to swim, Ariel, all right? It's not all like a big conspiracy.
How do they keep that thing clean anyway? I mean, a pool, it's intensive. The pH levels and... I mean...
Do you really think these bastards care about getting dirty?
They spend a lot of money doing that, don't they? Great expense.
I don't know. These bastards don't care about getting dirty, mate.
Yeah. and it's the wrong medium for the vacuum of space.
How come they can't create a ball? What do you call it? A spherical space station.
In that space medium, supposedly. It's all wrong. You don't move slow motion in space.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I've lost a £20 note.
Yeah, the upkeep, just the upkeep of that pool must cost them so much money. The pool we had when I was living in South Africa had 60,000 liters of water, and we had a pool guy who used to come and put the chemicals in and clear the filters and whatnot. I can't imagine the upkeep of that thing. But it's completely illogical that it exists, and it's completely illogical that it has to be that big, and that they have to build all those installations and put them in there. What is that for? I mean, only the minutest little bit of critical thinking, and the whole thing just starts looking very like a lie.
Shaky at best. Stupid motherfucker is ready for flat earth class today.
So clearly that's their studio, isn't it?
That is what it is.
The one Breaking posted, you mean? Or? God, we know.
Hello, Dave. Wasn't that the guy's name?
Yo.
Dave. I cannot allow you to shut down my logic core, Dave.
Who's that?
2001: A Space Odyssey. Wasn't his name Dave?
2001. What, you mean the director?
No, the astronaut.
Oh, the astronaut, yeah. There was Hal the computer.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So, yeah, I think Dave was right, yeah. I think you might be right. Good movie, that.
I'll be back. Oh, yeah, Jin, congrats back on your goal, buddy.
Oh,
well
cheers.
deserved, mate. Well deserved, bud. Well deserved. Yeah, mate, you've been flat smacking the fuck out of people recently. And you've been much more controlled, mate.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. Yeah, keeping the aggression and that down a little bit. But you argue a lot better when you're less aggressive, believe it or not, Jin.
Oh, cheers.
Yeah. I'm telling you, bro, you really do. You know what I mean? You stick to your points more concisely when you're less animated. I'm telling you right now. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah.
I've been hammering them in, in the Gem Panda. Yeah, been hosing them down. I said, you better get your life jackets on because the troop tsunami is coming through.
That's the thing. You definitely are a little bit of a battering ram. You don't slow down, do you?
No. Okay. They said, why'd you come here? Why'd you come here?
To shout.
What did they say? Why'd you come here?
Boxing.
And then they end up muting me for about 2 hours. So I disappear, come back, still on mute.
Why'd you come here? I like boxing.
Yeah, I said I come here. I come here to rock your foundations and tsunami you with the truth. What do you expect?
Innit?
And then I said to them, submarines flew flat Earth, and that was it. It all went crazy.
You should say gain some empathy like that of the Sri Lankan people. Or you're going to gain some empathy, sorry, of the position of the Sri Lankan people.
Yes. So how are you enjoying? How are you enjoying your moderation status? Moderator status.
It's actually shit, mate. It's actually shit.
Nah, shit. I think you're enjoying it, man.
No, mate. It's fucking. You feel like you got loads of. You got quite a bit of responsibility, mate.
Yeah, I thought you wanted that.
I didn't ask for any of it, mate. No, I'm joking. No, it's great, man. It's good to be recognised. You know what I mean? Definitely.
Yeah, that's right.
No, yeah, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, as well. I do appreciate this place. You know what I mean? Mate, no, it is definitely a responsibility, but you only have to. This place is great, and people do it for the love of it. They don't tell you you have to do this for this amount of hours. People put in the hours because they want to be here, bro. It's that simple.
That's right.
Like, I've been asked to be moderators at other places, and I'm like, you can fuck right off. You'd have to pay me. Do you know what I mean? You would literally have to pay me to do it. But here it's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Here it is a pleasure.
Yeah.
The only difficult part is you can tell people are a bit like more like a bit tiptoey and stuff sometimes. You're like, oh, fuck's sake.
Yeah.
But it's natural.
Just be yourself, no need to be tiptoeing.
Exactly.
It's all to help the server run smoothly, really, and that's appreciated on my part as well. So.
Yeah, man, definitely. And people don't realise, but then people do realise eventually, like, you know, how much actually some people really do, yeah. Like behind the scenes as well, man. Like, there's a lot.
Yeah. You know? I mean, there's been a lot of work on the music scene at the moment, and that's yielded some good talents. You know, good music, which can become an LP. You know, with the right connections, that can go out there really and rock the world, as it should.
Yeah, I can't wait to make a few tracks. To be honest, I'm already in the process. Pretty good. I want to do one with Reasons, mate. I like he's got fire in him, Reasons. So.
Yeah, I was just listening to Vlad's Hip Hop Project 9 and Project 10, and they're pretty good projects so far.
Mm-hmm.
So I gave him words of encouragement, and hopefully he'll carry on going. You know.
Definitely, mate. Yeah, if Vlad carry on practicing, mate, it'd be good because he can produce like quite good beats from scratch, man.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, all good.
Yeah, my mate's got a studio at his house like up the road. Because of the lockdown, it's a bit weird. Like, because usually I could just go there whenever I want, but you know, it's not like an amazing studio, but it's not bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, you can do pretty much everything you can do in a place that costs like 2 million in a place that costs about 10 grand. Believe it or not.
Yeah,
you really can.
My friend's got a studio as well. In his garage. He's converted his garage into a studio. He's got quite a lot of equipment in there. Been doing it since the 90s.
Yeah, Jin, you should do like an old school like MC fucking style thing, mate. Like a junglist song.
Junglist.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah.
Like UK Apache or something. Oh, we get in, no. Oh, no. Bad boys in a Japan. Rude boys in a England.
Yeah, long time. I ain't heard that track in a long time.
Bro, I've seen them live, mate. UK Apache, mate. They're all old guys now, really, but I was best pleased when I saw them. Very pleased.
What do you think about them cancelling Glastonbury second year in a row?
Oh well, mate. Like Glastonbury's got shit anyway.
Do you reckon? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Last 4 years have been rubbish, mate.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, there've been some good acts. I just think the way they've organised it now, it's lost that kind of like free spirit kind of thing, you know?
Exactly. It's become like a
business. It's a fucking business.
Yeah, and you've got these other festivals that have got that free spirit to them now coming out there. Like they're like what Glastonbury was like at the beginning, you know?
Yeah.
Like and like it, and as well, it's not dedicated to any one type of music, but like it's not even dedicated to a subset of genre. So like the types of people that are there are just the most strange mix of people that you would ever have, and it just makes a weird atmosphere as well, mate. I'll be honest.
Yeah, well, they're confused, aren't they? I mean, they're brainwashed. What do you expect?
But I mean, it's like going to a rock festival, Jin, and seeing your local geezers there as well, and then you've got like your Somalians there, and you've got your, you know what I'm trying to say, and your Jamaicans, and you've got your affluent young white people, and the Chinese guys, and it's just a strange atmosphere, mate. It's just like a mixed bag of people that would never be together. Yeah.
I do feel though that if a Flat Earth album or the You Talented Guys were to flow into Glastonbury, right, and be allowed to have a 1 hour non-stop presentation musically with a couple of explanations of the heliocentric model and the flat earth truth, I think that would go down something crazy.
Definitely, man. All it takes is one artist already, though, that's already up there, big, is already getting these gigs to just come in and just I'm doing this set. No one knows what it is. Do you know what I mean? That's all it takes, and it's going to happen soon.
Drop it wild. Yeah, it's got to happen, yeah. It's got to happen. It's got to happen, because that's really going to go a long way to waking up the masses, I think.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
No doubt about that, mate.
Yeah, because the music is there. And people listen.
Music and comedy.
Talent. You've got everything. We've got all genre in this Flat Earth server so far.
That's it. We're better looking. We're more talented. We're more intelligent.
More connected. Live wires.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, brother.
And most people are very receptive when they're buzzing out of their head on their gear. Looking for truth is what they're looking for, you see. They don't realise it, though, but that's the thing. They're looking for truth. And when they're in that state, you can reach them. You know that?
That's not maybe a good thing to say, because they're like, oh yeah, flat earthers, they can only convince people on their
I'm not talking about the flat earthers. I'm talking about the punters.
I know you are, but I'm saying a flat earther saying we can only convince the Globers when they're off their head. I know what you're saying, though. The open-mindedness. I know what you're saying.
They're more receptive. They're more receptive, man.
Definitely.
I've learned many a thing on a buzz myself. Many a thing I've learned on a buzz.
I thought you'd never even touched a drug in your life, mate.
No. I'm talking about split myself, really. But I've learned many a thing to do with politics, political waking up, through the split, man. Through split and reggae. I woke up a lot. Started questioning my environment and the reason for living through split. Started when I was 19. That was the kind of buzz you have. When you're on a split, you can either have the giggly buzz, the munchies buzz, or the concentration buzz. The concentration, which leads into creating stuff as well. Like music, lyrics, and stuff like that, you see.
100%.
I used to get a lot of those concentration buzz with my friends. And most of my friends were musically talented, so I used to play percussion.
To be fair, I think I'm going to get some CBD buds soon, like some CBD cannabis. I don't smoke cannabis, but I don't. THC doesn't agree with me.
Yeah.
It actually fucks my back up, to be honest. But yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it messes my back up, buddy. I don't bother with that. But I might get some. I don't know if I get a CBD bud, but whatever some cookies maybe, CBD cookies with very like in this country you can have now it's legal to get stuff that's like 1%, or something like that. It's like 1% THC is the maximum amount we're allowed. Okay, you know, which is not too bad, you know.
Yeah.
Literally, man, I'm so tired, bro.
Yeah, you put in a lot of hours though. So not surprised.
No, I'm working at the minute as well.
Yeah,
Literally.
exactly. You're working and you're putting in the hours. On the red eye. On the red eye.
I'm in agony, mate. I'm in agony. I need to go in a minute myself, to be honest. I need to get off of here. Oh, mate, literally, listen to this shit. I was looking after my mate's dog last night, right? I would post a picture of it. I would post a picture. I can't touch the phone though at the minute.
Okay. Did you not post it before? Is it one of them, like a wolf looking?
No, I can't. No. It's a Rottweiler. It's a very,
or even worse, bloody hell.
very big one though. A massive one, in fact.
No, they're nice dogs, Rottweilers.
Well, this one's a proper aggressive dog. He's brilliant with me, but not so good with his owner. But thinking he's probably going to end up I reckon I'm going to probably take it off my friend's hands for a couple of weeks to sort it out, because you know, he'll pick things up, and then like if someone tries to take it, he will just try and bite them. You know what I mean? But I had him for one night, and I was taking things off of him. I was taking food off of him, really. You know, not food off of him, but like, you know, like putting it down in front of his mouth and then moving it away, and like, you know, things like that. Like a slow desensitization to these sort of things, you know. But he's too big of a dog for people to risk doing this with. You know, if he bites you, you are done. Have I got a picture on this phone? I can't even touch the phone in a minute anyway. I've got paint on my
No, I know what they look like, and I know what they look like. Bloody hell.
Yeah, but this one's a very tall-backed one, is what I'm saying. He looks a lot different to most Rottweilers, is my point.
All right. Is it a mixed one?
No. He's my family used to breed Rottweilers for crufts and stuff like that. So, I'd say he's more like what they should be like. A lot more lanky legs, not so wide hips, not so low to the ground, like quite high backs. Their back should be quite high. I'd say similar back height to, like, let's say a dog like a big, Dalmatian, maybe a little bit, maybe the same height, a little bit higher, or a Weimaraner, like an actual big Weimaraner.
Okay. Wow.
But yeah, he's got massive paws and stuff like that as well. So, but yeah, like I said, some Rottweilers look like that, and then others don't. You know, you're saying he's he's a athletic type Rottweiler.
Yeah.
Quite a cute dog.
So it's a pup. It sounds like it's young.
No, it's not a puppy. No, it's not a puppy. No.
No. But young still, not old. Sounds young though.
He's about 3-4 years old now.
That's all right.
So he's sort of set in his ways, but
yeah.
What's that?
28 years, 7 years ago. Yeah. Still got years to go. Yeah, submarines proved flat Earth. Submarines can't work on a globe. The same principles apply to an aircraft. Really, the same rules would apply, only in the ocean. Just, you know, they maintain negative buoyancy, and then they don't run aground. And they stay like 2 or 3, let's say 10 foot under the sea, and then they maintain that. If the Earth is a globe, they're going to come out the side of the Earth, side of the globe, submarine. Oh, sorry about that. I just missed that yacht.
Oh, mate, how do I do text? Do you know how to do speech to text?
Yeah.
Oh, I have to leave the call though, won't I? Fuck's sake. It's alright, doesn't matter. I just have to wait a minute. Right.
Yeah, imagine trying to be a submarine pilot, you know?
Yeah, that would be a little bit. That's a daunting task. That's a daunting task and a half, mate. Like, really.
Yeah.
Is.
I've actually been in a submarine, so I know.
I've been in one docked, but like not in one like under the water and that like proper.
No, I have. I've been in one under the water.
As you said, I've been in a very small one, very small one, a bubble one. But that was only in like a very shallow part of, you know what I mean? That was in a very shallow part of the med. Like, yeah, really shallow. In fact, actually, when I think about it. Do you know what I mean? Like, not. Yeah, I wouldn't want to. It wouldn't be a bad job. I'd love to be a helicopter pilot or a normal pilot, mate. Any type of pilot. That's like my dream job. Is to be a pilot. Ultimate freedom. Alaskan bush pilot.
I wasn't a flat earther at the time, but I knew that submarines basically fly in the sea. So they operate like aircraft. So they've got to be dead level. You know, otherwise you're going to have problems again, aren't you? You're going to be banging your head. All the stuff's going to be sliding off the tables. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, mate. You've got to have that equilibrium, bro.
You've got to have that equilibrium, right? Exactly. You know.
You have to.
And if you're following the contours of the Earth, then you're going to have to follow the curvature of the globe, and then that's going to be a nightmare.
Well, yeah, you would have to decrease in depth all the time, unless the gravity somehow affects things also underneath the water in some form of who knows what. But at the same time, it's like for this to be true, then we would have to see the same with lots of other things. You would be able to look at a drone, for instance, or a helicopter from a distance away, from a different field of view, and watch it, and you would be able to set it on a straight course, a straight pitch, and you would literally be able to see its angle change from one point to the next point, and draw a line using let's say radar, for instance, and you'd be able to see an arc between where it first started and the next part it started at. And you wouldn't have to control said helicopter or plane up or down in order to create said arc. It would just create an arc naturally. That arc itself would adhere to the actual vector of the gravitational force at that point, and it would then every individual outer tube would have its own radius value or its own curvature value based on the altitude and based on the numbers of the actual spherical ball itself.
Yeah. Now, what was I going to say? A lot of people don't know this, but the ocean is quite the seabed, the bottom of the ocean is quite level.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right, that's another clue to the curvature. No curvature down there either.
Mm-hmm. And Demet keeps saying this about how snow is the only thing. Snow conforms to the shape of things like they say water does.
Yeah, that's right. Snow. Yeah, you've been saying it for the last couple of days now. I know.
It's because it's snowing, isn't it? It's snowing all over America. So he's always been thinking about it. Oh, mate. Is it snowing in Japan? Japani?
No, it's not snowed. It hasn't snowed. It snowed up north in Hokkaido, but where I am now. Luckily this year, I haven't needed to put the studless tyres on at all, so I'm lucky there.
Good stuff.
Yeah, because normally I'd put the tyres on in December, but it was mild in December here in Japan. So
people don't realise how horrible it is. If it starts snowing in December, people don't know how annoying that is.
Yeah.
Like going all that time, mate.
Yeah, so it was my because I usually put my studless on December, but no, it didn't happen, and then it didn't happen in January. Not happening this month. It's mild. We get sunny days today, so But the funny thing is, I think it was about maybe 4 or 5 years ago we had snow in April.
What?
2 years in a row.
That is quite strange, isn't it?
Yeah. No.
Global warming, mate. That is.
I took pictures because it was unusual.
Global warming. Yeah. Did you not hear about that big blizzard of snow that's been going on in Dubai? And
I was going to say what?
What?
Yeah, they have had snow even in Dubai and that. I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
They have had snow for the first time.
They have had it, but I'm just saying, like global warming, isn't it?
Yeah, so don't say global warming. Global. That word.
Reification.
Yeah, all the time. They can just not stop getting that word out there.
I love it, mate. Oh, come on.
I was looking into the Orion, which is going to be part of the Artemis mission, right? And they're saying that they've got the heat shield. The heat shield is going to double up as the radiation shield, they reckon.
All right.
And then they're going to put the astronauts can kind of like protect themselves behind the equipment in the middle of the probe. That's the only shielding they're going to be having.
Sorry about the noise.
Yeah. That's the only shielding that they're going to be providing. The equipment itself is going to provide radiation shielding.
Fuck's sake.
And then the actual re-entry shield. Really? Okay.
How many REMs is this going to stop then?
Yeah, I wonder.
I bet it produces some REMs in of itself.
Yeah.
I bet you I can find information that states that it creates REMs in and of itself. I did that before. I managed to find some information. We've got this anti-radiation shit here, mate. How does it work? Well, it creates more radiation. No, not bad.
So they're going to have 5 computers in there. 4 computers are going to be used for the main journey. The 5th one is for like a fail-safe if something goes wrong as an emergency. 4 computers they got going on in there, they reckon. And they've been designed, listen to this, they're being designed by the astronauts themselves. This is for the the manned mission back to Mars with back to the moon with the first woman to land on the moon, yeah? Supposedly happening in 2026? 2024, 2026?
No, mate, it's all laughable if you ask me, all of it.
Yeah, then guess what they're doing? They can't test the whole thing in space. They went up there recently, they said. Is it AV1 or whatever they call it, EF1 or something? They went 3,000 miles into the Van Allen radiation belts, they said, and nothing happened. They came back. No problem. Right. Still not enough to test everything. They said we had to test each component for its radiation capabilities, performance. Through radiation, they test every electrical component. Such lies, man. And then you look on other sites, right? And it says radiation deadly to humans.
Yeah. Oh, mate, they came in and wonder for that stuff, though.
And then they want to colonize Mars. No air there. Fucking minus 55 degrees on average. Minus 55 degrees Celsius, that is. Average temperatures. No air.
Loving it, they?
The soil is supposedly toxic, they said, and I don't know all this. But the soil is toxic. So how are you going to live on that? Why would you want to go there?
I said, why would you want to go to these barren places that are uninhabitable? Oh, it's because we've destroyed the Earth, apparently. Police bust hotel lockdown party with 15 people. Okay. In London.
Yeah. This Earth is not overcrowded. We haven't begun to live on this Earth properly
We've
yet.
not even, listen, we're not inhabiting even 3% of the Earth's landmass.
That's right. There you go.
Not even 3%. Not even 3%.
Not even 3%. And we're wasting.
It's less than, listen to this, Jen. It's less than 0.2% of Britain's landmass that has any buildings on it.
Shit. Look at this.
Yeah.
We're not even beginning to live on this Earth. And they're throwing, what are they throwing? They're throwing nearly $3 billion on this Mars mission that they're supposedly on. $3 billion. And 2.2 billion was just for the Curiosity itself. Sorry, the Perseverance itself with its helicopter Ingenuity under the belly side.
Ingenuity.
Yeah, Ingenuity. I mean, the names they have.
Fucking brilliant.
Curiosity, Perseverance. Yeah.
Man, I'll show them a bit of perseverance.
The audacity.
The audacity of these people, brother.
Yeah.
We'll show them some bloody ingenuity. Right. Man, this is some strong ass glue. Not that I'm sniffing it.
And then the rocket itself, to launch the damn thing cost, what was it? $243 million.
Guess what was cheaper though? Guess what was cheaper? To land on Mars or test and trace in the UK? Test and trace in the UK, because, for the Holocaust, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, to land on Mars was cheaper.
Bloody hell.
You know what I mean, mate? It's funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, Elon's so amazing. He did this for so cheap. Pretty sure. Yeah, he's just great, isn't he, this guy? He's a fucking bumbling idiot for one, Elon Musk. Anyone who wants to see how much of a twat Elon Musk is, go and watch that video of him where he's with Joe Rogan. Even Joe Rogan is looking at him.
I've seen it.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying it to the audience. Like, if you want to see how much of a dickhead he is, how dumb he really is.
Yeah, watch that video of him with Joe Rogan. Yeah.
No one's special, is he, Jim?
No, I don't even know. Yeah, where he came from. From PayPal. That's it. He's from PayPal now. That memory serves me right. But yeah, it's just a fucking dipstick.
Exactly. Another dipstick. Already got a dipstick in the oil. Don't need one. Right,
Yeah.
From the hydraulic fluid dipstick, I don't need an Elon dipstick. We would all like an elongated dip.
Yeah.
His mother is Jewish, by the way.
Yeah, there we go. There you have it.
Bloody Jews.
That's another connection. Yeah. Got the Jewish connection.
When I tell people that, they go, no.
You want to be careful, Ariel. You live in the UK like I do, And we get sent to prison, for telling the truth. Or denying so-called truths. Tell the truth, you go to prison. Deny the so-called truth, you go to prison. Prison for you, prison for you.
Yeah, but I saw on Live Leak this morning that guy who came in, he flew into Calgary or somewhere in Canada. And he said, I'm not getting tested. I'm not going to a quarantine facility. Give me the fine. And basically, he did exactly as he said he was going to do when he was coming through the airport.
Right.
And then he said, no, but nobody who gets this fine and doesn't pay it actually gets prosecuted.
That's right. Yeah, I posted a video.
Yeah, if you contest it, then there's nothing to answer.
Exactly. No. There's no real legislation for it. That's why.
Right.
They can't enforce a law that technically doesn't exist. You can pseudo enforce a law as long as someone agrees to agree to the terms to it, because then you're just entering into a form of a contract with a government where they've laid out what you would call a like a speculatory advisory law that you yourself would have to agree to even adhere to before they can start charging you with
it. Did you hear that the CDC in the US is being sued by a bunch of doctors and university doctors at universities, medical universities around California? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's good news. Yeah, rightly so. Broad.
Bloody time.
Yeah. It's influenza A, influenza B. That's all it is out there. Period. Finished. Nothing else.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie, guys? Why would they lie?
Yeah. Mass control. And they got it good.
Right, Jim, we don't need the real reasons, mate.
And then we're looking at what are we looking at? We're looking at the Mars, and they're all double masked up, didn't they? The Mars employees at Mission Control.
Yeah.
We're only following the science.
We're only denying the science, guys.
The pseudoscience.
No, I'm just saying it like to be a bit vindictive, like you know what I mean. You know what I mean, mate? They call me the science denier. I'm denying that they ain't got any. Oh, wait there. That's it. They call me the science denier.
Did you know that sarcasm is not allowed in North Korea?
Is that true? Sounds like you're being sarcastic as fuck to me. Yeah, Jin, you're not really English anymore, mate, because you didn't get the sarcasm in that one, did you, brother? Nah. You spent too much time in Japan with all those serious people.
Those robots.
Arigato, Mr. Roboto. See you later, hasta luego. Man's English sense of humour. Or sense of sarcasm. Yeah, in England, we don't have a sense of humour, we have a sense of sarcasm. It's kind of true, though. Oh my god, how am I going to light this pilot? Oh. It's always scary lighting like gas, something that's gas, and like the thing that you're sparking it with doesn't work 20 times in a row. You know, how much gas is there then? Probably too much.
Yeah.
Why would they lie? Why would they? Aerials in the sky. Know you're looking to see alive. Life is a waterfall. You drink from the river, and you fall. Singing all the words to see you play. I can't actually scream in here. Right, I'm nearly done now. Mic check.
Yeah, you're coming through loud and clear.
That's all right. I always disconnect, mate.
I've got sashimi tonight. Later
Sashimi. Oh, you bastard.
Yeah. My son bought it. He just come back from school. He says, "Dad, I got some sashimi. We had some last night, so he wants the same again tonight. So that's good, isn't it?"
Yeah, man.
That's
I
the way
swear.
I do it, man.
Honestly, Jen, if I ever come to Japan, mate, I actually will come and see you, even though we've hated each other at times.
Don't worry, man. You get the red carpet treatment.
Fucking right. Hopefully that doesn't mean lots of Japanese people plunging swords into their stomachs before me as I walk. Do they still do that anywhere? Do they still do that anywhere in Japan?
I don't know.
I was gonna say if so, I wonder if there's a show you can go and watch where they do it. I'm joking.
They disembowel themselves. It's like a circular motion. They have to put it in and then make like a half moon.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's happened occasionally, people who do that.
Do you remember that guy, the sarin gas guy?
Yeah. Omu Shinriko, it's called. Yeah,
Shinriko. He only got done in, didn't he? Really, like not that long ago.
That's right. Yeah, right.
Yeah, they executed him just before the Olympics, didn't they?
Yeah.
Was it Winter Olympics?
He was obviously fed up with the way Japan was going. That's why he did it.
Yeah, but he was an idiot, mate.
Yeah, he made a mistake. He should have should have aimed at the government and not at the citizens on the train. That was his mistake.
Mate, don't say things like that. You can't say things like that, itching. Should have aimed it at the government.
The organisation is still running.
I know it is, but I'm saying be careful saying things like that, buddy.
I'm not scared of them people. Fuck that shit.
I know, mate. But to sarin gas anyone's bad, alright?
Yeah, it's nuts. It took out just indiscriminately just hitting people on the underground, Fuck, that's mad. It's the same, it was just like the IRA. I used to think, wow, the British government is putting the lives of Londoners in England and Wales.
Yeah, mate, that's true. Mate, who the fuck decides who a real military is, isn't it?
Yeah, and why would they want to occupy Ireland anyway? Stupid.
Mate, it's not just that. You had the separatists and then obviously you got the unionists, right?
Yeah.
Which is the IRA versus obviously the PLA and that, right? What people don't understand and what people don't get with this argument, mainly, and I say this as the best I can, is that who decides who a real army is, mate? Should the Englishmen know policing them like killing each other? Probably not. Let them kill each other. If they want to.
Scotland wants to move away, doesn't it? Scotland wants to break away.
Probably, mate. No, it does, yeah. Part of it does, not all of them want to. But this is what I mean, that winds me up. It's like, alright, so because you've got a bigger flag and a bigger army, then you're more official and the other one's a terrorist. Piss off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's wrong. I never did like that at all. Didn't like that stance at all.
Mate, the IRA were a real paramilitary, and so were the separatists, mate. You know what I mean? As far as I'm concerned, they're just as legitimate as any other military, and that's a very. People don't like that, but they went and bombed pubs and that. I'm not being funny. Do you know how many places got blown up in Ireland because of the English?
I know
quite a few. There's quite a few, by the way.
Yeah, man. serious business. I mean, they called it the Troubles. You know, the Troubles, man. Huh. They labeled it the Troubles.
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
Who that? Who that? Who that? Who that? Who that?
Yo, it's quiet. Yo, I was just thinking, dude, why don't we see shooting stars like going up, like from down to up? If we live on a giant ball, shouldn't we see shooting stars flying at every angle?
I agree. Yeah, especially as you're spinning. You're right.
I've asked that before, quiet noobs, and the hardcore Globers will tell you that we do see this. I remember Scott Veach. I think it was Scott Veach I was speaking to about it years ago, or at least a year ago. And he posted, I can't remember what he posted, but I think he posted a video which he claimed showed them going at different angles, but I honestly can't remember.
Oh, so they'll say we do. We do see them.
They'll say we do, but I'm with you, because pretty much whenever you look at it, unless you're really scouting the internet for videos of them moving in different, I've never seen them moving in a different direction.
That's a load of bollocks. They never do that. It's bollocks.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Even shooting stars, mate. Right. They might come down across. You will never ever see them come up. It's impossible.
No, but we should, though, because that's a very good point. Because of that spin, we should see them going up in all directions. You're right.
I've got a weird feeling that even on their own model, it's actually impossible anyway.
Yeah, there's always some sort of counter.
You see how the ball is just debunking itself. 24 hours a day, 365 days of the year.
But yeah, you're right. They'll definitely just say, well, we do see them go straight up.
Yeah, like if we're on this tilt, right? How can you how can the pole or the caps be on a tilt?
Yeah, agreed.
Oh, thanks, whoever did that. That was brilliant. I cut out then, and then someone moved me back and in and out. That helps. Cheers.
Yeah, there's no way the ice caps would be on a tilt.
No, I mean that's what they're saying though.
Do you want to know one of the weirdest straw mans? Wolfgang, are you there? You might be able to help me through this.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Is it the Pizzle that always brings up the same argument with the mountain?
The argument of what?
With the mountain.
What, the sun coming from below, so they say?
No, it's to do with the height of it. And you say, to do with the height of it, and saying that...
Oh, for curvature?
Yeah, I think so. It might even be to do like some of the infrared photos, I believe.
Not sure if I've heard Lepizzle saying that one. But I try and avoid listening to Lepizzle.
Who is it? Annoying. I'll figure it out.
Some guy's claiming he's got a demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
No.
Yeah, in lobby.
For real. Tell him you'll ban him unless he gets in the VC. Wait there. Are we allowed to do that?
He said he already explained it on Monday.
Yeah, explained it. I'm like, show me the demonstration. And he says Charles' law plus Boyle's law plus Gay-Lussac's law plus Dalton's law.
No.
So no demonstration then.
No, doesn't work. You can't have Charles's law mixed with Gay-Lussac. Not exactly. So add heat and cold, two gases. Charles's law is only able to be shown in a container anyway. In terms of evolution, usually.
Alright, guys.
You can't really see it else.
It's amazing. They're like, yeah, I've got a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. Okay, could you link it? Check out Monday's VC, 2 hours long. Okay, why don't you just link us to the demonstration and the method? Just listen to 2 hours of the voice chat on Monday. Cool.
Well, it's always the same story of gravity and radiant, pressure gradient, all that stuff, gradient.
Yeah, I just don't understand how they can't differentiate between story and demonstration. Is this...
Oh, yeah.
Are these not well understood words? I don't understand.
Well, they'll take a written document over actual testable proof any day.
Young Freezy playing The Sims 4. Didn't even know people were still playing The Sims. Young Freezy. You there, Young Freezy?
Huh? Yeah, I'm here.
How's it going, bro?
It's going pretty good, my man.
Good stuff. What are you doing in The Sims?
That's a good question.
You doing some housework? Getting a job? Going to work?
Yeah, of course. On the grind.
On the grind in The Sims. Good stuff. How did you find the server?
Recommended by a friend, actually, yeah.
Okay, nice. Your friend been getting smacked around in here?
Huh?
Your friend been getting flat smacked around in here? Or has he not been speaking? Just been
not really been speaking.
Okay, cool. You've heard about, flat earth and all that? You ever looked into it?
Not really. Sounds really interesting, though.
It's quite interesting. Have you ever thought about how you don't observe Earth to be curved?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't look very curved to me.
No, it doesn't, does it? What about in motion? You ever thought, hey, Earth actually doesn't look like it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour?
Yeah, that seems pretty evident, actually, yeah.
Yeah. So if someone was to say to you, hey, it looks flat, but it's actually curved. Hey, it looks still, but it's actually in motion. Would you say that they had to give you some evidence for that?
Yeah, everything needs evidence. I'm not going to believe it without it.
Perfect. So who do you think first measured or proved that the Earth was curving, despite it only looking flat?
Well, I know someone a while ago, back in classical era.
Mm-hmm. Do you know who it is, or is it just kind of...
Could not give a name.
Yeah, okay. What about motion of the Earth? Same thing?
Yet again, same thing.
Yeah. And what about the fact that they tell us that we live in a vacuum?
I mean, I'm alive right now, so...
Yeah. Do you think you could live in a vacuum, generally?
I mean, not without an atmosphere.
And what do you think happens to gas in a vacuum?
Gas in a vacuum? Well,
like if you had a vacuum chamber and then you pumped some air into it, where would that air go?
It wouldn't go anywhere. The vacuum is a lack of anything.
Yeah, but if you injected air into it, would it not fill up the vacuum? It would move freely around the space of the vacuum, wouldn't it?
I suppose so. It would stop making a vacuum.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, and let's imagine that you had a vacuum chamber and you split it in two, so you had a little wall in the middle of it, and on one side you've got air, and on the other side it's a vacuum. What happens if we remove that wall between them? Where does the air go?
It diffuses.
It would rush into the vacuum, right? The lower pressure space. And it would just all equalize.
To low concentration.
Yeah, so high pressure to low pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, natural law. But see, with the globe story, they tell you that you've got high pressure here on Earth, that you're breathing air, and it's existing next to a vacuum, but it's not going and filling that space.
Doesn't make much sense.
No, it doesn't make much sense. But the common rebuttal would be gravity, right? But you know as well as I do that air isn't moving downwards on Earth. Like, air doesn't fall to the floor. Air is omnidirectional. It just moves all over the place, up and down, and to the sides, right?
Yeah.
So there is no force, quote unquote, pulling it down. So if nothing's pulling it down to the surface, why is all that air not just rushing off to fill the vacuum? Since we agree high pressure flows to low pressure.
Well, the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the high pressure. Why is that not flowing out into the lower pressure vacuum?
Wait, what? High pressure.
So the atmosphere that you're breathing is like 14.7 psi on average at surface level of air. Okay. Yeah, a gas. And we just discussed the vacuum chamber. What gas will do next to a vacuum? It'll fill the vacuum. It'll move to that lower pressure space. High pressure flows to low pressure. Entropy. Natural law. So why is it the atmosphere that we've got here, supposedly on the outside of a spinning ball, isn't just flowing off into that lower pressure vacuum of space?
I don't know. Maybe the centripetal force from the spinning or something? I don't know.
But I mean, think about it. Even if you had a ball, I mean, even if you were spinning that vacuum chamber with gas on one side or whatever, regardless, if you open up that divide, the gas is going to fill that space. Like, can you conceive of any way that you could stop gas from moving into a vacuum if it was next to a vacuum?
Not really. It takes the course of least resistance, so it's probably leaving into a vacuum, but
yeah,
just doesn't seem.
So how can the story that they tell us about us having our atmosphere and everything else here right next to a vacuum, and it's not doing that, which is what it does every time on Earth?
I don't know. Maybe the gas is dissipating slowly out.
But things don't, right, when we open that divider between the two walls, though, the two parts of the vacuum chamber, the air wasn't slowly going into the vacuum. It all rushes immediately into the vacuum. Like if you've got a car and you fill it up with smoke, and then you let down the windows, right, all that smoke is just going to rush out pretty quickly, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why is the air on Earth not rushing out into the vacuum?
Very good.
Something to think about. Yeah, it's a good question. Do you know we've had PhDs and stuff come in here and they can't answer this question?
Yeah, well, just something everyone's told that's how it. Well, they don't get told how it works. Just say.
Yeah, you're just kind of told that's what's happening, right? And you don't ever really get. Yeah, exactly. They teach you as a kid this is what's occurring, but you never really see any demonstration of it. And when you think about it, you realize, oh wait, that's actually not how it works at all, as far as I can tell. When I put air in my bike tire or my car tire, I need that rubber wheel to keep the air there. If I were to remove that rubber or put a hole in it, all that air is just going to escape.
So how do we survive? How are we not in a vacuum right now?
That's a good question. Well, do you know what the definition of gas pressure is?
I mean, roughly.
Okay. What would you think it is?
Well, it's like the standard for how gas behaves.
Well, it's described as the force exerted by the gas upon the walls of its container, right? So pressure has the word press in it. It's because this is the gas pressing against the container, and this is what's causing pressure, right? So what they're telling us is that we've got gas pressure, but with no container to press against.
Finish the one you're on, and then you can
Right.
sign yourselves out.
So there has to be a container.
Pick up with sources and place
Someone
studies.
doing some online schooling.
And hopefully before long you'll be back in school, which will make it easier.
Is that your
Okay.
teacher talking to you, young Freezy?
Yep. Cool. Have a lovely rest of your day.
Hold on, just finishing now.
And I'll see you on Monday.
Geography lesson, funnily enough.
Well, now you've got a question that you can ask the class next time.
Well, I certainly will. I don't think I'll get an answer, though.
Yeah, no, you won't. But right, where were we? So gas pressure, right? The force exerted upon the gas by the walls on the walls of its container. So they tell us there's no container, and as we've just discussed, the gas would flow to the lower pressure space if this was the case. So you ask the question, right? Well, then how are we alive? And that's a great question. The only logical answer you can come to with that is that, well, because we have gas pressure that we're breathing, consequently, we must have a container, right? The only way you can have a gas pressure is if you have a container. So, logically, we must have a container. Or, as you rightly pointed out, we'd all be dead.
But how does this relate to flat Earth, or is this a separate?
No, this relates to flat Earth because it shows you that the story that we've been told about the globe cannot possibly be true.
Oh, cool.
Right? Because we need a container. So wherever we're living, whatever this Earth is in totality, it must be contained. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes
physically contained. Because gas has to be physically contained if it's a pressure.
But wouldn't it require the same atmospheric pressures, the same conditions, a flat Earth and a globe Earth?
Well, no, because on the flat Earth, we're not saying that you're in a vacuum. The globe Earth's saying you're in a vacuum.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
So on one story, you've got a gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a container. That's impossible as far as we can tell. And the other side, we're just saying, well, we've got gas pressure, so we must have a container. Exactly what that container is, where it stretches, where it ends, who knows? Speculation. But we know we must have one, otherwise we wouldn't be breathing.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Cool. So, you got any other questions about Earth in general? How you can know what it is?
Not really. I'm satisfied.
You're satisfied. Well, that's cool. I'm glad you're satisfied. Well, we're here 24/7, so if you do have questions, you can feel free to let us know.
Cool stuff. Well, thanks a lot.
Yeah, no worries. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you.
Who else we got here? We've got Cripple in the house. How's it going, Cripple? You've been unmuted.
Yo, I am doing fine. How about you? What are you saying?
Yeah, not much. Just talking about gas pressure with our friend Young Freezy here. Did you hear that conversation?
Yeah, I was listening.
Okay, so what do you think? Can we have gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum, without the gas pressure rushing into the vacuum?
Definitely not.
Wouldn't seem like it, would it?
No, not at all.
So then how can we be living on a ball that's covered in gas pressure in a vacuum?
We're not. That's just it. We're not.
Fair enough.
We're living on a flat Earth, no vacuum. They're just lying to us for some reason. Not sure why.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I mean, unless you were them, you wouldn't know why exactly. It would be speculation. But you don't have to. You don't have to know. You don't have to know why to know gas pressure requires a vacuum container. Sorry.
Yeah.
Right. So you can tell they're lying because we can't be living in a vacuum and have gas pressure without a container. But why? Why would they lie? I mean, why do people lie? generally, when people are withholding information from you to make you think a certain thing, it's because they're trying to control you in some way, right?
Yeah.
Like if I had you working on a farm and I said, nah, all the other farms in this area, they pay you half the price for double the work. That could just be a lie from me, but I'd be telling you that because I want you to keep working for me, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And if there was signs up going around the town saying, hey, you'll be getting double the pay at this place for half the work that I'm giving you, and I start ripping down those signs and saying, shit, don't want them to see this. That's again because I'm trying to control you, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on here, I think.
Yeah. Well, you might not realize it right now, but you will if you stick about. Anyway, welcome to the server, Cripple. Good to see you.
Thanks. I'm going to stay here. I'm here to stay for a long time. Get educated.
Yeah. Well, we're here 24/7. You got questions about Earth, flat or globe, shout them out. We can talk. Who else have we got? Henry is in the house playing Space Engineers. Uh-oh, this one might be a tough sell, guys. Henry, are you here?
Yeah.
How's it going, Henry? Welcome to the server.
I'm just chilling, seeing what you guys up to.
You're a little bit quiet on the mic, Henry. I don't know if that's just...
I'm sorry. I can try to speak up a little bit louder. That's fine. One sec. Let me close the door.
Yeah, that's fine. How did you find the server today, Henry? Do you guys all know each other?
Is it fine if I speak like this?
Yeah, can hear you.
Alright, yeah. That should be good then.
Cool. So how did you find the server? Do you guys all know each other?
No, I just found it on Reddit.
Right, okay. So have you looked into the topic at all?
Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna get me banned, but I believe in the globe, so yeah, I'm just here chilling.
Hey, no. Listen. No one gets banned here for believing in the globe.
Yeah,
people get banned here just for trolling and being crazy people, but no, we're looking for people who believe in the globe because we all used to believe in it too. So we're just trying to have the conversation and say, well, think about this.
Well,
so I don't know if you heard me speaking to one of the other guys.
Yeah, Cream, was it?
Yeah,
about the gas pressure.
The gas pressure, yeah. What do you think about that?
I think that we could get into the fact that air, believing in gravity, makes so you have another force, and you can go into arguments whether or not gravity is a force.
Well, do you observe air to be pulled down to the ground?
You do. That's what happens, I would say.
Is it? Do you not think it moves omnidirectionally?
Oh yeah, it does. Particles have synergy.
So they'll go up, down, to the sides, all over the place, right?
Yeah, of course.
But gravity just is a vector of down, is it not, towards the center of the ball?
It is, but the same way that... Imagine I have two particles. One in a Z and one in a Z plus 1. You see?
Mm-hmm.
So both of them will try to go down. But the one at Z plus 1 is something impeding it to go down. So by third Newton's law, you'll have an opposite force, which will be up, and that's why you also have gravity. You also have air in high altitudes, and not just everything concentrated on the ground.
But if there's no force that's just pulling everything down to the Earth, then why wouldn't the higher pressure gas be moving to the lower pressure vacuum?
Because of gravity. Because there's another force. If there were no gravity, of course, it wouldn't happen.
Okay, well, how are you defining gravity at the moment?
It works as a model if you just apply the force. F equals to G times F, mass 1 times mass 2 divided by radius squared.
So are you thinking mass attracts mass type of thing?
Yes, exactly. And of course, there is composed of particles which have mass.
Okay, so
they also have a force.
So do you know that the mainstream science don't consider gravity to be a force anymore?
Yeah, I know. There's you can.
So what do they say? What do they say gravity is in the mainstream?
You can interpret gravity in different senses depending on the scale you're using. Same way as when you're doing a physics problem, you normally ignore the resistance of the air because it doesn't apply. It doesn't matter for the context you're working on.
Okay, but just to be concise, when we say, right, I've dropped a pen and I see it go down, the cause of that you're claiming is called gravity.
Yes.
Right. So what are the mainstream saying is the mechanism of that cause? What are they saying is going on?
Oh yeah, it's talking about bending in space. I don't know.
Yes, there you go. Man knows his gravity. So Einstein says it's the consequence of the bending and warping of space-time. Yeah.
It's a consequence or it's a cause? I'm not sure. I'm not like.
Well, they're saying the cause of things going down.
Yeah.
This gravity, which is a consequence of the bending and warping of space-time.
No. The warping of space-time is the gravity that would be.
Yeah, so they're saying that due to bending and warping of space-time, we're seeing this effect that we've called gravity.
Yes, indeed.
Which is things falling down. So what do you think space-time is?
Oh, I have no idea. Or I couldn't give you a concise answer.
Okay. Well, do you think when Einstein was coming up in his office of this theory, what do you think he was looking at or experimenting on when it came to space-time?
It was just a theoretical physicist, wasn't he?
Okay, so it was just a concept in his head.
Yeah,
okay.
I would believe so.
So do you not think it's a bit strange that people are claiming that the reason things fall down is because of this concept in Einstein's head?
It was a concept before. It has been...
No. I know. We know the effect. The effect is certain objects will fall, certain objects will rise. But when you're saying the cause is this, what you're saying is the cause is this thing that Einstein thought up in his head and hasn't actually been observed or tested. Right, space-time.
I'm pretty sure there have been like some experience that would back up Einstein's theory. I'm not sure.
Do you think Einstein did any experiments, like scientific experiments?
Einstein himself didn't.
Okay. So do you think? So at the time he was just speaking conceptually.
Yes.
So he was talking about bending and warping. So bending and warping, that implies physicality, right? So he's talking about bending and warping, a concept in his head.
No. The bending and warping, like that was a concept. It conceptualized.
But you just said space-time was a concept as well.
Yeah, everything is a concept.
Yeah, so he's claiming a physical bending and warping of a concept in his mind.
When you mean in his mind?
Well, because we just agreed that he wasn't dealing physically with space-time, he just theorized this.
Yes.
Yeah, so he's talking about bending and warping this theoretical fabric of space-time that he's thought up.
No, just because you have a theoretical approach to it doesn't mean that the tissue of space-time itself is theoretical. Of course,
right, but then you would have to demonstrate physicality of it. Okay, so who did that?
Do you know the experiment when those two black holes, allegedly collided?
But that's not an experiment, though, because an experiment requires you to manipulate something.
No, it just requires you to have a variable.
Yeah, variable that you manipulate.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, the variable has to be something that you can manipulate, the independent variable of an experiment, so that you can demonstrate a cause to an effect.
It can be manipulated by outside factors as long as you feature those in, I would imagine.
So what did they manipulate how did they manipulate space-time?
If I'm not wrong, the experience consisted of something like 2 lasers. And they were in orthogonal positions, and gravity waves are supposed to alter the time that the laser would take to reach the other end. And
who did this experiment?
I'm sorry?
Who do you think did this experiment?
Oh, I have no idea. As I said, I'm not that much into the space-time gravity concept. I don't have enough physics knowledge to argue about that.
Okay, no, that's okay. Well,
I'm not going to be able to prove to you the space-time concept because I myself don't know them.
Okay, so then how would you be able to prove that gravity is the thing that's keeping the gas not flying into the vacuum, which we experience on Earth? Like on Earth, if we had gas next to a vacuum, the gas would just fill that vacuum. But you're saying it doesn't do this because of this thing which you're saying you can't really prove.
No. The concept that I said, we rely on models for physics. The model of gravity as a space-time bending phenomenon.
Do you not think we rely on physical demonstration in physics?
I didn't say otherwise.
Because for something to be, for you to believe something wholeheartedly to be true, would you not want to see it physically demonstrated in reality?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so have you ever seen anyone demonstrate gas pressure existing next to a vacuum without filling the vacuum?
As I told you, if force of the particles between air is only one in effect, then yes, of course, air will fill the vacuum. However, that's not what I believe.
Yeah, but that's what you've seen. I'm talking about what you've seen, not what you believe. But I'm also talking about how we come to believe the things that we believe. I mean, is it a well-founded belief if it contradicts what you experience every day in terms of gas pressure, and if you've never seen a demonstration to the contrary?
Could you repeat the question, please?
So when you're thinking about what it is that you believe, is it logical to believe something that contradicts what we experience every day? So what we experience every day is that high pressure flows to low pressure. A high pressure gas system will flow into a lower pressure system if they're not physically separated. So that's what we observe. But you're saying you believe something contrary to that. But you're also saying...
No, I don't believe I believe something contrary to that.
Well, but if you believe that we're existing in a gas pressure environment next to a vacuum without physical separation, and the gas pressure is still maintaining itself, then you do believe that.
No, as I said, I accept that when there are no other forces, then yes, the gas will spread out.
But if you can't demonstrate a force that would do what you're claiming it would do, i.e. keep gas from filling the vacuum...
I believe you can demonstrate a force. Like,
can you demonstrate that force?
I've never done it. You know about the Cavendish experience, of course, don't you?
Yeah, but that's not to do with gas pressure.
Yeah, I know. But if you prove that gravity exists, which I highly doubt you do,
but again, the Cavendish doesn't prove gravity either.
What does it prove?
Well, you tell me. The guy was swinging metal balls in a shed. What do you think it proves?
It proves that objects with mass attract other objects with mass.
How did it prove that?
So I know that you have two sets of masses hanging on a thread.
So two metal balls. Yeah.
No, sure. You have two metal balls, and then you have another masses that are placed close enough so they have an effect. And these are supposed to have a lot of mass, so the effect of mass is greater.
Right, but you're just seeing these balls swing around. How are you confirming that they're swinging around because they're attracting each other due to each other's mass?
You can change the masses, and if the behavior is different, then you can conclude that the mass itself was the thing driving that movement.
Well, how could you eliminate, say, the possibility that they're attracting each other due to something like electrostatics?
You can account for that, of course.
You can or you can't?
You can.
So how would you eliminate that as a possible variable?
Oh, I don't know how to do actual.
That's what I mean. Cavendish actually wasn't aware of these, so he wouldn't have been able to.
Yes, I realize you might not have been. But for example,
so the point is with this experiment, you're observing an effect of these balls moving, but you're claiming that you know the cause, but you can't actually test the cause.
No, you can test the cause if you do the things that we just discussed we should do.
No, because again, you're just changing the size of the balls, but you're not proving that the effect you're observing is directly due to the ball's masses. You're assuming that.
No, I'm not changing the size of the balls, I'm changing the mass of the balls. And if that is indeed the only thing that changes, and we account for that to be the only thing that changes, then yes, the mass of the balls will be the only thing.
Right, but if you change the mass of the balls, then you could be changing the, say, electrostatic attraction of the balls.
You can account for that, I bet.
How?
I don't know how. But
they can't. This is what I'm telling you, Henry.
No. they cannot account for that.
No, they can't.
Are you saying that? Can you not measure that said attraction? Can you, like, you're talking about electrostatic attraction? Can we not measure?
Well, I mean, theoretically you could, but how did Henry Cavendish account for that?
Oh, I'm not saying that it did. I say that we can. And if we can right now, we can do it another one. No?
But even then, say you measured it, how could you then say, right, so that proves that the effect we're observing is due to the inherent mass, attracting mass.
Because that's only variable.
No, but that's just the assumption. That's the assumption. You can't split out all the variables because, well, you can't think of variables that you haven't thought of, right? I mean, there could be a number of reasons why the balls are moving the way they are.
Science never claims that it has a definite reason. It claims that it has a model, and until that model is proven wrong.
No, that's not what science is. That's not what science is. No.
I'm sorry.
Science is trying to prove cause and effect relationships, right? So you claim a cause of an effect that you observe in nature, and you want to say, right, I think this is occurring because of this. So then you have to set up an experiment where you can manipulate that assumed cause and get the desired effect. And then by manipulating that cause, you see it. But you can't manipulate a cause of claimed gravity, right? You can't turn it on and off to say, hey, look, it does this when gravity's on, but when I turn gravity off, it no longer acts this way. You can't do that. So you can't demonstrate a cause and effect relationship. You can say, oh, I believe this is mass, and then you swing some balls around and you say, look, mass attracts mass. That's not science. That's pseudoscience, because you're already assuming your cause without being able to prove it.
No, you're not assuming, because if there was no cause that we went like.
No, it's not saying there's no cause. You're claiming the cause is mass attracting mass.
Science is supposed to be falsifiable, right? So there's a way that experience will be falsified, and we would conclude that gravity wouldn't exist. And that way would be if.
But they haven't proven anything to falsify, Henry. This is the point. They've observed balls swinging. So how could you falsify something they haven't proven?
Dude, they have observed balls swinging in a specific way.
Yes, you observe balls swinging.
That doesn't falsify the idea of gravity. In order to falsify it, what will need to happen is that the balls would not get always attracted to the other masses. If that didn't happen, then we would conclude that there is no such interaction.
But again, you're assuming. I mean, even if we presume that you're correct in saying these balls always attract each other, which I don't think they do. Actually, the Cavendish experiment is notoriously unreliable, and the balls will do whatever they want almost. But let's just say you're correct; they move towards each other. You are assuming the reason they move towards each other is because they're inherently attracting due to their mass. But you can't demonstrate this. Do you get what I'm saying?
1 second. Yes, I got the question.
Yeah. So it's a claim. I'm observing these balls move towards each other because their mass is attracting each other, but that's not actually something that you've proven by observing these balls move towards each other. You've just observed balls moving towards each other. And there could be a number of explanations that would explain it, but you've chosen one.
Yeah, and if any of those, okay, so if those explanations, that it's part of the process to eliminate those explanations themselves. If the explanation why those balls are moving towards each other would be something that we do not know yet, that something is also being incorporated. So if there's an external factor if there's an external factor that it still works that way, that external factor must be that thing.
Well, but remember, your claim is specifically that it's mass attracting mass, and then you're using this claim to springboard onto things like matter will form balls in a vacuum, gas pressure will stick to the exterior of a ball in a vacuum. So you might say, okay, but whatever the cause is, the same effect is observed. But what you're not realizing is that your specific claim is what explains all of these other things in the model. And if it's not that, then it doesn't explain them. So if it's not the mass attracting mass forming balls, then, you know, you don't have the globe.
Yes, indeed.
So, okay, but we can move on from that to maybe something a little more concrete.
Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah.
What about curvature of Earth, Henry? Do you think you?
It's not a problem if you consider that Earth is big enough. If you consider gravity, yes, I know gravity is the holy grail of globe vergers. You could say.
Yeah. So you don't observe curvature. We don't, as human beings, observe curvature of the Earth, do we?
We don't see the curvature of the Earth.
No.
Yeah, like if you're on ground level, no.
No. I mean, even if you're in a plane, you don't see it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can figure out the height from on which you could see that.
What height do you think you would have to be to see curvature?
I'll have to do some math, but you can probably find it on Google.
Okay, well, fair enough. Well, we're just saying at the moment, from our experience on Earth, we just observe it to be flat, okay? So if someone was to then say, okay, but it's actually curved, they would require to prove that, wouldn't they? Still with us, Henry?
Yeah, I'm with us. I mean, yeah, sure.
Okay,
yeah,
so who do you think is the first person?
I think it was Archimedes. That's what I've heard.
Who?
Archimedes, or the Archimedes experience would be able to conclude that.
What do you think he did to measure curvature?
I know that he only did it with 2 poles.
Yeah, you're talking about Eratosthenes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. These Greeks all sound the same, right?
A little bit, yes.
So Eratosthenes, what have you heard that he did?
Yeah, he measured the shadows of two the sticks. Yeah. And 2 sticks would have been as to conclude that we're either in a flat Earth with a close sun or.
Okay, so you know.
Yes, I know the little bit of the detail.
Yeah, so he assumed that it was a curved surface with an infinitely far sun.
Yeah, and I believe that the curved surface was because they already realized that from the boats that would cross the horizon, which is also highly argued. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so Eratosthenes can work on both models, really. Do you understand that?
Yeah, if you don't assume or if you don't consider.
Yeah, so it works on both, so it doesn't really prove either of them. So you said boats going over the horizon. What if I told you that you could demonstrate the same effect of objects disappearing bottom up over a flat surface?
Oh.
You ever seen that?
No, I never heard that. I don't think I heard that, to be honest.
Are you in the live stream voice text channel? Do you see that just above this voice channel? I think you've been given, I think I gave you VC verified. Yeah, so just above this voice channel, it says live stream voice text.
Yes, I'm seeing it.
Okay, so I'm just away to post a couple of GIFs for you. And this is something you can try yourself at home. Get yourself a friend. Get him to take a coin, put your eye down to the table.
Oh, yeah.
Do you see those? So you see, if you put your eye down to the table and have someone pull a coin away from you, if the table is a sufficient length, because you do need a pretty long table, then it will start to disappear bottom up, right? Do you see that?
Where is the eye level?
Just above the table. So look at the second one that I've shown you. I'll show you another one. So you might think, oh, the camera must be below the table, right? But if that were the case, then in the second GIF that I've just posted, he wouldn't be able to zoom into the coin at the other end if it was below the table. So you can see the camera is above table level. It's just the coin gets obscured, which is due to...
You mean in the last message?
Yeah, do you see it's called coin zoom?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like it's disappeared.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so he zooms into the coin at the end of the table after it's disappeared. This is the same thing we see with boats, right? So if I put in boat zoom, it looks like these things are going behind a curve, but we can zoom them back into view, which we wouldn't be able to do if they were really behind a physical curve of ocean, right? So it's the same principle. This is just to do with perspective. You see that?
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
So next, I mean, this is something you can test yourself as well. I mean, if you go to the beach or whatever, and you watch a ship sailing out, and you sometimes will see it disappear bottom up, and then you can take some binoculars out and look at it again, and
the thing is,
you'll be able to pull it back into view.
Knitted. That seems to be like a line.
Say that again?
The image doesn't seem to be that knitted.
Which image are you talking about?
Mainly the coin 2.
Coin 2. What about it?
It's like a line between the coin disappearing and the table itself.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Again, that's
highlights from the light in the kitchen.
Yeah, it's like almost like a reflection of the table surface. But you can see this principle, right? Objects can appear to disappear bottom up over a flat surface.
Yeah,
so
I agree
assumption,
I agree
the assumption that it would be, if you see it disappearing bottom up, to say, oh, it must be a curved surface, is actually an assumption.
Because it can also be due to it just not being visible, you say.
Or it can be due to just the angular resolution limit of the optic that you're looking at it through. Right? Things will eventually vanish.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It's a bit more technical. I can put a link to the channel which goes into it. There's a lot of information there, optics, vision, and perspective. But basically, if you think about like a long hotel corridor, you know how you see the walls appear to converge to a point?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a similar idea. Imagine like a hotel corridor over that surface of water. This is how our eyes work. So when an object reaches a certain distance, it will begin to go into the vanishing point, which is the limit of your eye or the optic that you're using. And because the bottom of these objects is the smallest angle because it's on the surface, that's the part that disappears first.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? I didn't understand the last part.
That's okay. Sorry, it gets a little bit technical, but basically it's to do
you said that the bottom is the smallest angle. I don't know.
As in the angle to your eye. Right, there's
the difference between the rise and the bottom. You mean?
It's kind of difficult to explain, but the highest point of the object is going to be the largest angle to your eye that you can view. And the smallest is going to be the one that's against the surface that you're looking over, which is the bottom. So that will be the part that appears to vanish first. I'm explaining it pretty terribly, to be honest, but if you click into the Optics, Vision and Perspective channel, there's quite a lot on this. So it's quite difficult to explain without diagrams and all that. But you can see it. Basically, you see the effect, right? Objects will appear to disappear bottom up over a flat surface. So to claim that boats going over a horizon shows we live on a curved surface isn't actually true, because
what if you did Aristophanes with 3 poles? Would that be enough to prove it for you?
No, what I would be looking for is a measurement point to point to show the curvature between those 2 points, right?
Sorry, what do you mean with that? Measure
okay,
point
so if you're on a ball, imagine you're on a basketball. The further you move along that basketball, the more you're going to go down and around a curve, right?
Yeah, sure.
Until eventually you're on the other side of that ball and you can't see.
180, like in the direct opposite, right? Directly opposite from that one point.
Yeah, well, you could go to the exact opposite side, but you would only have to go, say, like a quarter of the way around the ball to the point where you wouldn't be able to see what's on that other quarter.
Not even a quarter, but yes.
Yeah, not even a quarter exactly. You'd only have to go a certain distance before you were starting to be obscured by that curvature.
Yes.
So, if you were to guess, how much curvature would you say the globe model predicts over, say, 25 miles? A lot? A little? What do you think?
A little.
Okay, so
I don't
in
know,
feet...
there are calculators for that. You and I.
Yeah, there is. But just to get an idea of what you would assume in feet or meters, what would you say that would be over 25 miles?
Miles. I don't know. I can like.
You can just take a guess. I mean, it's no. We're not going to hold you to it.
Perhaps. I don't know. Like.
What did you say?
1 mile, perhaps.
A mile of curvature.
Yeah, like 25 feet, 25 forward, 1 down. That could be an overguess, though.
Okay, I didn't totally hear it, but anyway, what it is about 90 meters, right?
90.
90.
Yeah.
90 over 25 miles. Okay, so if we were if we went to a lake and we stood on one side and it was 25 miles wide, and you had a friend stand on the other side of that lake, according to the globe model, he should be hidden by 90 meters of physical curvature, right?
Yeah. Oh, we're going to bring refraction to this, aren't we? Yes.
Well.
Yes.
Okay, we can jump to that if you want, but so if you can see your friend on the other side of that 25-mile lake.
If you can always see your friend, then yeah, something's going on.
What if you can see him once?
Why wouldn't you be able to see him the other times?
Well, atmospheric conditions generally will limit your vision.
Exactly.
Yeah. But if you can see him once, that means that the surface hasn't curved so that there's 90 meters of physicality between you.
No. As I said, if you can see him once and you cannot see them the other times, that means that there's something going on. And you could say that the opposite is also true. If you can see him once and you cannot see him the other 300 times,
but they're not saying that the curvature is changing, are they? But they're not saying that the curvature of Earth is changing, are they?
No, not said that.
Okay, so if you can see him once, then that means where's the curvature gone in that example?
As I said, there must be something accounting for that.
Mm-hmm. Could it be possibly that you can see him because there is no curvature?
It could, but then you need to have another explanation for the reason why you cannot see him the other n times. Yes.
But you would understand that a perfectly reasonable explanation for why you couldn't see that distance would just be atmospheric conditions, fog, observer height, whatever, right?
In both cases, yes.
Yeah, but when you do see him, that's a problem for the globe model because it would indicate...
I said in both cases, as in you can both account atmospheric conditions for when you can see him, considering you're in a globe, and for when you cannot see him, considering you're not in a globe.
Yeah, but if you can see him once, then where's that curvature gone?
What did I just tell you? You can account for that with atmospheric conditions the same way you would account for not being able to see them due to the atmospheric conditions.
So what atmospheric conditions do you think exist that would let you see around a hill?
The most common answer that I find, of course, is refraction, which
But does that mean... But does refraction mean that you can see... Sorry.
I took this 2-3 years ago. Snell's law. I don't know if that's the right name. Something like that. Snitzel's law? One sec.
Snell's law.
Yes, that accounts for refraction indexes of different mediums. Yeah, I say that right. Yeah.
Go ahead and demonstrate that then.
I'm sorry.
Is the atmosphere two different mediums?
You don't. Sorry. When I said mediums, you can imagine atmospheric pressure diminishes as height increases, right? Yes. No.
Sorry. Say that again.
Atmospheric pressure diminishes when height increases.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sure.
And generally, a denser medium should have lower I don't know. I haven't thought about this in a while, but they have a low like the coefficient of refraction is different.
So where would the light move? Would the light move to the lower pressure atmosphere, or
no, to the higher pressure? If I'm not wrong.
Okay. So what do you think it's doing then? Do you think it's just following the curve of the Earth perfectly, or?
I wouldn't say perfectly, but yes, it's quote unquote curving.
Okay, so you think it curves kind of up around the curve and then down around the curve to meet the observer's eye?
What do you mean by curving up?
Well, if he's supposed to be on the other side of this hill, this curvature, then the light would have to be curving up over that hill from the target, and then down again to the observer, right? If it's on like another side of a hill.
No, it doesn't need to be curving up. Just need to bend.
But you'd have to bend around that curve, wouldn't you?
There's just one radius, you could say. If you are to draw, like if you do a transversal cut of it, you would see just like a parabola or something. No, just with one. I'm sorry. Yeah, just like it's not a zigzag, you know, it's not a zigzag. Just one way.
But it would follow.
Yeah, it would follow
the curvature, right?
Yes. I'm sorry if I didn't explain that properly.
No, that's fine. So, have you ever seen a demonstration of light acting in this way?
Of refraction?
Well, of light bending around a curve in the air.
Lighthouse.
I'm sorry, lighthouse? Someone said something.
He's trolling.
Oh, all right.
So think about it, right? If you've got like a laser and you shoot a laser.
Yes.
Have you ever seen that laser curve downwards in air?
I'm guessing you need to be over a distance, and again, you need to have those different mediums.
Yeah. So has anyone ever done that?
If you make those different mediums, like optical fiber, would be considered.
What do you mean by different mediums, though? Because we're just talking about one medium here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, different densities of the air's altitude are considered different mediums because they have different refraction.
Are you sure? Are you sure that's what Snell's law is talking about when he's talking about mediums? Isn't he talking about glass to liquid, for example?
No, he's talking about mediums, as in things that have different refraction.
Yeah, but could you count air as two different mediums?
If they have different densities and they have different...
But they're still air though, right? Regardless of their density, they're the same medium.
As I said,
they've got the same physical properties.
What counts is the refraction coefficient. If that same air, or the conditions in which that air are different, the coefficient of refraction is different, and therefore, yes, Snell's laws apply.
Okay. So let's say you've got this story on the table for why we're seeing our friend at 25 miles. Right, yes. So we're both on the beach and we both see this guy 25 miles away. I say we see the guy 25 miles away because we just do. He's just there. But you say, well, he's actually behind a curve, but it's being optically refracted over that curve. Who do you think has the burden of proof between those two claims?
Then both have.
Do we, though? Because I'm just saying we see him because he's there. He's just physically there in line with us. Well, you are. You're saying that's an optical.
Yes, of course, yes.
Yeah, so that would be on you to prove that he was actually optical and bent up around a curve, right?
You can prove light not perhaps bending. Yeah, you can prove like refraction is a thing. So it's not.
But refraction. But I mean, saying that refraction is a thing in terms of, look, if we put this straw into this glass of water, we can see the effect of this change in medium on the light, right? That's one demonstration. But if you're saying that light is bending around a curve, in order to make us see someone as if it's not a curve, you would have to demonstrate that somehow.
What would be a possible demonstration?
Well, you tell me, because it's your claim.
Yeah, I guess so, but I also said that not necessarily I am the only one burden. But yeah,
Well, in this situation, the burden is on the person saying he's not a real person, he's an optical refracted person from around a curve. Don't you think that's just Occam's razor? Right? The least...
Yeah, that would be...
yeah, so, I mean, the least amount of assumptions is just to say we see him because he's physically there. More assumptions are required if you're going to say we see him, but he's not technically there. He's on the other side of this curve, and he's been refracted upwards.
I believe so, yes. That doesn't seem too unreasonable.
Well, I mean, it can seem reasonable, but if you can't demonstrate it, then it's just a thought. Is it not?
Yeah, sure. It's an hypothesis, yeah.
So how would you go about proving that?
Do we want to prove that there is a ball, or that light can be curved around?
You would have to prove. I guess you would have to prove that it's curved to begin with, to then say that he's being refracted up from the other side of this curve. So I guess you would have to show curvature and light bending around a curve like that.
No, if I prove curvature, I no longer need to prove light bending, because if it's a curve, it's a curve.
Well, I mean, if you could prove curvature, but can you prove curvature?
Yeah, we could go into that, I guess.
Sweet. So who proved it?
We already have a really great conversation, and I'm getting mentally exerted.
No. Hey, listen. If you don't want to continue, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, and I praise you for being a skeptic, I'd say.
You consider yourself skeptical?
I do find myself thinking more about the process of science since I've been enrolling in such arguments. Yes.
So would you if someone makes a claim to you about something that you've not observed or experienced, would you say that you are skeptical about that claim until you have proof, or would you say you're quite trusting?
Yeah, most of the times I'm trusting in science. Now you could argue that globe Earth is pseudoscience, but yeah, I don't know if you believe in DNA or something.
Okay, so when they say something like, all right, we went to Mars yesterday.
Yeah, sure. I agree with that.
Okay. So you're not skeptical about those claims?
Yeah, you need to have a degree of trust in stuff. You could say that, I never seen the Perseverance, but if you have such a model of reality built up, which would allow for that thing to happen, and if you also agree that, or believe that, like, the space programs are something that are really there and they're not fake and all that.
But you say that you have to.
I'm sorry.
But you say that you have to just give a degree of trust for those things, right? Like, it's not something that you've been able to confirm.
Yeah, sure. You have to have it. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. So
I think I have one more thought, which was, 1 second. DNA. Do you believe in DNA?
Well, I mean, we've all got genetic code. I would say, yeah. But I mean, in terms of
sure, like the double helix and stuff, you've never observed it either, have you?
Well, I mean, I think that's just kind of a construct of it. Obviously, no one's observed the double helix, but it's a model of it.
I'm not so sure about that.
You think someone's observed the double helix?
They've arrived at that conclusion somehow. I don't know exactly how. I don't know if microscopes are powerful enough right now to observe the double helix themselves.
But I mean, you can come up with a model and kind of, talk about the model and say, right, this is what we think the DNA is, the structure is, or the structure of the atom, blah blah blah.
If they didn't
you
have the
don't
reason
then
to claim it was double helix, I don't think they would say it was double helix, at least scientifically.
well,
Like, if imagine
you don't think they'd theorize a model if it wasn't true, or if they didn't know it? That's what they do all the time.
Yeah.
Don't they?
Yeah, they theorize, but there would be no reason to believe it or to be consensus on it if.
So what is it that takes a theory into knowledge, proof?
You mean a theory or an hypothesis?
Say that again?
Do you mean a theory or an hypothesis?
Well, let's just say kind of generally, right? Something that you're saying, okay, well, it's a theory, right? Einstein's space-time or whatever else you want to think about, it's a theory. But then when does that turn into fact? What do you need for that to turn into fact?
I don't believe that science deals with facts. I'm not sure about the most not reasonable, most concise definitions of science would claim that there is science provides a degree of trust.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but even out with the realms of science, though, right? If someone wants to claim,
you would need to have evidence, a lot of evidence that would back up. Or that wouldn't provide a contradiction to that being the case.
You'd want evidence in reality, right?
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Okay. So, what evidence or who do you think has provided physical evidence of curvature of Earth?
I wouldn't be able to say specifically.
Okay. What about motion of the Earth?
Probably astronomers, which would have something to do with positions of stars on red and blue shift.
But is if you're looking at the stars, is that really telling you that anything about the nature of the surface that you're standing on?
No, it wouldn't. It would be a totally separate matter, I think.
Yeah. So to get the motion of the Earth, someone would have had to detect motion of the Earth, not the stars, right?
Motion of the Earth, not the stars. So you're saying that we could be stationary and that the stars could be moving towards us?
Well, isn't that what we observe? Isn't that what we observe?
Yeah, but referentials of inertia are relative.
Yeah, but that's what we observe, right? So is it unreasonable to say that's what's occurring when that's what we observe?
I don't think that would be unreasonable. You could fix the inertia differential on us.
So you would understand then, since we observe the stars to move and not the Earth, then if a person was to say it's actually us moving the Earth and not the stars, again, that would be on them to prove, right?
Yeah, and as I said, I don't know enough to astronomy to say that. Okay. But yeah, sure.
Well, that's why we said astronomy isn't doing it. They're just observing the stars to move. We're talking about who has measured Earth to move.
Okay, I'm processing.
Yeah, that's fine. Take your time.
Yeah, but if you could think the other way around. Imagine we observe two different stars to be moving, right? If you're in one of those stars, you see the other one moving, right? Let's assume so.
Say that again, sir.
Imagine I have two stars, right, that I can observe from Earth, and I see that they are both moving.
Mm-hmm.
So if I go to one of the stars, if I were in one of the stars, then I would observe the other moving as well. Yes?
If you went to one of the stars, did you say?
Yes. If I was observing from one of the stars, hypothetically, okay.
But how can you know what you would observe at one of the stars if you've never been to one of the stars?
I'm assuming that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's just go with. I think. Sorry.
There is relative movement between the three bodies All right.
But the only one you observe is the lights to be moving the stars, not the Earth that you stand on, right?
Yeah, I'm getting to there. If you have three bodies, if you're in a body and you see two bodies moving in such a way that those other two are not static to one another, so they're not both coming to me parallel, so they're at the same distance, so there's no movement between them. If I assume that there is movement between those both objects as well, if my referential was in one of those, I could also say that I'm static and that the other one is moving.
But that would rely on your assumption. What we're talking about is not assumption.
You can say that they are moving relatively.
Yeah. So that's been the whole foundation of, relativity. Saying we observe stars to be moving and the Earth not to be moving, but we could say we're the ones moving and the stars aren't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But the question is, right, we've got the base observation, which is that we're not moving and the stars are. So who actually proved the opposite, that we're the ones moving? Not just assumed it and calculated for it. Who actually proved that in physical reality?
I have no idea. And I don't know if it makes a difference with inertia referentials.
So you don't... Okay. But then if no one's actually proven that, then why assume it's occurring?
I guess you could say that when you say that we're moving through space, that it would be a viable interpretation to say that space is moving through us or something.
No, but to say that we're moving through space is contradictory to what we observe. So you would have to prove motion of any description. Well, because you don't observe Earth to be moving.
You don't observe anything with a constant speed to be moving.
Right, but you haven't proved that Earth has a constant speed. Like, you only observe it to be still, but you're assuming it's moving without actually proving it. So why wouldn't you just assume what you observe, which is that it's not moving? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm thinking, I don't know if burden of proof for Occam's razor would be, like, which one would be the one to use here?
Well, here, Occam's razor would be, we observe Earth to be still, so we're still.
The thing is, you cannot, if, acceleration, if you're at constant speed, and if you don't feel any acceleration, if you don't observe any acceleration, you can either claim that you're moving or that you're not moving. So there would be a burden on each position.
No, the burden is on the positive claim that we are moving, because what we observe is that we're not moving.
Claim that you are still.
No, that's an observation, not claim. I mean, we start with that because that's what we observe. So if you wanted to claim something contrary to what we observe,
anything that would say that you're changing movement. Like, there is no outside force, there's no acceleration. Right? That's why you don't that you're still.
Well, that's right? No. Listen, no. See, when you say that's why you feel like you're still, that's you assuming that we're actually in motion. But what I'm asking you is, who actually proved in the first place that we were ever in motion? For you to be able to claim that we're in motion and give a reason as to why we don't feel it.
Yeah, but,
you're skipping a step.
Sure. Astronomers probably have a reason to say that. I have no idea. You would need to talk to them about that. What I'm saying is, there would also be burden of proof on that matter, because if you don't feel any acceleration, you can either be still or not be still. Right? So you can either make a positive claim, I believe that we're moving, or you can make the positive claim, I believe that we're still. Without any evidence, or without evidence.
But we do have evidence, because we have our observation and experience of no motion.
No, but that not experience motion would not would alone not be able to make you conclude that you're still.
But it's the Occam's razor alternative to we are moving, but we just can't experience it for X, Y, and Z reasons, right?
in that case, I don't think it would reasonably apply. As I said, imagine you're in a black room. Okay, imagine you're in a room. If you don't experience any acceleration, you cannot, with certain claim that you're either moving or that you're still. Each of those affirmative claims has no evidence. Does that make sense?
Sorry, say that again.
Imagine you're in a room and you have no ways to observe you're outside. You don't experience any acceleration. Making the claim we are still is as unreasonable or as much evidence as saying
no, it's not, because you're experiencing that you're not moving. So that's logically consistent to say that you're not moving.
That's literally the most ridiculous thing I've heard this morning. My morning hasn't been that long. Are you kidding? Yo, what's up, Rex?
Hello.
Is this guy serious with this nonsense?
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to get him there.
Can you ask him if he came home and caught his wife with the neighbor, if he could explain that away?
I guess we maybe could. Henry.
But yeah,
so if you came,
I guess we reach. Yeah, sure. Go. Yeah.
I almost don't know if I want to do it to you. You're a nice guy. But let me just add this point, right? If you're in a dark room.
Yes.
If you're in a dark room and you don't experience it moving, why would you assume that it's more logical to think that it is moving than just
no? I'm
it's
not saying
moving?
that. I'm saying that. What I'm saying is that you shouldn't assume either way. Of course,
but you do assume one way, don't you?
Why shouldn't I assume when I experience one way? Why shouldn't I go with the way that I experience, which is no movement? Are you saying there's no difference between movement and no movement? Is that your logic here?
Yes, at constant speed, there's no difference.
That's your logic. That's your logic. All right, so what constant speed? 0? Because that's the only constant speed that we've ever measured for the Earth. So do you have a direct measurement of some type of movement, any type? Or you're just going to say the evidence that we're not moving is evidence that we're moving? Because that's craziness.
I didn't say that at all.
We'll be able to tell us about
That's what it sounds like to me, bro. Because you literally said, no, the evidence that we are not moving is not good enough to say that we are not moving. That's logical to you.
I said that could you rephrase that so I can have the words again? Could you say that again? I don't know if you remember that sentence.
Our non-experience of movement, right? You're saying that we could just go either way? I could just say, well, maybe I am moving, being that I don't experience any movement.
You don't experience movement, you experience acceleration.
Oh, really? How do we know we're accelerating if we don't experience that movement? How do we get that measurement of movement? How do we know we're moving if we don't experience it? You understand how your logic falls here? You're talking about constant acceleration. You might not feel it. Well, how the fuck do we get to that acceleration if we don't know we're moving?
Yeah.
Okay, you arrived late. As I said, I'm not an astronomer. I don't know how they are, right?
Oh, now we need an astronomer.
Wait there. What would an astronomer even
do? Crack.
What would an astronomer?
All of a sudden, we need an astronomer.
Yeah, what would an astronomer tell you about anything about what we were just talking about?
I said, okay, so this scientific
we got it.
Can I finish the thought, please? Can I finish the thought?
I've asked you a direct question. I'm asking you.
Yes.
What would an astronomer be able to tell us that would help us in that last situation?
He, unlike me, knows the reason why the scientific consensus would be that we're moving. I don't know
because y'all were told stories.
Wait there. So what is that then? What is that? What would they be able to tell us? In your opinion,
I have no idea.
You have no idea. So, but you believe that these people would be able to explain the said phenomenon?
Yes.
Full-heartedly. But you don't know how they would explain it, and you don't know what it is that they're going to explain. Do you understand how broken your logic is? You believe in something that you don't know what it is.
That I'm trusting.
You don't know what it is.
Well, here,
There
let me
it
just
is.
jump in very quickly. Very quickly. So, Henry, before we lose this track, right? Because we've been over the curvature and the motion. You said, well, I'm not sure, but I presume someone's done it. So when you do go away from here, that's something that you can go and look up, right? Because you would want to know that you're believing something that's been proven and not just assumed as a story.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
So when you do go away, and you say, right, who measured Earth's curve? Who measured Earth to be moving? You can look all that up, and when you think you've got the answers, you can come back and let us know. And I'm not saying you need to go now. I'm just saying make sure you do that at some point.
I was really trying to illustrate a point. I'm not trying to get his goat up.
No, you're all right. I just want to make sure that we remind him that, listen, we don't expect you guys to know all this stuff, but if you don't know it, you should go away and check it out.
I don't know medicine, and medicine works. I don't know to know everything that happens.
No, I know that, but listen, dude, the point in your logic that I was trying to show you was this, that he said, look, I'm not an astronomer. And I said, well, okay, what would an astronomer tell us about that last scenario? What would they tell us? What would that help? Yeah, I don't know, but basically you're saying, I don't know, but they would be able to help. I said, okay.
Yeah.
So how would they be able to help? What would they be explaining? How would they do so? Okay. And you're like, I don't know. So you're just trusting that this random person who is an astronomer would be able to tell you anything about the thing we were talking about whatsoever, but you don't know whether they even know anything about it in the first place. You're just going to trust that whatever they say based on it. It's true.
I'm sure.
Especially when said astronomer doesn't experience, has never measured any of this movement, right? The only correlation that there is that you, like him, were told a cool story to believe. Because you said it before, and I heard you. You said, I trust them, right? You trust.
Can I
Listen,
reiterate?
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
So when I said astronomer solely based on one reason. That is, that supposedly...
you were calling out for help. That was your lifeline. Maybe an astronomer somewhere will know.
Sure, I don't know enough. So when I said astronomer, I meant it. I used them because they would know the reasons. The reasons it would be what's important. They would. I'm sorry.
It would know the reason.
That's what we got. We got reasons. No measurement, no observation, just reasons.
Okay. Well, Henry, since we're here, I'm sorry, brother. No, Chocolate. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but just quickly, Henry, if you're still interested, right, and you're saying we've got these reasons and these astronomers can explain it to us,
I would go and investigate those. Yes.
Yeah. Well, you should be able to. I mean, you can just try and type into Google astronomers' explanation for whatever, right? I mean, you could Google that and you could find their response, right?
Yeah, sure.
So why don't you quickly just Google how do astronomers explain, or how have astronomers proven motion of the Earth, for example, or something?
Yeah, I could.
Are you interested to do so?
I'll probably do later because
Okay.
I wouldn't do it.
Well, whenever you do, and whenever you find something, let us know, right?
Yeah, the thing is, I didn't like the way that... I'm sorry, I'm not saying who's exactly talking and popping up. So just because I said astronomer, it's not... It's not, their word is, perfect. I'm saying that they know.
Listen, it's not the word. Listen, okay, what it was, mate. It was the way it was
We'll give you another lifeline, that one apparently failed. You have another, a phone a friend? Somebody who's got some type of...
Listen, you can slow it down a second. Let me explain to you why we took issue with that word before you start thinking it's something personal or it's to do with the word itself.
Of course.
What it was, buddy, is that we are saying that the topic that you're dealing with, these astronomers, okay, are not going to be able to tell you anything about this. Nothing. They're not going to be able to give you curvature. They're not going to be able to give you axial rotation. They're not going to be able to explain any of these things to you. Okay, unfortunately, they're not even within that that field of pseudoscience, right? So I don't. So basically, the point is we're a bit worried about you because you have trust in a field of pseudoscience that proclaims to be science, And then not only that, you then go ahead and state that you also wouldn't know how they would know how to help you with said questions, or how they would even be able to do it. So you just have blind faith that these people, they would definitely be able to sort this problem out for me. They would definitely be able to answer it. So you're just believing, and we're saying
Well,
that's how you critically think.
Just expand on Crap's point there, Henry.
Yeah.
So just quickly, so you understand what we're saying, right? We spoke earlier about science and experimentation, right?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so do you think that astronomers are doing any experiments?
Most likely, observations, perhaps not experience.
Right.
Because
So they're taking observations. They're not doing experiments, right?
Yeah,
because they
sure.
can't experiment. You can't experiment on stars, right?
Yeah, sure.
So by definition, it's not a science because there's no experimentation. Whereas science is the method which involves experimentation. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand.
And as well, just to add another analogy to it, even if it was a field where it had experimentation, I still would have had a problem with it because you didn't know whether or not it did have experimentation, and you didn't know whether or not it was even relevant to what you were looking into. You know what I'm saying?
I think he knows that there's no experimentation.
No, but I mean, he's putting faith into things that he doesn't even understand whether or not they are.
But this is it. But this is the process, right?
At hand, yeah.
I do believe a lot of things for which I have no knowledge about.
Okay, so Henry, all we're saying is, and it's not anything personal, because we all used to be a bit like this as well, to different degrees, right? Everyone trusts and believes things that they think comes from a credible authority, but what we're saying is, if you actually look into these authorities, if you look into these people who are saying this is what's proven, we're telling you they haven't proven it. And I know I'm not just telling you, you obviously don't just have to take me at my word on that, but why I'm telling you to go and look into this stuff, go and find out who supposedly measured curve or motion, is because you'll come to the same conclusion. If you're honest, if you're actually reading it, you'll understand, oh, right, they didn't do an experiment. He assumed this. And then he calculated it. And they've been telling me that it was proven, but this is just assumed. So it's worthwhile to investigate these authorities that we put our trust in. And we say, okay, I'm a generally skeptical person, but yeah, I believe they're going to Mars because, you know, I've got all these different stories and these people saying that they have. But you should look into them and say, right, I want to know if it's true. How can I know it's true? And if you can't know it's true, then you're under no obligation to believe it. And you're not dumb if you don't believe it because no one's proven it. Does that make sense?
I guess that would make sense.
Like, it's just a different way to think about information that's presented to you. Like you're in a court.
Thing
is, if you're in
I don't believe you could restep every science that there has been done in the past 300, 400 years. And I don't think it would be productive as a human being to go to every single stuff like that.
Give yourself
permission. You can sound dishonest, or you can say that I'm being reasonable. I think
give yourself permission to not have to subjugate yourself to somebody else's authority, especially when that authority is based on crap that they have not proven to you. Right? I'm sorry if I sound like I got attitude. It's just I can't stand when people just give up their authority and their own mental capacity to cool stories and cartoons.
You gotta realize
that shit has irked me for a long time.
Necessarily authority, but sure, if you see it that way. But,
I mean, it's based on trust. You even said it yourself earlier.
The angriest guys at you are the ones who care the most.
I'm sorry?
The angriest guys at you right now are probably the ones who care the most about you.
He's trying to tell you I care about you.
Well, I'm not angry, but I still care about you.
Thing is,
I'm angry and I don't care.
About the argument I was making about you need to investigate every single thing. I like math, and if you imagine there's a huge theorem that solves an fluid dynamics problem that theorem probably has a lot of work into it, and you could prove every subsequent theorem that led to the discovery of that particular one. And to do that, you need to acquire a lot of knowledge in a lot of fields of mathematics, probably. Does that make sense? Yes, no?
We're talking about things that can be demonstrated in physical reality, not theoretical maths.
I'm not making an argument for physical reality now. I'm just talking about how knowledge builds on other knowledge. That's pretty much granted, isn't it?
Yeah, but then you have to be very strict about what you're calling knowledge, because for something like curvature of Earth, that's not currently knowledge for you. That's a belief, because you just said you don't know who's ever measured it.
Sure, yeah,
so you can't really be building on knowledge that isn't knowledge, right? That's really dangerous.
Yeah, you could be building on a false assumption.
Sure. But you understand that even if that's a false assumption, there were supposedly other false assumptions that led us to get there.
But this is what you need to get into, because you just said that you haven't actually checked those out.
Yes, the same way I didn't check Fermat's last theorem. And I still believe that's true.
So do you think there's a possibility that you could check out these and you could find out that they've not actually been proven, they've actually just been assumed?
Yes. The same way I could check them out and see that, that makes sense and that comports with reality and that's a good method that we have to...
But just don't go around saying it's science. Just don't go around saying it's science, though. Because this is why we say all these scientists are so dishonest, mate. They go around calling themselves scientists, mate. And that they've got scientific theories, in fact, even when they haven't provided experimentation in order that they could build, a hypothesis test. They haven't had a hypothesis test that they've actually established a cause and effect relationship with, and thus been able to create a scientific theory off the back of that is based on said evidence of experimentation, right?
Yeah, sure, but I hope that you acknowledge that my point on maths and stuff. Does that make sense as well?
Yeah, it makes sense. Right? No.
The same way that I'm not going to, take a major in medicine and history of medicine just to go take a vaccine or something, or to go take an antibiotic, or to get my DNA tested for cancerous backgrounds or something. Does that make sense as well? Or are you claiming that those are...
That's even more dangerous. That's something going in your body.
I'm
you
sorry.
won't test that?
I didn't. What did you say before, body? I didn't catch that. I'm sorry.
So you won't test that? You just trust that also? I mean that's something that goes in your body. That's worse than just believing in a ball that you don't really live on. That's literal shit that you're putting in your body. That's something you might want to research a little bit before you start just injecting into yourself.
How long do you think it would take? Wait, how long do you think it would take to be an expert on this vaccine, the current one?
I have no idea.
Well, think about it.
Quickly, it would be about a week. I'm thinking.
Of course it would, because it took about a week to build it, right?
Wait, no.
What?
Yeah.
No.
What do you mean no?
You mean that it took a week to build a vaccine? Or I hope you're exaggerating.
Maybe 2 weeks. I'll give them 2 weeks.
No, you mean to investigate it or to build it?
The whole thing.
No, build it.
You're saying that
they've been running trials for the same vaccine in England since about 4 weeks after the first lockdown.
That's right. That's about the same here.
So
I'm not too certain
it's
of that.
pretty quickly rushed through bullshit, mate. I'm not being funny. Are you saying that basically you can't understand Einstein's field equations Newton's field? Is it Newton or Einstein's field equations? Fuck me, I'm tired. Anyway,
both, either one, they're both the same.
But my point is, you can't understand these equations because you didn't sort of go to through the same amount of years of study as those two did. Well, Newton went through about 11 million words of alchemy, for fuck's sake, and was a nutter. Einstein was a wanker, married his cousin. And at the end of the day, all of these people, we can literally skip to the end point of all of their conclusions because they've written all their shit down for us in order for us to understand it in a summary at the very end. We don't even need to understand the intricacies of it. We can understand what the overall argument is meant to sound like. But you don't end up with forums of people talking about the nuances of Einstein's different formulas and being like, yeah, but mate, bam, bam, bam. No, because it's all set in solid. You know what I mean? It's set solid. It's not like Bible interpretation, theology, right? But it's somehow fucking become like that, hasn't it?
Yeah, Newton kind of said that he thought, you have to be kind of mentally deficient to believe that brute matter could attract other matter by the inherency of its matter alone. I mean, Newton wasn't even on board with that, and he said, "Don't ascribe this theory to me," basically. And didn't he die drinking mercury or something?
Pretty sure.
Maybe that's either way. Just
something like that.
Just quickly, let me check.
I heard mercury is good for you.
Yeah, you make great hats. Who have we got? Because I had a message from someone earlier. Is it King of the Raccoons? King of the Raccoons, are you wanting to ask a question?
Oh yeah, that was me. I was just thinking, could you give me kind of like a rundown on why you kind of believe this? Because I want to understand really.
Good question.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. We can give you a little intro. Right. So you observe the Earth. Well, how do you observe the Earth? Do you observe it to be curved?
From my standpoint,
yeah,
it appears flat.
Yeah. Okay. And what about motion? Does it appear to be in motion, or?
I wouldn't say so. No.
Yeah. So then you'd understand that if someone was to say, "Okay, it looks flat, but it's actually curved. It looks still, but it's actually in motion," that person would have to prove those claims, wouldn't they?
They would.
Okay.
But
do you think?
At the same time, I can also understand that my perspective as a little person on the ground is limited,
Yeah, but you would still want proof
ball
that
too
the
big.
contrary of what you see is true, right?
Run Jeremy fallacy.
Yes.
Somebody would have to tell you to think differently. You never.
So do you think anyone has proven curvature or motion of the Earth, like measured it in reality?
I don't know the names off the top of my head. But
do you know what they claim to have done?
No, I do not. But I do know that lots of people throughout human history have come to the conclusion that the Earth is round at different
But is there a difference between coming to a conclusion and actually proving something?
I think just the fact that, from my perspective currently, it makes more sense for the Earth to be round than flat, because there's lots of things that just don't
round
really
and
add
flat.
up if it's flat.
So when you observe, sorry, just quickly then. So when we're talking about what we observe, if we go to the beach and we see a horizon and the horizon's flat, you're saying it makes more sense to you that it's not what you see?
Well, no, it's just kind of geography and stuff, like where, for example, planes go and stuff like that. It just makes more sense that the Earth is round, than flat.
What do you mean where planes go?
Round and flat.
The flight paths.
Is he saying flat and round?
No,
if you think that flat is less simple than round, I think you'd be retarded.
Yeah, well, let's not go into that. King of Raccoons, but we can go to the Occam's razor. Would you agree that the Occam's razor side of this question would be, well, it is just what we observe, which is that it's flat and motionless?
I think that's, I don't know. You see.
Do you know what we mean by Occam's razor? Sorry.
Yeah, like the simplest.
Yeah. The one that requires the least assumptions or the least steps to explain. Right. So in this case, it would be, I believe it's flat because I observe it to be flat. I believe it's motionless because that's what we experience. If you were to say, I believe it's curved, then you'd have to say, well, it looks flat because of this, and it's actually curved because of this. And those are a whole bunch of additional explanations, right? So the Occam's razor side would be, it's what you see. It is what it is.
On top of the weird detail that airplanes fly over a plane, not an air ball. It's like pretty much in your face. And they'll say, for all intents and purposes, you're flying over flat, rotating or stationary Earth. But at some point, they say someone smarter knows that they're flying over a ball. But I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, just quickly on that point. Sorry, Elijah. King of Raccoons, are you able to turn up your mic a little bit or get closer to your mic? Apparently, you're a little bit quiet for the YouTube people.
I'll see.
Thanks. Sorry,
Yeah,
Elijah.
we should,
Carry.
No, Elijah's done.
Oh.
I'm joking, Elijah. Carry on.
Well, I mean, I kind of was. I mean, I'm just talking about, like, you know, because we have, like, you know, loads of PDFs, documents from, you know, the government, military, all of these places, you know, with flight manuals that say that you're, for all intents and purposes, flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. And then it's also called a plane on top of that, you know. And it's just like, against all of that, it's like, okay, but it makes more sense that it's a ball. I don't think so. Not for me. I don't know what senses are invoked to make more sense on a ball, but that's just me.
Okay, so with
could I just test, is my mic louder now?
Still seems a little bit quiet, I think.
Talk a little louder.
Listen, buddy. Where is he? Let me try and help him out a minute. Right, the king of the raccoon. Right?
Yeah.
Right. What you're going to have to do is, you see in your top right-hand corner, when you're looking at the channel, where it says live stream on top, there's going to be a 1, 2, 3 lines going down with a diagonal going down across with 4 more lines. To the right. So at the top, okay, click on the live stream voice channel bit. It's going to open it up, right?
Yep.
There's going to be at the top, you're going to be able to deafen yourself, right? Or you're going to have like an add a friend part. You're going to have a cog on the right hand side.
Yep.
To the left of that cog.
Yep.
See the slash sign?
I
Press it.
don't think we're looking at the same thing here. Not gonna lie. Anyway.
What are you going to do about it?
I'll just speak louder, I guess, or they can turn me up, something like that.
You're going to have to shout, mate.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry if it's been asked.
That's
You
good
can go
right there.
Go in Discord settings and turn your mic up.
But that's good right there. Where he's at right now, that's cool.
Is it? Not for me.
And whatever you're doing.
He sounds as loud as you do, Crack, but not as loud as Radwin. So.
Well, I can start shouting when you start giving us the glow proofsies. Shout those out really loud so we can all hear them.
Okay, right.
Listen, we want to shut the server down so we can go home. Because the first person who finds the curve and proves it, we're done.
Right. Yeah, we're pretty busy, so that would be
I'm
nice.
sorry if this has been asked a lot. I imagine it has, but it's just something I'm very curious about. Why would everybody lie about the shape of the Earth?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Why would they lie?
Well, let me
Why
just
would they lie?
quickly tell
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Let me quickly give you a potential plausible that you might just be like, okay, good enough, right? So, King, we can't actually divine these people's thoughts, right? Because we're not them. It's speculation. But we don't need to know why someone would lie to understand that Earth is measuring flat, not having any curvature, not having any motion. But in general, when someone withholds information from you, it's because they're trying to control you, right?
Well, yeah, in some way.
Sometimes.
Yeah, like if I owned a farm and I had all these employees, and I saw that there was another farm in the neighborhood who had some vacancy signs up, and they were saying, "We'll pay you double what I'm paying them, and you'll have to do half the work." And then I start taking those posters down because I'm thinking, I don't want to lose all my employees. That's me restricting their information so that they'll keep working for me.
That is true. But in that situation, they have a very clear motivation. They take down the posters, they get more employees or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They lie about the shape of the Earth. What do they do?
Time out. Time out. There's a very analogous example, and that was me ranting and raving all yesterday about how a dude did an Eratosthenes presentation. But at the beginning of that presentation, the first thing he says is flat earthers are right when they say that you can't see the curvature of the earth yourself. Not from the ground level, not from a plane, not from the Felix Baumgartner drum, and not from the ISS. All of these places are said to have some type of live footage or recorded footage, actual direct footage of the Earth. Everywhere else is just interpreted data, aka computer generated images. So the only places that we can actually see the Earth, no one can see it curving. So this guy admits, just like Neil deGrasse Tyson once upon a time admitted before they scrubbed that video, that you couldn't see the curvature. All you see is a flat horizontal line, and you could do the math for yourself and figure that out, that even from that height you couldn't see it. So they're scrubbing information all of the time. My friend's videos on YouTube, hundreds of thousands of subscribers gone over the last 4 years. So
I see what you're saying, but that doesn't really answer my question of.
Well, it was analogous to your example, right?
Are you wearing a mask? Are you wearing a mask?
Not right now. I'm in my.
But you do wear it everywhere you go, right? And in your car.
Yeah,
and
if I not in my
everywhere.
car, if I go,
Because the thing's going to get you. Because science tells you that there's a bug flying around that's going to get in your mouth and you're going to die, right?
Well, yeah, that's true. That's definitely true.
Okay. I'm just wondering. I need to know what your mindset
I'm gonna keep
is.
it 100p. All right, it's true.
No.
Okay, without getting into that.
Anyway,
I just wanted to find out where his mindset's at.
For whatever reason, that sounds like much more of a red pill than flat Earth at the moment. So let's just stick to flat Earth.
If that's true, is it true that mathematics is racist too?
I've got a really good comeback to that question, but I'm not saying it.
What amazes me is most of the Globers have never looked at curvature measurements or, and this is this weird, other people figured it out. I don't really know the methods or what they did or the names or, they figured it out and that's good. But then again, the majority believe it because of space photos. Like, they just see a picture and that's good enough for them.
On a similar-
how come you're a Glober?
On a similar thing, how do you know that the people telling you that the Earth is flat are not just lying themselves?
Because you can measure it yourself, King of Raccoons. This is the point.
Have you done the measurements yourself?
Yeah, most of us here have. So raccoons, tell us how much you expect, right? So they tell us we live on a ball. So over 25 miles, how much curvature is present over that 25 miles?
I don't know.
Just have like a ballpark guess in feet or meters.
I don't know.
No.
What would you think? Like a little amount?
Very big. Very small.
So what, you think it's like centimeters? Meters?
All I'm saying, right? I don't know.
Should I be able to see Dover from Calais and Calais from Dover?
Oh, yeah. I suggest you look into that.
Well, we can get into it. So over 25 miles. Yeah, so over 25 miles, King of Raccoons, they're telling us that there's about 90 meters, right, 300 feet of curvature and elevation difference between point A and point B.
Okay. None of you have answered why would they lie about the shape of the Earth. You will just
we can get
say
to
some
that.
big words. So
well, why do you think people lie, King of Raccoons?
To gain something.
Right.
Conceal something to gain
Right.
something else.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not
So-
gaining anything.
so
from
they could
telling
be-
people that's round.
How would you know?
Sorry. Like that.
Are they not gaining your trust? Are they not getting to tell you everything about where you think you live because you think it's a ball? They tell you what the universe is, what the planets are.
I don't see how them changing the shape of the Earth would.
It's not changing the shape of the
I
Earth.
know. Changing
Hides
the description
land
of the
mass,
shape of the Earth.
millions
I
of
don't see
square
how that
miles.
would gain anyone's trust.
Well, King of Raccoons, how do you think Earth got here?
Actually, I want to get to the geometry of the whole thing to actually directly solve whether it's curved or not, because from that everything else is derived. And so if I could just read this "Why Would They Lie" kind of paragraph from someone that I thought was really well spoken. I don't think he should ask us any further than that, because we've already told him that we can't divine other people's thoughts because we're not God.
Telepathic.
So, or telepathic, that's the better word for
Well,
it.
maybe
So, if you guys don't mind, I'll read this. Why would they lie? Okay, so are you ready? So this person says, I took some astronomy classes in college and I took psychology. I'm 100% a flat earther. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making $90,000 for teaching it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore the spiritual side if you desire, but academia would be destroyed in many aspects. We would have chaos. Anyone who teaches astronomy out in the streets. Any astrophysicist at a university on the streets. Astronomers homeless and no more $90,000 check. Universities, libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. Libraries would be imperiled. The entire educational system for teachings of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by this truth. So shape doesn't matter. Need more of a motive? Isn't that enough? Want more? How about NASA is finally shut down and the biggest court case ever would ensue? No more $58 million a day for green screen harness, videos and stories of water on other planets. No more fake tragedies. Every fake tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the streets. So when someone says, why keep the lie going? Think about this. It doesn't take much effort on your part to just open your eyes.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.